Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Bestian Slot, California, Berkeley land. We're here with the EU in a show match. Joining me today, Fudgy Waffles. How you doing? I'm Sykeen, by the way, the one and only. So, how you doing, Fudgy?
Doing good. Crashed out yesterday, but I'm not the only one in this lobby, dare
Well,
I say, that's crashed out this tournament. Speaking of which, it's going to be our NA representatives, Gumi, 3Z, Breezy, and Gramella, all California natives, just like myself. Apparently, I think Gumi forgot about me or something. He got to pick his team for this, but
oh, yeah, no, he definitely
uh,
he definitely
he must
forgot.
have
He
forgot.
did. I
He must
mean,
have forgotten
yeah,
or
he
something.
must have
But
just felt that, he figured he
yeah.
needed some time away from the game. No, it's
Yeah,
fine. But
yeah, yeah, yeah.
for EU though, we got Triple California from NA, we got Triple UK from EU, right? Atsuro, we've got SMG, and we have got the lovely Zoe Lorraine, my mentor in EU, along with Lilaeth. Expect to see some great stuff coming out from here. And we're getting into this game now. We are in here. This is Oni Village. It's going to be a crazy game. There's a lot of EU lore there, but I won't bore you with it right now. For
These
now,
these comps are crazy.
no, right? Look at
If
this.
Chrono rapid fire start too, I imagine what happens. It must have been there must have been an opportunity. It's very common, I guess, in NA for Estelle plus Kai to be taken because they're seen as just so much better than the other midfielders on Oni Village. So Gumi taking the Kai kind of used to be a signature pick for him back in the day, but now it's reprising it for this 100 ping EU show match.
That's
But
right. It is 100 ping, right? And here we are on the 100 ping. That is an open barrier already for the European team. Zoe Lorraine, though, is low, does have possession. Giga Blast just barely misses her HP bar. She's going to live. That is a barrage taking her low, but she is not staggered yet. In front of the open net, 3Z Breezy, with just a strike, gets it into the net. And that is the first point for an A.
yeah, I'm a little concerned over this EU comp. I mean, they're looking like they're trying to KO that Luna Zentaro, but I think the core control on the side of NA is just going to help them end up doing more damage almost just by having the core more and being able to just manipulate the core being on the opponent so they can hit both the core and the enemies, just ending up in more damage. Already both barriers down. Just Luna does not have that defense. And bang, Freezy puts it in.
Yeah, that is. We're looking at some signature picks here on the EU side, right? Atsuro is going to pick that Luna. That's what she's known for. It does not matter what's going to happen. And SMG is a wild card. Okay, he's a flex player, could do anything, and that Judo coming out on Oni, right? And so I would have loved to see her Juliet probably banned. I'm not exactly sure. Checking that, I can't tell. No, they didn't ban it. She just don't want to play it on Oni. But anyways, that is both barriers down again for EU. This is another open net situation, but there are two flips on the board.
Yeah, a little bit of a NA tech. The meta has shifted to a bit of more of a passing meta. And Gramel and 3-0 players that love to pass, taking those barriers early with the passing, but taking back, but with the power play, it looks like it should just go right there. The Luna ult not going to be able to keep it out due to the combo of ultimate plus primary from Gramella. Flips there, but not two flips, but not even needed. Just going to go straight to draft.
I really wonder what EU can figure to really get things moving in the right direction for them. I mean, that was a quick first set, right? And what I mean,
This looks rough for you.
yeah, man, Rasmus is. I don't know if there's anything exclusively incredible here for Rasmus. There's the perfect form, right? Monu onto the Juno. Of course, we're gonna take the Deadeye from Luna, right?
Yeah.
That just makes perfect sense.
Luckily, there is a missile prop, which is very similar to Deadeye in a lot of ways, especially on Luna, having two projectiles, the ult accounting as a projectile, despite not really looking traditionally like one. But the big damage, the perfect form, and the Deadeye being taken away, the two best in slot awakenings for
Open barrier already. Let's go.
yeah, it's a quick way through, but
Oh, Zoe! Strike it right through all three of them. 3Z is not happy with Gooby, as they know what? Zoe dog walked both of them, as she should, as she will, because EU is going to take this. Zoe is supported by SMG and Atsu, can do anything, right? As we get into this first set, that is already one barrier down for NA. This is what we need, EU. Okay, that's a barrier down for us. That's okay off of the Estelle primary. Just, we're getting down to the Oni look. That is both bottom barriers, though, so this could be an interesting way to play the map right now.
Yeah, you can really see Grimella, Grimella making a triangle, gonna find that barrier and immediately find the KO plus the goal. Combination play. Rasmus plus Estelle being one of the best forward duos known for quite a while, been picked together for a really long time, and especially on Oni Village, the map where you can score more, where you need to be able to score more than any other map. Unsurprising to see it working out pretty well there.
Yeah, but you know what? Nah, we'd win. Because look at that already. Another barrier taken, equalized. Of course, it's only that's going to happen. Zoe is getting the mix. Atsu is going to Luna secondary in. That boost is going to try to get something. Not quite yet. Grimella being taken dangerously low is going to try to regen, but Zoe has the flip. Zoe can make something happen here. Has possession, uses the flip. Chunks out Grimella just a little bit. The play is resetting. Atsuro getting involved. The ultimate calling out SMG with possession. Breezy just going to sit there while Gumi gets through the minefield of all of the abilities coming out. SMG, though, is going to miss the barrier, and we are looking at a little bit more of a reset situation with Grimella getting some points.
Yeah, Grimella's going to need to live here. That is really the big win condition for EU, is to find that KO, but the stagger is off the table, although no evade does make Grimella prime target. Breezy is going to pull up a flip in a few strikes here. Could be a good opportunity to make use and even kind of take some attention away from Grimella. But Grimella's still alive, but there's the barrier being taken for EU, and it slides right through.
Let's go. Use flip, Gumi. Use energy burst. Incredible. Let's go, EU. That is 2 up now. I love this. Let's go. This is our comeback. I'm saying it. Let's see. Get in a position here. SMG is going to be starting in the speed bait, but it's going to be starting at the lower end. Atsu going to dash in, try to stop Grimella from interacting with the play, and that is going to be both barriers down. 3Z has the flip. Gumi uses his. It is going to go back. Grimella, that would have been, I think, a bounce that would have gotten a double barrier if Grimella did not shoot it. I think that was a really excellent way to save the play. Atsu passing down to SMG, not going to find anything just yet. Getting involved, Atsuro with the dash in, going to find something. There's a lot of flips on the board here, Fudgy. This is scary.
Yeah. There's the flip, but it's going to be taken by Atsuro, going to be able to save that one. Flip for flip, and now the eject one from Gumi is going to be able to save that, but the flip is out again, and Grimella is on 90 ping. And honestly, something I was going to bring up, EU is doing a great job. I think this comp is specifically designed for high ping, Juno especially, to really abuse, especially the late in the game. The overtime fast core speeds are much harder to react to. So really, like, that is kind of, I think, their main win condition is playing around those mistakes. Where NA is trying to play a more traditional style, but it's a little bit harder to when all your timings are a little bit mixed up, especially you've been playing on LAN for the past full day.
You've
been playing on 10, at lowest it's been 12, which has been awesome to play on. But now just moving up and playing on East, which is honestly something that these players haven't had to do in a really long time, with Central servers being available for solo queue and scrims. So
I mean, it looks like we got some very interesting awakenings here. I mean, Luna got the extra special. That's what she gets for being first on the docket there, you know. And I'm sure plenty of spark to die. That's pretty good. And honestly, I don't even think there's already scored. Wow. I mean, I was busy yapping about awakenings, and NA is fighting back. I mean, anything you're seeing here with the awakenings, though, real quick, just before we.
Nothing too crazy, really. Estelle has the spark, so was having some trouble living. And again, that's still being the main condition is pretty much to kill them for EU. The main win condition, kill them, and then in overtime have that fast core speed from Luna and Juno to kind of take you there. But I do think still just like the passing plays available due to the speed of Rasmus and Kai being able to move up with that speed as well for passing plays, and Estelle covering any cross clear is just able to provide NA more consistent looks at the goal. But on the other end, it's just mistakes are going to happen, especially again, I gotta keep it emphasizing on high ping, but Grimella gets that shot off the wall, and the piercing shot will put it in.
It looked like EU was doing so well, and then mistakes happened. Maybe ping related, who knows? And then, yeah, the piercing shot, exactly, just like you say. But Zoe does have flipped counter Grimella's if needed. Atsuro almost losing both barriers. Gumi almost tried to get involved. 3Z just missing the Rasmus primary. That barrier is safe for now, but NA still has both of theirs. Zoe trying to get involved. Giga Blast comes out, great redirect from Zoe, uses the flip, great angle on the barrier there, and that might be the goal of a great strike from Grimella. Luna ultimate going to come out, zone out the entire area. Zoe's going to win the strike war. It is in the goal. And that is the first point in this set for EU.
flips have been looking really strong this game. I keep pointing out the ping, but even then, I do think EU has been a little bit better at utilizing their flips this game. And I think that was a lot of their points, especially in that set they had just won. So seeing them get a point off that there, we'll see if Threezy can get a flip here that has equivalent value. It's going to be hard to block, but it is blocked. But the stun, the primary, the pendulum swing is going to grab 2 to get that through. Insane spacing from Threezy to be able to find 2 stuns off of 1 pendulum swing. But even in the corners, Threezy will be KO'd, which even if they don't get this barrier, it's going to buy a ton of time to reach their overtime win condition. Gumi Grimella doing a good job of pulling it down, but yeah, no crossguard, no extra range on that Juno jump to cross, but the SMG is going to be KO'd instead. Reverse power play, 20 seconds until OT as well, and Luna ult might even have saved it, but they are going to hold. It's now Zoe's turn, and the Rocket is going to take the barrier, but Threezy has an open shot and is going to take it, and that's the set.
You know what? Well played, NA. You did some good stuff there. We almost had your number. It's okay. We still have another set to come back, and we are going to come back. Grimella taking the set MVP here. You know, just SMG being taken low during the power play was so bad for us. But do you still have a spark? Yes, she does. There's Spark of Focus there, and I think that's, yep, Grimella's going to take it. That's just, why wouldn't you, right? Spark of Reasel, Spark of Focus, more cooldowns to play with on ping. That's what you need. And that is going to be the recovery drone, you know, just, I guess, size. That is double size Zentaro. That's something, right? Yeah. Drive on the Rasmus, you know, Green Burb on Luna, that's just great. Kai. I mean, Gumi's just gonna do Gumi things with that, right?
Yeah, I think the Juno Super Surge seems underwhelming, but I think, especially on Oni Village, this Dash Awakening is something that Juno really needs to be as effective as a character like Mistel and covering the cross. Instant KO, incredible. By the way, onto Threezy Breezy, going to lead to a double barrier take immediately. EU looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, no, as Gumi gets taken out by a Rocket Atsuro on her signature pick, the Luna, incredible. Threezy Breezy is back on the field, but it is still a power play for the side of EU. Getting involved, Grimella going to try to Rose Warp at the right time, but also had all the time in the world to figure out what she wanted to do, and EU is going to take the point. Oh, salutes to Gumi. Goodbye, you're dead.
Yeah, taken out, double KO, both not even staggered, just knockback KOs found on the 2 members. So preventable, to be honest, but the combo into Threezy was very, especially hard to deal with. When the team can work together to get those hit stuns, but Atsuro coming in with the cross clear. If Juno can't cover it, hopefully Luna can. And it's gonna be a really tough spot for Gumi if Zoe can get this flip off, but good defense, Threezy and Grimella really surrounding Zoe to make sure that no flip is available to be taken off, but there's Threezy taking 1 barrier. If they can get in the melee range of Atsuro, maybe something can happen, but instead it's going to be 2 flips in the corner. This should be really tough, but the flip from Grimella is going to be blocked by Zoe, and that's going to be a Zentaro dash passive for another goal.
Oh, beautiful passive. And dude, I mean, you mentioned it earlier. They were playing really good keep away from Zoe. They stunned her out from being able to interact so often, but all it took was, you know, just getting involved with the rest of the team. Atsuro taking some of that coverage allowed Zoe to just get in range, use the flip, and then bait out so much so that she could get that perfect passive setup. As we get into here, though, that's going to be both barriers. SMG was just a little bit too staggered by all of the abilities, and the ping misses strike, and that is an open barrier for EU, but Zoe getting involved. Atsuro is flying. The airlines have flowed, and it is a very scary situation here. Flip in front of the net. Threezy is going to throw out that ultimate, not going to find anything with it just yet, and that is going to be a beautiful reposition with the Rose Warp into the piercing shot from Grimella, and that is going to be the first point for EU in this set.
That's another one for Grimella. Actually, the second barrier taken, I think Atsuro was just forward a little bit too long, might have done stun, but the eject button ran out and just left it completely open. There's the slime blocking the flip, but Atsuro, great save on that first barrier, but the first barrier is not the big thing, really. You really want to tackling the second barrier tends to be the harder thing, but help from Gumi is going to force out that flip. Grimella now is going to try to reset this offense with that flip taken out, but Threezy just trying to survive.
Yeah, it's very low. Atsuro getting involved with that secondary, not going to find anything off of it, and as both barriers down, while both barriers stand for NA. Grimella getting into the play, uses the piercing shot, and just through all of the chaos, the core is going to float in, and that is a potentially game point for NA. This could be it for you guys. Lock in.
Yeah, great three-point offense. Gumi down the middle with the barrage. Threezy covering bottom, and Grimella had that piercing shot up top. getting the stun off as well. Just really nowhere for Atsuro to go, especially on a character like Luna who has less defensive options, no creations to just automatically win your interactions. But the stun on the Gumi from Zoe is going to put the barrier open. 1-2 now. At this point, it could be really scary. Gumi does have flip coming up soon, but the core is falling behind. Really scary. Barrage is up. Barrage out of the picture. Has flip now. He's going to have to use it, but the stun comes off from Zoe, and it's going to be going to a set 5.
Yes, thank you. Good job, guys. Good job. We still have one more to go. Beautiful team play from Atsu there. She's just so great on the Luna, and SMG being there, ready to support her. Zoe, of course, making sure they can't go up, and yet they just pinched them, got it in. I love that for us. Let's go. And Atsu, please. Atsu, what are you doing? No. Do you really want Grimilla to have 3 sparks?
1-2 Juno, though, is now an option. Right. So that seems a little
win
scary.
It's probably the same win comment. Yeah, no, I love that.
Yeah, stacks on stacks also will be really scary. I think Gumi has really wanted to help on the offense more often, but has been punished for it a few too many times this game, so has been playing a little bit farther back. But these stacks on stacks might provide a window of opportunity. But on the other end, Zentara has 3 Size Awakenings.
That's so smart.
Not really the character that you tend to see have a ton of size, but anyone with 3 Size Awakenings, it kind of becomes God, so...
Right? And I mean, it's just more time for her to strike on Pig, right?
Yeah, size is a little weak, but great offense. Once again, Gumi getting in there. 3Z, Gumi, Grimella all contributing to that offense to grab that goal. Just leaving, again, a character like Luna, just no options. As long as they can continue to leave no options, then that they can consistently find goals. I really feel like Gumi on Kai with the barrage that can really just beat anything. Has the options, like should have been able to save that, but just a small mistake instead. But when NA is scoring, I do feel like it's coming from consistent plays that Atsuro doesn't really have many options to get out of. But who's got the barriers right now, you know?
Exactly. And I mean, Atsu flying in, almost trying to find maybe a KO on Gumi or the score. Is not going to find it just yet. Zoe going to, that is a huge Zentaro, and into the passive, going in off the flip. Incredible stuff from Zoe. This is 1-1. This is going to be a set 5 heater.
We could.
Let's go.
Not to look too far into forward future, but set 5.5 is very possible here, especially with that 1-2 Juno, especially with all this damage, especially with the current energy economy being pretty high for both teams. Osprey probably going to flip here and grabs the barrier, and now it's going to be really hard to get this back. And in the meantime, Osprey is going to be building that energy up. SMG is going to be getting that flip up soon. Gumi does have the flip. Grimella is almost going to contribute with 3Z to grab that second barrier, but it's not going to happen. They are going to get it out, but everyone's on defense. The transition is finally happening. We're going to be able to see EU on offense, but it's only Village. It's a big map. The core can be anywhere at any time. The stagger on Zoe. This pass from Grimella going to be intercepted by Atsuro, but 3Z Breezy has the secondary, but great interception. That Super Surge beat a big deal, but that's Deadeye coming in huge to find that barrier. But 3Z saves the barrier kind of inadvertently, but wins the strike where to take that. Is really fast right now. Has the flip. Is going to be able to flip into corner. Should be able to find a shot, but instead the respawn coming in at the perfect time to save the day. But Grimella has everything, and 3Z has flip, and that's all they need to get 2-1, 1 point ahead.
No, that was so scary for so long, and then 3Z with the flip with the double pendulum swing. No, guys, come on, SMG, why did you die? All right, it's fine. We have 1-2 punch Juno. We can lock in. That is going to be the Luna ultimate going down onto Gumi. Not going to find him just yet, and no,
both
that
barriers.
is both barriers, but it's okay. We've been here before. We're going to take both barriers right back. Gumi with a great strike is going to defend that one off of the red coring Juno Slime. Atsuro does have flip. Lots of defensive options here. Zoe's going to win the strike over against 3Z. This could be a big breakaway. Getting involved. The primary coming out from Zentaro, not going to find anything just yet. The Slime's getting involved in the play. SMG trying to find something here. Something to get to Zoe. Something to get Atsu an opportunity to fly in. Atsu's going to fly in. And, oh my goodness. That was incredibly scary, but Atsu is going to eject button back this time. Is going to make it there. Zoe has the flip. We need to score, get that barrier. We do off of the Zentaro passive and off to a fly again. Zoe involved. Going to try to go for the strike where I can't anymore, Fudgy, please.
It's Gumi has flip. 3Z is getting that energy up, but so is SMG. Again, these flips have been so impactful this game, and Gumi's going to use it on nothing, not trusting Grimella to get that. It looked like a 1v1. SMG staggered. It's not enough, but there's the ult. SMG surviving. Atsuro, despite the fast core speeds, is able to react, but there's the open shot. SMG just positioned a little bit too far up, too scared, and Grimella is going to shoot that in and take it. NA is greater than EU.
I don't know if you could hear it. There's a USA chant going on out there. And this is, oh my. Well played for Vide. You know, gotta give you your flowers. You beat us on ping, whatever. It's fine. But well played. And it was an excellent game to watch, though. I mean, both teams, I loved that NA was still sticking to, their more traditional kind of play style on Oni, the typical confirms, the setups. But it was still so magical to watch EU try to get them with this, Pandora's box comp.
It was a close game. It was a really close game.
I loved it, yeah.
And I'm looking forward to the rematch on LAN.
Please, yes.
Rematch on LAN.
Yeah, next LAN, you guys better get out here. I swear. I'll pay for like 5% of your flight if you need it. That's, yeah.
I got $5. $5.
$5, yeah.
If we all chip in $5,
Right?
if
Like,
everyone
we can
in
crowdsource.
chat,
Yeah, come on.
yeah.
Come on, start the EU fund, please. Get them out here. We need them here. I know Sloth's trying to get out here. You can get that guy out here. Come on.
That'd be sick.
Right?
Sick.
That'd be awesome. Could you imagine? Sloth and NA. But I mean, look at these stats. I mean, what can we really say about that? There's some KOs on Oni Village. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there were 7.
Doubles.
But the damage comp having less KOs just kind of.
It's okay. We can move on from KOs.
Yeah, let's move on. Yeah, the redirects kind of even more evenly split, which kind of means whatever. But hey, congrats to NA. Congrats
NA. You earned it. You did.
Jamel and Threezy, who still have games to be played today, so keep your eye out for that. But
all right.
That'll be coming up in the future. But for now, that'll be it from us. Thanks for watching the show match, and stay tuned for the rest of the LAN.
Bye.
one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to For the Crown. I'm AJ Cannon, joined here by Fresh, who is always looking fresh. We have a game here. We have the Sundubu Strikers versus the Bozo Bunch. What do you think about this match?
I'm really excited to see it. Shapeshifting is going to be like a new pickup for this team. They've obviously played together a lot before, but like to see them actually at a LAN playing together, it's really exciting. Shapeshifting previously of Lob City with Mystic and Leo Leon. So I'm really excited to see where they go with this. And then you got Bozo Bunch, obviously. My mortal enemies, they knocked me into losers, but it's all good. They played very well, so I couldn't be upset about that at all. How do you feel about this, AJ?
Pretty fun. Looking like it's going to be a good match. Of course, now that we are in the winners finals, it's all best of threes here. So got some good maps here. Going to be Oni Village first, then CTC. Looking like Taiko Temple game 3 angle. Should be a whole lot of fun on that one. Got to get to the Oni Village first. It's going to be a very core control heavy map. But what do you think about the different maps here?
I really wanted to see Dubu kind of take Oni. Like they've been thriving on this map so well. Grimella I've seen playing Estelle pretty much every single game that I've seen him on. Which is every game that he's been playing, of course. But I've always kind of feel like Dubu really excels in like those open maps. 3Z and Grimella play so well together on those open maps. And then you got Bozo Bunch, who I feel like really like those closed off maps. They can play well on the open maps, but on Night Market, like, you will never see them playing Night Market for the most part because just how well they do on that map. And yeah, Dubu banned Night Market to start with. So
immediately followed by the Octavia instant ban on the cast to last start Oni Village, so that's gonna be pretty standard there. Now and then Estelle, no Rasmus pickup there, so Estelle Asher maybe picking up the goalie first, dropping the Rasmus to later priority. Is there a Rasmus pick here on the players? Do you know?
For Bozo, absolutely. Dropbella is very well known for his Rasmus. He might downplay it quite a bit, but every time he plays it incredibly well. So I'm pretty hopeful. Oh, never mind, he's playing Juliet. All right, the Kai is probably going to be playing midfield, and then I can see the Now on the goalie.
Now would be a definitely. I was also excited for the Estelle, like you were talking about, but doesn't seem like we're going to get to see it this time, unfortunately. Well, we're going to see it on. Dude, never mind, I'm dumb. Scratch that. Happens. For whatever reason, I thought it was the band, but it's the blue hair on Octavia, blue hair on Estelle. But happens. But we do have that Kai, that Julie. Julie, not usually as good, but it's, you see the 1-2 punch, you kind of got to take it. It's really good, and especially on those speed gates, you always got to be careful of the punch, because, you have someone running through, they're thinking, oh, I'm safe, it's Oni Village. It's not a kill map, I would never die, and then boom, dash punch. But you also have that Atlas, though, to back it up. I think that's a pretty good final pick there, just in case something happens. Bit of assurance. Any last thoughts about the draft here?
Not necessarily. I feel like the way that Bozo plays with the Juliet on this map in particular is they like to kind of force it onto a lane where Droploader can threaten the goalie if the goalie wants to walk forward and hit the core. Really be going for a lot for those dash punches, just because if you're going to play on that lane, you're really outside of the gate. It surprised a lot of goalies with that, and I'm not sure if Shape's going to be ready for it. I've played against this man, though. He is on point with all of his Atlas ultimates, so I'm excited to see that as well.
Yeah, seeing those clutch Atlas ultimates, you think they're dead, and then like last second, at the very frame they're about to die, they come back. Always super hype there. But going into the draft, we will be seeing, it's that Now goalie like you were talking about. Personally, I thought it was going to be the Kai, because I've seen a lot of Kai goalie. We just saw it in the show match. But you, of course, have the game knowledge there, fresh with that. But now Kai, Julie, definitely a force to be reckoned with there. A lot of core control potential, and if you're saying that Drop's really good with that, then going to be a treat to see that one on the other side. We got the Atlas. We can't quite see if that's the goalie, but it's almost guaranteed. There it is, shape-shifting on the Atlas there. 3Z Asher in the front. No Rasmus, but that Asher is going to be definitely a lot of, not damage, but control there. Damage for the goalie. Making sure that never goes through, but that Rose Warp to kick things off up the start here. The Rose Warp pass over 3Z Breezy gets it through the Asher protection, though. Not getting it through. On the back end of that, they lose control of the core, and then first barrier goes over to the Bozo Bunch. 3Z Breezy intercepting the pass there. Strike shot, though, getting it as well. Now on that strike shot, able to have so much forward pressure there. The arrows as well will be coming out extra far off of that. Goes to the bottom, loses first barrier. One barrier to one barrier, same side as well, but an interesting situation. Can be kind of funny seeing them keep on one side of the map. Asher Protection gets it forward. Strike shot, finally getting it through, and that is Sundubu Strikers opening the goal for the first time, even though they lost that first barrier. Going to go over, though. Shapeshifting picks up Grimella in the corner there, passing it up, but it goes to Obscure Breads, who just passes it around a little bit more.
I could really see that Obscure Breads really likes playing with Brett a lot, Brett being I, of course. They played together not as long as the other two have, Grimella and 3Z Breezy. But that trust is just in there, and I really like that a lot. Something that I'm really interested in is that Breezy Breezy, instead of picking the Rasmus, which is definitely open because Kazan was banned, is picking Asher, and I feel like the reason for that is now is very good at swatting the core away. Ooh, nice score by Grimella.
Yeah, great piercing shot, lines up with Gret as well. Not quite the caster curse on it, but definitely cool to see that first goal going in a pretty, not quite standard fashion, but it is the Estelle Classic. You set that up really nicely, and it is just a tried and true method to get it done. Piercing shot there, not going to connect the core. Connects up with Gret, but he's going to instantly be healed, get the barrier as well. And now we have the opposite barrier, which I think is a lot more standard on any village. Dash punch, though, failing on 3Z Breezy, not going to be killed just yet there. And the barrier beam as well, dodged out of the way by Gret. Pass over from Grimella by shapeshifting. They're trying to get to 3Z Breezy. Crystal Thorns gets it forward, but the strike shot just keeping it in this corner as well. Really good play there by Breads, who's just trying to keep it there. Great arrow as well. Red cores it all the way across the map. 3Z Breezy holding onto this core flip. Grimella as well. They might have to use it there. Oh, Gret surviving there, just barely healed as well by now. That is going to be 3Z Breezy. First blood over to the Bozo Bunch. 3Z Breezy maybe still a little bit warming up from that, or recovering from the show match. But will be that first victim here of the Julie dash punch. Setting up, though, can't quite get the barrier, and we return to the sort of cycling that we saw earlier on the map.
Droplette and getting that kill was absolutely necessary. 3Z was positioned with the flip. He was able to take the barrier if the core got to him, but Droplette making sure that Breads wouldn't have to suffer the flip. It's really nice core rotation by the three of them, Shapeshifting, Grimella, and 3Z Breezy moving it around. But let's kind of see where this is going from here. I'm curious what Breads took. I can look over here. Strike shot. Okay, strike shot really good, keeping the core away. I know he really likes to favor the momentum speed boots, but strike shot's really good pickup on now as well. It's such a flexible character. He really makes it look really good.
Yeah, I mean, especially on Oni Village having that extra forward pressure, but core flip forced out of shapeshifting there actually means that there's a lot of advantage here with two flips on the side of the Bozo Bunch. They're not quite able to get it through, but oh, unfortunate angle there. Shapeshifting doesn't get the defense. Barrier goes down, goal is open, Cosmic Expanse comes out, does get the save. Their barrage goes through, defended really nicely by Grimella on the bottom there, passing up to 3Z, or to Shapeshifting, then to 3Z. Breads with the secondary getting it forward, Astral Projection goes wide, into the arrow, but right back over to Shapeshifting there. Arrow hits 3Z. A little bit of damage, but not too much just yet. Crystal. Ooh, and that is the dash punch onto 3Z there. Really nice pickup by Dropletto, who is just killing it. And by it, I mean 3Z on this map. Strike shot down to the corner, and that's going to be going over to Gret, who puts it through. Flurry from Dropletto, making sure that there's just not a chance for Shapeshifting to even get down there. Had the core flip too. So Bozo Bunch now on the board as well. And not quite in shambles, but Sundubu did not look very strong in that point.
They can definitely bring it back. Shapeshifting make a little tiny mistake, probably trying to go for a specific angle, but wasn't able to get it. I really like the way that Gret plays around the strike shot. Knowing that Shapeshifting had strike shot up, Gret shot it forward, walked down in preparation for it, and the strike shot sent the core right back to Gret. The bad team has always been incredibly good at capitalizing on strike shots, especially if they weren't placed very well. But with Sundubu having all the core control right here, it looks like Bozo's on the back foot. And unfortunately, kind of fed out.
Yeah, it can be very difficult to get through that Asher or even around her when you have Grimella on that Estelle, who's been kind of on that all day, but we go for another rotation here. Not quite enough. So many times we see the teams getting it across the map, but they used all their ability to do it, so they ran out of steam. So you see things like an Astral Projection moving it forward, and there's nothing left to rebound it. 3Z Breezy up on the top with the core flip there. Piercing shot, Rose Warp, all used. Barrier Beam 2. Core flip kill from 3Z Breezy there. Goes down past Grimella, intercepted by Dropletto, though. Astral Projection not going to connect there. Dropletto not going to use the core flip just yet, is going to hold on to that as much as possible. Arrow from now, dash as well, buying so much time. Kai is now back on the field there. Gret is able to now try and counter this Astral Projection and the Cosmic Expanse. Going to be able to save the goal there is Obscure Breads through so many abilities. Dropletto going for a bit of a cheeky dribble back pass into the now arrow there, but in the end it's going to go to 3Z, and 3Z puts it in. 2-1 lead here for the Sundubu Strikers. And again, very back and forth here, going for a lot of cycles. It's kind of the theme of Oni Village, but it is always great to see.
Oh yeah, Dropletto definitely didn't want to hit the core forward, knowing the Shapeshifting had all of his cooldowns up. Was trying to, bait out the Astral Projection, trying to bait out the Cosmic Expanse. Send it back to the arrow, which I really liked a lot, but I don't think he expected the angle to be that. But we're in the next point now. It looks like they're trying to feed the core forward. The barriers are being on the same side means that I feel like it's going to be very beneficial for Bozo here, because Brett is playing Kai. Kai's very good at kind of hitting the core forward, whereas Estelle is kind of really good at catching the core when you're trying to feed it out. So definitely look at the barriers, where the barriers are placed, because that definitely dictates how Onis is going to be played.
Yeah, that is a very good point there. It can be a very different map depending on where those are. We see right now this corner pressure from Gret and even the pass splitter kind of used in a really weird direction there just to keep it forward. Breads and 3Z kind of switching. That is a barrier going down. Good shove through by the Bozo Bunch against Shapeshifting. A little bit of a strike war here in the bottom. 3Z Breezy getting it right through Gret, using the barrier beam as well, but there's just nothing left to get it through past up to Dropletto and around. Gigablast goes and hits it, but the Astral Projection counters it as well. And oh, the Cosmic Expanse! Not quite enough. A little bit delayed on that one, so it went up into the corner and around, and a little bit unfortunate. They've got the sad boys emotes there. It is a little bit sad, but also just the classic good humor here of these players, just using that whenever something goes a little bit wrong, just to say, happens to the best of us.
Oh, absolutely. Every single person makes a mistake. Even at the top level, you're going to see a lot of mistakes coming out. It's all about capitalizing on those mistakes. So the barriers fell incredibly fast for Sundubu Strikers. Bozo taking the set pretty handedly. That was pretty exciting.
Yeah, that last goal was amazing by Dropletto. I mean, using the flurry of blows there, I forget the exact name of it, but that Juliet special is really good at securing it when it's that open goal and you have it right in front. Just catch the core, send it through, stun up the goalie. Kind of does everything you need it to. But Kai, rewarded with Twin Drive there, denies the Atlas out, and also is just really good on him. But that does mean that Asher does get size. We might even see the Among Titans pick up here. Denied by now, but that means that we might see the aerials on the Estelle, depending on how they all work out. There it is, aerials to Estelle, missile prop to Atlas. A lot of forward pressure.
Yeah, but this being the first spark of the game in the first draft means that the potential exists for Dropletto to kind of spiral out of control with all of the awakenings that he gets. I definitely agree with Gret taking the Twin Drive over the aerials. Aerials probably is better for Kai in the long run, but if Atlas is able to get Twin Drive, then it's going to be a lot harder to score on him in the end.
Yeah. One of those sort of draft picks where, like, if you're just going for what's best for you, you can kind of lose the draft, even though it feels a little bit weird. But Barry's going down. We're back to this diagonal barrier situation here. Goes rebounding Red Core all the way around the field there. But the Rose Warp not quite enough, even with the aerials extra distance on the surprise effect with that, but not quite enough. We have some very good defenders here. Corflip forced out of shapeshifting, gets it all the way around, goes for a cycle, but doesn't really do too much just yet. There's a lot of passing play here. They're trying to get the setup with enough abilities to get through the goalie. That's kind of the name of the game here. You can't do anything halfway. You have to get it there and have abilities, which is very difficult to do with good midfielders like this. 3Z Breezy almost getting it, but there it is. The Rose Warp from Grimella dies for it, though. Power play opportunity here for Bozo Bunch to get back in this.
Hey, the Iroll 33 is coming out from 3Z Breezy. He's going to play goalie alongside shapeshifting, and it's going to be really hard to get through an Asher and an Atlas, especially with one of them having flip. Even though the flip is on both of the Bozo members, Dropletto has to really fall back so he doesn't die here, as all of Sundubu are trying to kill him. Oh, what a cheeky shot! Luckily blocked away by shapeshifting, who is looking very young right now.
Yeah, it's very good reflexes there and a good save on it. The piercing shot as well from Grimella, almost securing the goal, but just the core speed was so out of this world that just was not expecting to go that fast, it seemed. Cosmic Expanse forced out there, and of course with no twin drive with that denied, it's going to be really nice to not have to go through that for the next few seconds if they get it across. But with so much, the core flip countered by Breads is there. The counter flip really nicely timed there. Always a bit of a risk to go for that, especially when there's not super high stakes at the beginning of the set. Sometimes you want to just say, it goes in, I have the energy for the next set. But Rose Warp from Grimella sends it through. Strike from Gret was a little bit too late on that one, unfortunately, and Sundubu Strikers taking the lead once again.
Yeah, with the Asher pick being at the top, it makes it really hard for Obscure Breads to kind of feed it out the top, so he needs to cross clear, and that's where Estelle shines. She can blink forward, she can use any of her abilities to kind of hit it in. Something else that I kind of noticed, everyone on Sundubu has 1-2 punch, and what you'll see a lot of the time is Grimella and Shapeshifting playing off each other, like passing back and forth. Grimella's just going to start red coring every time they do that, especially in overtime. It's going to make it incredibly hard for Breads to kind of hold, because he's not playing a character where you can just press a button and suddenly have everything covered. He has to put down his primaries, his secondaries. Oh, an excellent shot by Grimella to put it through both of them. Didn't even try passing 3Z, knowing that Gret had the barrage up.
Yeah, really good game sense there, knowing what abilities they have up. Also, that save from Shapeshifting to even make that happen so that Asher can give that pressure Can be so easy to miss that in the heat of the moment. It's like, oh, it's just a resurrection, you know, it happens, you know, somebody died, somebody almost died, but that is what sort of sets up these plays. Those are the things that need to happen. You need your opponents to waste their abilities on a kill that doesn't happen. But 2 barriers going down, Bozo Bunch, you know, taking that a little personally there, trying to get back in this dash punch down, no core flip to secure it just yet, and that is almost going to be death. Rose Warp, though, good find in the corner by Dropletto, not dying, heals up a ton with the now secondary and ultimate both. Piercing Shot comes out, Barrage does as well, Ash Protection, Barrier Beam, all forced out, very few abilities here left for the Sundubu Strikers, and that is going to go through. The Cosmic Stance wasn't perfect, and Dropletto finds the angle around the top, putting Bozo Bunch on the board for the set.
I'm curious if Shapeshifting's strike was down there. I didn't really see him strike there. But he, as you said, he probably expected the Cosmic Stance to catch it. Starting off here, Gramel's going to use Ivory ability to try and feed it for Gret, who's able to kind of block it away. They're really trying to get any barrier with any ability that they can right now. I'm curious if they're trying to like set up specific siding for Onis. So for example, they're trying to make it so the barriers are opposite sides or on the same side, just because I feel like it works out a lot better for Sundubu if they're opposite, and then for Bozo if it's on the same side.
Is that feeding into that closed map versus open map sort of thing you were talking about earlier? Never mind, that's a core flip from 3Z. Apologies, I asked the question, but then it all picks up immediately, and then it kind of goes back into the corner here. Almost dying is 3Z, but he's going to get healed up. Barrier, though, does get taken down. Dropletto, nice tech on that punch into strike, I believe it was. Grimella trying to pass around Gret to go to 3Z, but it's so difficult to go through there. Barrier Beam looking, but not finding. Cosmic Expanse sending it forward as well. Dropletto up at the top. Crystal Thorn's going to miss. The barrage soaked up by Grimella, so it doesn't get much impact. Grimella interrupting these passes at every single chance, but so far not too much. The pass splitter counters the now arrow really nicely. 3Z's in front of the goal, but there's not too much just there. The piercing shot goes a little bit wide. Strike shot from Shapeshifting is going to be able to save that. Pass up into the punch from Dropletto, and Shapeshifting expected to go up, but it went right through. The classic bell curve thing, shoot it straight at goalie.
Hey, once you get to a certain point, you never expect it to come right at you. You feel like that kind of goes away once you hit a certain rank. But sometimes shooting it right at the goalie is the exact thing that you need to do. Dropletto preserving that flip is going to be crucial for this point. Even though he's dying really quick, he might be able to take both barriers really quick with that flip if he's able to get into a good position for it.
Yeah, but he has to keep that flip alive. If you can kill and force that flip out just defensively, that's amazing to do. 3Z trying to do a little bit with that. The Rose Warp as well hitting Dropletto, but the Ash Protection goes a little bit wide, so he might start regenerating soon. But Barrier goes down amidst all of this. Rebound caught by Grimella, goes up to Shapeshifting over to 3Z, interrupted by a strike shot and a punch, and a little bit of a dribble there from Dropletto. Really nicely done. Gets it forward, keeps it forward. Piercing shot keeps it up to Shapeshifting as well. No intercept opportunity there. Dropletto has once again been stopped on that regen timer, but is going to now start once again, almost full HP. The opportunity to take the flip away is kind of passed, and the core flip is going to go for another cycle around up to Shapeshifting back and forth, and now back into the corner.
Yeah, the corner offense is definitely where Bozo's going to be shining here. Dropletto still has that flip, not able to use it, and that's a very good thing. He's very patient with it. Shooting it, like flipping early, shooting it, didn't work the last 2 times, so he's going to try and get in a position where it's definitely secured. And it doesn't even matter because Gret's able to find the exact angle he needs. Oh, that almost went in. Ooh, and an excellent kill by Gret on Grimella. It's going to be a lot harder to get through both of these two. But again, it's Iron Wall 33 and Shapeshifting. Even if Shape has a flip down,
but that is going to be a kill on Dallas, and that is going to be the goal scored. Nice find by the Bozo Bunch, who now takes a 2-0 set lead. Both of them have been 5 points, but in the end, it's a 2-0 set for Bozo Bunch, just eking it out in the last second there. But that was an amazing setup from the Bozo Bunch, saving those flips for kills, because they're expecting, oh, it's Oni Village, they're going to use those core flips for, you know, core control. It's what you do, but they say, no, we'll just kill them.
I feel like with this draft, it's looking really, really good for Bozo Bunch. With the 3 sparks, it's going to be really hard to deny a drop, and he does not care what he gets. So he will take, actually, all 3 of these that were denied away. The extra special is still very good for Juliet. And that kind of leaves nothing for Asher. Siege Machine is very good for goalie Asher, so when 3Z comes back to help play defense with Shapeshifting, that's going to be very good. But otherwise, you're not really getting much value with the Siege Machine, because your barrier breaks instantly if you're playing it in forward position.
Yeah, that can be very difficult to contend with there. You can try to use it a little bit, but if it breaks instantly, then, I mean, there's not too much you can do. And, of course, these players know that, so they'll just go right through it. They're not going to be too scared away by a sort of very weak Ash barrier. But there you go, Dropletto taking that barrier on the other side. Just strike warning the goalie. Great Cosmic Expanse, so stops the dash punch and the strike. 3Z Breezy as well to try and keep it away. The Rose Warp countered, unfortunately. Grimella going on the other side of Gret, who just was able to be slightly faster to that interaction. Barrage goes through, did a lot of damage to Grimella, who's now very low on HP. Potential kill angle, but not picked up just yet. The The intervention comes out of Atlas, who isn't quite able to... Ooh, I was going to say, not save Grimella if that is a kill with it being on cooldown, but not actually going to do anything just yet. Goes for another cycle around. The Astral Projection gets it forward, and finally, 3Z Breezy with that pass splitter is able to do something. Goes to Grimella, but the pass is intercepted time and time again.
I remember earlier how I said the Siege Machine's not really going to do much for the forward position. That ultimate stayed out just long enough for 3Z to be able to do something with it. So I actually think the Siege Machine might have been a good pickup. So, hey, you know, I was lying about that. I also feel like with all three of these flips being up, even Caster Curse. I was going to say 1-2 punch flip, that core is going to go incredibly fast. It's going to be really hard to defend, even if Shapeshifting has every ability up.
Yeah, and I mean, when it's that open net and they're from downtown, you have some room to react, but not that much, especially with how fast it goes with that 1-2 punch like you're talking about. Giga Blast here just hits Grimella, does a little bit of damage. Core flip there, forced out of Gret, who almost immediately died off a rip, but healed back up to full by now. Of course, one of the center points of that character. I mean, you have the movement speed as well as support, but just a very strong supportive character to keep this happening. Great defense, but the arrow from Breads. Shapeshifting just didn't see it. Had the amazing defense and the core flip to get it out and against so much aggression, but sometimes it's the little things. That is going to be a kill flip, though, from 3Z Breezy, finally taking vengeance on Dropletto, and it's going to go for a bit more of a cycle here around past to Grimella. Gets over to Breads. Piercing shot almost steals it away, but not quite. 3Z Breezy also not catching the core there. Astral Projection countered by a core flip down to Gret, down in the corner here with the barrage, but the Cosmic Expanse is going to save it.
Hey, earlier when they were taking the barrier of Sundubu Strikers, that passing play as they walked forward, absolutely immaculate. And then even the Breads was kind of playing in the net. He was able to set up some offense of himself. It's kind of where he shines with now. And of course, as I'm talking, Dropletto puts it in again. He seems to be very good at putting it in right when I'm talking about.
It happens. Sometimes you just gotta think on your feet and abandon what you're saying, because these players are insane and things change so fast, even on Oni Village, which is usually a very standard map, very kind of slow and methodical, but every now and then you just have this explosive action. One barrier gets taken on each side here, back to that sort of side play. A lot of damage, sort of Dropletto trying to kill Grimella while he's getting killed by 3Z, all in a line, trying to see what happens there. But piercing shot not able to get this core through Gret, who has really been just king on this midfield so many times, winning so many interactions. Now arrow consumed by 3Z, dash punch not going to get 3Z off the edge, but there we go. In the end, it's actually the pass splitter taking Gret off the field as soon as they start talking well about him, of course. Shapeshifting going to send it forward, has the Cosmic Expanse to counter the dash punch as well. Not going to use that core flip, but just going to step forward on that Atlas, and you can do a lot with forward Atlas on that. Just his abilities are so good up in that front, just stopping anything from happening. The core flip forced out by a great Giga Blast from Gret, but they cannot get this barrier. It is just so close, but yet so far when you just don't have any abilities left.
Hey, even though every ability kind of is being used to try to like kill both players, I feel like with the passing plays with Dropletto and Gret, they're able to just kind of feed the core forward even without using any abilities. You know, Strike is the most powerful ability in this game, I feel like, and they're utilizing it very well. But with the Bears kind of being on the same side, again, Grimella is playing a character where he can kind of excel at trying to catch it out, but it's never going to be as efficient as if they're playing on opposite sides. At least that's kind of how I feel in the situation.
Yeah, great defense, though, in that tough situation like you're talking about, but 3Z Breezy with that core flip, saving core last second, but just Bread's core flip as well, so good, defending so many times that very tough corner angle on Oni Village. They're trying to get another step here. They have two core flips on the Bozo bunch. One is used, defended by Shapeshifting. Not quite a combo there. Dropletto gets countered by an Astral Projection. Really nice setup there, just stopping anything from happening before it even begins. Barrier Beam comes out. A lot of damage on Dropletto here, but does have that core flip to evade if something happens, and also do fair bit of damage back. Finally, though, with the red cores in overtime with that 1-2 punch you're talking about earlier, finally getting that barrier. The Cosmic Expanse comes out as well. Red coring over Grimella, trying to get it interrupted by the Giga Blast. The core flip comes out to get the barrier. The arrow goes in the corner. Core flip from Grimella and the Rose Warp as well, but it goes to Gret in the end. Shapeshifting, trying to get it forward with the Aspiration, but the barrage is going to go through, and that is game one over the Sundubu Strikers, taking the lead in this best of three.
I was kind of nervous about the now pick on Oni. I play it every now and again in solo queue. Obviously, it's not going to be the same as competitive, but sometimes it gets really hard to kind of defend whenever two people pinch. But Gret is always there to help Breads, and Breads is a monster on now. Made it look like, honestly, like one of the best picks. I'm gonna have to take it up more often. Same thing with I was saying earlier. Grimella kind of playing Estelle, trying to feed it through the now. I thought it would be a lot easier because now doesn't really have anything where you just kind of press a button and something happens. But I think that Breads is so used to this character that he can kind of foresee these events happening and either preemptively throw out a primary or whatever. Masterclass defense from Breads, and obviously Dropletto and Gret playing off each other so well. Very impressive.
Yeah, and At the end of it, though, person with the most redirects is going to be Gret, of course, well known for that very redirect-heavy midfield. The first time I ever saw him play, it was something like an Octavia with 350 redirects. So he is very strong in that midfield and able to just help out so much with Obscure Breads. But the thing as well with like reading, Estelle is a very read-heavy character. It's just going to say that, the proper way to say that if there is one. But you read your opponents, and that's how you play Estelle. Other characters like Asher, you shove through your opponents. It doesn't really matter what they do. You're trying to set up and execute what you do, and that's how you win. But Estelle, you catch your opponent's mistakes, their clears, their passes. You are looking for the opportunity that they provide. And it looked like Obscure Breads was just on top of every single thought pattern that this Estelle was thinking. It's like, oh, if Breads goes for the cross clear, I as Estelle want to use the piercing shot. Breads is like, okay, I'll do the cross clear with an arrow, or I'll just trust that Gret can carry this. I'll go for it anyways. And time again, just had that game sense. Just was inside of Grimella's head. It seemed.
Hey, I mean, they played together for a very long time, so it's very possible that Breads and Grimella are still kind of soul reading each other. Breads has Grimella written down on the book, even though Grimella has that little white placard where he's writing down all his little plans, something that he brought. I absolutely loved it. Grimella's so good at planning things. Breads played with Grimella for so long, so I'm sure that he can kind of figure out the things that Grimella wants to do in order to try and take the barriers.
Yeah, and that is a really good point. These players know each other very well, which is what leads to some of these really good games where they're just reading each other. They have the read on each other. It's not just randomly throwing it out and hoping that something happens. These are good players that know each other, so the mind games take it to another level. But once again, we see that Octavia ban. It is the Ad Rush and Among Titans start, which is pretty fun to see, especially on a map like Clarion Test Chamber, which of course can be very speed or KO heavy depending on the map variant you get. But I'll let you talk a little bit more about that.
Dubu is actually taking away from the Bozo Bunch. I feel like Bozo Bunch have this character now just kind of down. They know exactly what they need to do with the character. Put him in goalie, put her in goalie, put her in midfield. It doesn't really matter. Something I'm really curious about is if any team's going to opt to take Adrenaline Rush. I don't think it's ever going to be the pick. The speed that Among Titans kind of offers to any player makes it a lot harder to kill them. So if you take Adrenaline Rush, not only are you slower than your opponents, but it's also harder to kill them because they're running so much faster. But even still, you have probably 3Z Breezy playing the Zentaro. So very good core control character. It doesn't only matter about deaths.
Yeah, and I mean, especially if you're running that Now Atlas, it basically says Bozo can never take the Adrenaline Rush, because the odds, it's possible, but the odds of you actually killing through Now Atlas, especially when they're so fast, is going to be next to nothing. I might be proven wrong. Maybe I just Caster Curse the entire game. We're just going to see like a 40 KO game or something. But seeing that Dubu, Asher, Estelle come out, I think they've kind of also settled into a more core control heavy comp. Of course, you always got to be careful of the Quengle. You can never really count out Estelle, especially with a couple of buffs that you got to Brawler a while back. But definitely going to be interesting to see, but a lot more core control heavy it does seem.
Yeah, Bozo taking up the Dubu. I'm really interested about that. I know Breads plays Dubu. I know he likes Dubu. Did I get it right? Dubu? Oh, okay. I saw Grimella on the Dubu, and I was like, hold on a second, I get it wrong? I know Breads likes the Dubu, but I haven't seen him play a defense goalie in a long time. I know I've talked to him many a time about defense goalies. He just thinks they're boring. He doesn't care all about meta. He wants to do the thing that's the most fun, and if you're going to do the thing that's the most fun, obviously you're going to really excel. And you know what? There you go. He's not even going to be playing the Dubu. I was really surprised about that, but yeah, now it makes sense.
I was about to say, I've always been yapping about off-meta picks as a joke, but I was going to say, what if Breads plays the Estelle goalie? We've seen that a couple of times here, and it's just like Dubu, Asher forward, and that is exactly what happened. If only it was the Zentaro goalie on the other side, so we got the full off-meta pick, but sadly 3Z Breezy isn't a knower of the Zen goalie tech. Barrier Beam almost catching out this Now, though, who is midfield as opposed to goalie this time, of course, with the Atlas on the defense. A lot more traditional comp here from the Sundubu Strikers. And we're going to see how this goes, because sometimes the off-meta, especially if you've practiced it, you kind of have that edge, because what are the odds that the Sundubu Strikers practiced against Estelle goalie Dubu Asher forward?
Absolutely. Estelle goalie is very good at keeping it forward, and then you have Asher and Dubu who are very good at, taking advantage of that, keeping it forward as well once they get the core. So I'm wondering if that's kind of their game plan is, hey, we're going to use the Estelle goalie, we're going to get it forward, and then from that point forward, they won't be able to feed it out because, you're playing against Asher, you're playing against Dubu. You got the Dubu wall, you got the Asher primary, so it'll be a lot harder. But with all that being said, Sundubu Striker is able to take down the barrier and take the net, or take the goal as well. Caster Curse right there.
Yeah, really well played there. 3Z finding the angle, going for that in between. Obscure Breads just maybe one strike away from having the core flip to maybe save that if it goes by. But just that window of opportunity, and that's the kind of thing that these players excel at, that they have to excel at to really be good at this level, because if you let something like that go, your opponents won't, and you will be the one losing the goal before too long. Barry goes down, shapeshifting, a little bit too far out of position. Did even have the extra speed from the Among Titans as well. We can see everyone taking that one up, but just still not fast enough. Dropletto, though, very low on HP. And, you know, there's no Now or Atlas because that was stolen by the other team, and that's going to be the Oni's Blade getting the kill, greeting that core flip. But on the other side, shapeshifting kind of whiffing the core flip there a little bit. But, you know, one core flip for one core flip, not too bad, even if it's not exactly a trade. 3Z Breezy trying to set it up in the corner here with shapeshifting's help. Finally gets it through with the primary as well. Crystal Thorns, though, Obscure Breads being the forward as well. It's basically a triple forward comp here from the side of the Bozo Bunch. And Ash Production goes a little bit wide, doesn't find the angle. Core flip countered really nicely by a strike from 3Z Breezy there. Now winning the strike war, has the core flip as well going forward, but 3Z Breezy's on the bottom side. Rosewarp comes out, gets it over to shapeshifting. Strike shot, Ash Projection, of course, a classic combo there as well. 3Z Breezy along with the core flip trying to get in there, use the dash, but misses, doesn't quite catch the core there. Red core out of the Dubu particle accelerator there, but the Astral Projection goes forward. Log comes out. Cosmic Expanse does actually trigger there, does catch, but doesn't do too much after that. Dropletto very low on HP. They're trying to get the kill here, but they can't get it, and that's going to be the Astral Projection going wide. Dropletto finding the angle down to the bottom.
Yeah, Super Strikers are doing very well at keeping the core away from shapeshifting, making it so that Dropletto and Gret can't play off each other. Because I think once you get into that melee position where Dubu and Asher can kind of play on top of the Atlas, it's going to be over. Especially at this point where now they all have their ultimates. I feel like the ultimates of Sundubu aren't going to be nearly as impactful as the Bozo Bunch ultimates. You know, you have 2 heals, one being a teleport, versus 2 literal walls and then the Crystal Thorns. So it makes a lot of sense as to why the first point went the way it did, and now we're going to kind of see like all the abilities activated, where things are going to go from here.
Yeah, activated indeed. If you really make good use of those walls, then they are king. But of course, you can also misuse them. Oni's Blade, though, coming out, trying to get the kill on Dropletto. Somersault going a little bit wide on Eye. The arrow comes out as well, gonna just put a lot of pressure there, even if it doesn't get used. Log comes out as well to kind of counter it, but then the arrow immediately expires. Arrow goes down to the bottom corner. They are really shoving it into this corner, are the Sundubu Strikers, but they're not getting it through. Rosewarp actually does a ton of damage to 3Z Breezy off the back of it as well. Grimella having to play up, using the heal, but not getting 3Z, and that's a little unfortunate. There's a lot of healing off the table with that ability gone. Strike War, or Strike counters the flip there as well, and Sundubu Strikers not looking too strong. Cosmic Expanse as well. You can see the nerves getting to these players here. The Ash Protection trying to hit Dropletto, who finally ends up in the poison. Oni's Blade as well into the now secondary proximity mine. Really putting in the work there. Good setup there from the Sundubu Strikers. Has the power play, but can they do much with it? There are 2 core flips and potentially a Dubu wall sitting between them and the barrier. Both core flips used though, and the barrier still goes down. Unfortunate miscommunication there from the Bozo Bunch, and we have the potential here, but 3Z Breezy almost dying at the back of the play.
Hey, 3Z Breezy might be dying, but Gret is also kind of living on the edge right now. All it's really going to take is 3Z Breezy to walk forward and, you know, end up killing Gret, and that's exactly why 3Z being low is really important there. Grimella having a flip here against the Estelle. Estelle has so many abilities to kind of block it off. So trying to use it to score is going to be really hard, and I think that's exactly why they use it to kind of get the core forward and get into a position where they can pass off each other, play off each other just like that. Exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, it is one of those weird things where, of course, Core Flip is a very powerful ability, but it's also very predictable in a lot of ways because you're so used to using it as that power ability, so it's always powerful. People know how to counter it when it's powerful, but if you use it for that pass, you use it for tempo, it can really trip people up and they're not expecting it. As we were talking about the bell curve earlier, at a certain point, just using it as a passing tool becomes so much better than trying to shove it through those, the Estelle abilities that just counter it so well. Barry goes down there, 3Z fighting it with the help of the team, and that is so much help needed to get these, though. Only one has gone down. We're 20 seconds in, which is not, you know, immense, but it's kind of the pattern of this game where, you know, have maybe 1 or 2 berries going down, and then it cycles again and again. These teams not letting this go very quickly, very easily. They do want to take this the distance, and it seems like we will be going there. Another round through the bouncy castle here. 3Z Breezy holding on to this core flip, as we were talking about that earlier. You really want to use it well. You want to find the right way to use it. They're trying to get it through, but it goes through. The Dubu particle accelerator not doing too many favors. They're keeping it on the side of the field. Core flip forced out of the Estelle, so 1 less tool. Core flip from the Now straight at the Estelle, but not going to go through. This time, Obscure Breads had the read on that one. Dropletto passing up to Eye, who gets it down. They're passing it all around, and it is cleared out for now. Cosmic Expanse comes out, sends it forward, but not into the barrier, just barely. But it actually, on the rebound, goes to Dropletto, who gets a double, and that is just not good for Sundubu with a kill flip as well from Dropletto. And they have completely turned this point on the head from 1 barrier down to 2 barriers and a kill in about 3 seconds.
Hey, I said it wouldn't be a high kill game, but it looks like I'm being proven wrong by the Bozo bunch. I feel like the way that they play is very like core, keep it in the core and kind of like attrition your opponents down, do more damage to them while you just kind of like hold on to the core. And that's a good example of exactly what happened there. They just kind of held the core for long enough in order to get those kills, and they were able to take it.
Yeah, and if you have that patience, that's one of the hallmarks, especially of this Estelle. You really have to be patient. You can't be making moves too hastily. And that is a kill. Dropletto finding it onto 3Z there. Piercing shot as well means that there's going to be a very large Estelle to get through as well. And surprisingly quite good, one big, just because you can Rose Warp strike so much area in that. Core flip comes out, countered by Dropletto. Dropletto just has the read on the Sundubu strikers this time, but that time was read by shapeshifting. Not going to get it that easily through this Atlas, who has been defending so well all throughout the land.
Hey, with this map in particular, Clarion Corp, there's essentially 5 different maps, and I feel like 3 of the 5, Bozo Bunch are big fans of, you know, playing in those lanes. And given the characters that they're playing right now, Dubu, Asher, and Estelle, they're able to just kind of lock down a lane, force opponents to kind of play through it, and then they can get those kills, you know, the dash punches, the flips, anything that they need in order to put it in.
Yeah, and the goal as well to follow. And yet somehow through all of that, that's set 1. Felt like that was basically the entire game there, but there's plenty of room here for these teams to scale something like a Stinger going to now to let the KOs swap. So many different options here.
I'm curious if now is going to end up taking aerials here in order to kind of like try to build momentum, or even extra special to deny it away from the Dubu, which I think is a very good pick here. I'm not really sure what Freeze is going to take. Maybe he's going to take the aerials to try and deny it away from the Estelle, who's going to get a lot off of the extra range. Turns out he ended up going for the glass cannon, which I'm not really sure about that pick, but I'm sure that Gramello and everyone else kind of walked him through it and explained it pretty well. So
yeah, that can be a difficult one, especially, you know, if you're on 3s and you're kind of brawling a lot. The glass cannon might not get a ton of use, but you also don't want to see that Estelle getting a lot of power and speed, because that could be tragic, especially with the speed from among Titans. But that's a double barrier going down. Seems like the draft worked out fairly well here for the Sundubu strikers, but they're not going to get the gold just yet. They're going to pass back to shapeshifting. Pass splitter comes out. Astral projection as well, but it's not going to get it through the Asher just yet. Log actually ends up going backwards and helping out the Sundubu a little bit, putting the Dubu in their name, of course. And then 3Z Breezy trying to dribble off the bottom of the middle here as well. Crystal Thorn's actually going to secure the barrier from downtown. A lot of range on that Estelle, but just keeps in this corner. And of course, the longer it's there, the longer it is. That's going to be a kill as well. Obscure Brights finding it onto 3Z, and 3Z just needs to be able to stay alive, especially with the now in the Atlas. I was saying probably not going to happen, but somehow the Bozo Bunch are finding a kill time after time on this Zentaro, and the core almost going to the goal. Not quite. Dropletto has the core flip though, has the pass splitter, gonna send it all the way forward. Crystal Thorns as well helping out. Strike shot, piercing shot, core flip kill, not gonna connect onto 3Z, but the core flip at the top will go into the goal.
I'm really impressed. Kind of Bozo seems like they kind of play whatever they want and just make it work. They're playing Dubu forward, obviously. Most people can kind of consider it to be a brawler, and Gret's just playing in the midfield position, and it's making it look incredible. Like, I'm incredibly impressed with it. Obviously, Bread's being at the back more forward is helping a lot, and then Dropletto being able to convert every single time they get it forward. But, like, I'm just impressed that they kind of play whatever they want, whatever they think is fun, and it works out for them. As I said, you know, the strike is the most powerful ability in the game, and every character has kind of the same strike, with the exception of some passive. But, like, they are masters at utilizing that strike in the best, and kind of like using any ability any way they want.
Yeah, and it is also with Gret, it's one of those things with, like, you know, line led by Lambs or Lambs led by line. Would you rather have a midfielder led by a brawler or a brawler led by a midfielder? And it seems like, in this case, Gret, the brawler character led by the midfielder, is doing a pretty darn good job at it.
Yeah, I would definitely say so as well. You know, Dropletto and Gret kind of holding hands, moving the core forward as they go. I'm kind of foreseeing that Sundubu is going to bring this back. Every single kind of set in this game, with the exception of last set in Oni Village, has been a set or a 0.5 thing. So, like, I feel like they're kind of like playing, trying to figure each other out as they go. And, you know, Gramello's very good at kind of planning around that. Shapeshifting playing with them, even though he hasn't played with them as long as he could. I know he's also very adaptable. And then you got 3Z Breezy, who I played with before. He's always impressed me. So.
Yeah, a lot of impressive players in this lobby. You can say so many good things about so many of them. And so always nice to see them play. Great passive there from 3Z, takes the barrier, doesn't need the core flip that he just now got. So that'll be really nice to see going forward. But yet again, we were talking earlier about the core flips. We have 5 core flips on this field right now. 1 used by now, countered by Dropletto there. But Dropletto very low on health, so we might see another one being used just defensively, trying to get the kill there onto now, but is going to get sucked into the poison there and stop for a little while there. 3Z looking for this kill flip angle, but takes so much damage. Sent into the poison. and also hit by the barrier beam there. Fights back a little bit, but there's only so much you can do, especially when the healing on your team is down. There's the Atlas ultimate strike shot, shapeshifting, able to defend against that. It was almost surely going to go in if he didn't do anything there. And back to this one barrier to one barrier play that we've been seeing so often. The early aggression, getting that first barrier, not easy, but not very hard either. These players willing to sacrifice that to just maintain the position and the just standard of the game. But that's a kill flip. 3Z Breezy finding Dubu, actually just leaving the core up for now so he can pass forward a little bit. A bit of a nice play there from Brawlers if you like to see that. You know, just knowing, and that's going to be the kill and the goal as well. Good find by 3Z. But just the ability to play up a little bit, you know, trusting your midfielder to pick it up, I think is a really big part of these teams and just the way they play together.
Yeah, I know that 3Z is playing with Atlas and now, so it's a lot easier to live than you'd expect, but 3Z staying alive there and being able to use the flip to secure that kill, it was probably the thing that won them the round there. Even though he had the backing of his teammates' abilities, he constantly kept getting chunked down. You know, he went from full health to no health in about a second, which is kind of like what you would expect from the purple goop map, whatever you want to call it. 3Z taking both barriers back to back, the masterclass off of this, and exactly what I said, like the volatility of this right now, like 3Z being able to take barriers as quickly as he is, bringing it back to a 0.5 potentially here. You know, Sundubu Strikers are not out whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, every single one of these points has been close. The sets have been close. The only thing that isn't is the actual set numbers, which, you know, we see the Bozo Bunch taking the lead in. But Grimella able to lose a strike or to a log there, unfortunately, actually leads to a bit of a stall in the play, but no gold just yet. The proximity mine goes out. This orb in the center as well might be a very big boon for whoever gets it. And it's going to go to Dropletto, who is now a massive Asher on the side of the field with a very low Grimella and 3Z. And the Oni's blade sends it backwards into the goal. Only so much you can do about it against an Asher like that, but a little bit of an unfortunate play there. 3Z Breezy not finding the angle that he was looking for. And Bozo Bunch one set away from taking the victory and going to the grand finals.
That was a big Asher. It's a big Asher. Looking at this draft right here, I'm curious if Grant's going to take Castellass. Castellass is incredibly good on, well, the size actually makes a lot of sense. But Castellass being very good on Dubu, I was wondering if they were going to take that. A lot of really good pickups for both parties, though. Atlas having more abilities in order to try to keep the core away so that the Asher and the Dubu can't set up on top of them. The 1-2 punch on the Asher to secure those kills better. More power on Grimella in order to send the core forward. Draft makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense to me as well. I am personally terrified of that 1-2 punch Asher. Dropletto finding so many kills already, but with that, I mean, it's just going to enable so many more to happen. There's been a few that have been just barely short, but with that, it might just be the deciding factor. Pass Splitter goes wide, and that's going to mean that Shapeshifting can actually get the clear without losing even one barrier, but Pearson shot and so much damage here onto the forwards of Sundubu Strikers. Heal from now is used, but that is a special ability that's going to take a little while to come back online. Strike shot goes a little bit wide. Oni's blade comes out. Piercing shot, though, counters really nicely. Pass over 3Z Breezy. Center thing also used there. The fake Atlas in the middle there is so useful on the offense and defense, depending on how you use it. And so far, it's going to be the Sundubu Strikers making very good use of that environment there. Core flip from 3Z. Nice angle around the Dubu Asher there, which can be so difficult to find. But no barrier just yet. One barrier to one barrier still standing. Grimella very close to a flip here, but has to be saved by the Atlas. Great save, though it is indeed. Full health now, and no kill on that. But Dropletto on the bottom here, setting it up. Constant Expanse forced out. Atlas, not too many abilities left, and the core flip on Dropletto is threatening here. The Dubu wall as well with the log. The barrier beam finally goes down. Took a lot of abilities to get through, but that's going to be the instant flip there from Dropletto. A bit of a delayed instant flip, it looked like, but really well done. It was kind of a weird interaction with the dash. Seemed like it took a second to go through. Maybe that's just me, but really well played there by the Bozo Bunch.
Hey, Asher's second air works perfectly fine. You know, the devs have it all figured out. Bounce House, I feel like this is going to be the best kind of pick for Bozo in particular, just because of the goalie, Estelle. Even though Asher and Dubu are very stationary and not able to kind of like move the core around, or move with the core as well as you want to, Estelle kind of being able to cover this entire lane with any, like a Rose Warp or the Crystal Thorns is going to make it a lot easier for him to hold. And I think this map in particular mostly falls on the goalie to kind of hold and defend.
Yeah, and I mean, if you don't need to defend, that's even better, you know, on that Estelle, just keep it on the other side of the field. Don't worry about it. Just, you know, keep it far away, keep it out of sight, out of mind, use all of your abilities from downtown. No reaction checks or anything like that is very nice. But of course, with core flips available on the enemy team, but the Crystal Thorn interrupts very nicely any kind of play that would happen. Cosmic Expanse comes out as well, which is nice. Buys a little bit more time. Core flip from Dubu, not a counter flip from Grimella, unfortunately whiffs that one. A little bit of patience on the side of Gret to not immediately do that, even in the face of the goalie, which sometimes you do want to do. Ash Production, though, gets it through Drop Leto. Arrow sets up, but that's going to be Threezy going down. That's with a core flip as well, so that is a lot off the field. Brawler and core flip both. Bozo Bunch looking to take this game.
Yeah, I'm really interested in the comeback potential, because I feel like the drafts for Sundu have been incredibly good comparatively to the Bozo Bunch. So as long as they can keep this momentum going, you know, maybe secure Atlas, a Twin Drive, something like Monumentalist or whatever, it's going to make it almost impossible for them to take any barriers off of them. I think Atlas is one of the characters that's going to be very well equipped to deal with the Dubu Asher. Unless there's a flip, of course, in your phase. There's not really much you can do about that. But Threezy making sure to keep the barrier count the exact same.
Yeah, and that is going to be the scores also being exactly the same there. Pass up from Threezy to Grimella. And that's one of those things as well. You know, a lot of people get bogged down in the midfielder versus brawler, and they are distinct roles, but sometimes you need to swap that. It's not so defined as some might think. So just, you know, having the game knowledge to go for that pass into goal rather than trying to score it and shove it through yourself. Even though Zentaro is really good at stuffing it through, you don't need to if you don't have to. And it's going to be really nice there, though. The Bozo Bunch taking 2 barriers, not looking so good for Sundubu, who got 1 on the back half of that play, but that's going to be the Dubu wall also failing a little bit there. Oni's Blade comes out, sends the bottom strike shot as well. Passive from Threezy, not enough to get the barrier, just barely. Proximity Mine comes out, a little bit of healing, a little bit of damage, but not enough. Log comes out, Drop Leto threatening in the face of the goalie here. Corfit down to the bottom is going to get the goal, and now the Bozo Bunch 1 point away from the grand finals.
And this team is looking incredible, obviously in NASL, getting second place. They look unstoppable. Like, playing against them, you almost kind of feel helpless playing against these guys. But I don't think Sundubu's out here. I think that they can easily bring it back. I'm sure Grimella has a plan to kind of deal with this. And Threezy and Shapeshifting are insanely good at capitalizing on anything that kind of comes their way.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not over yet, and it's one of the things about Omega Strikers is that even if you are winning, there is only the win. There is no, you know, there's a slight benefit to the draft, but, you know, there is nothing stopping the Sundubu Strikers from killing the Bozo Bunch and starting to take a lot off the field there. But Drop Leto is back in 5 seconds, and it's not looking like the game is going to finish before that, so they're going to have to deal with an Asher and an own barrier from Shifting. Unfortunate, but definitely the nerves getting to these players. I mean, it is day 2 of the LAN, and that is how it ends. Obscure Brett's finding the Crystal Thorns from a little bit farther away, getting it through with the Dubu up in your face. Sundubu Strikers falling to Bozo Bunch here. They still have the opportunity, though, to go for the lower bracket and get back to the grand final, so stick around for that. But for now, any last thoughts on this match?
I mean, pretty much everything that I wanted to say, I've already said. Sundubu Strikers, they'll probably be back. Who knows? Sad Boys are obviously still in. We got Woe Chills in. I'm pretty sure EKC and them played each other. I'm not exactly sure where that is. We'll see in a second. But yeah, look, I think that these 2 teams are definitely favorites in order to kind of get in the grand finals. And having played against both of them, Grimella, Threezy, and Shapeshifting kind of at different points, and then Bozo Bunch yesterday, I do think that both these teams are definitely capable of taking it all.
Yeah, and that'll be great to see. So we will get to there eventually, but for now, we're going to cut to a little bit of a break. Stick around.
Welcome back, everybody, to the For the Crown San Francisco LAN. I am Borg, and I'm joined by Twisty. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
Pretty good?
Yeah.
How's your experience been so far at the LAN?
Very good. The land, so many people that I met. Everybody's so friendly. The experience is really nice. Yeah, all around just like a good vibe.
Good vibe, good vibe. Well, love to see it. Great to finally meet you as
Yeah.
well, my #1 student.
Yeah?
Knowers know, knowers know. I'm always taking that one. All right. Well, anyway, we got a absolute banger of a game for you guys right now. I just warmed up Sad Boys, aka played them on WoChills for the first round, and now EKC has been getting hype. I think, Legends have been telling them, actually, and by Legends I mean I literally told Soren last night that Damage is back. Start playing Damage, and they have literally been spamming it all day, and they have been destroying. So I'm excited to see a little bit more of the old EKC and a little bit of kind of flair from them. I think boys are going to have a fun match, and here are the drafts, and we are actually going to be on Inky's first map with Prizefighter and Aerial start. Holy.
Wow. I mean, I think EKC will just all pick Prizefighter, you know?
Oh, probably, yeah.
Yeah. Their comp?
It's
They have
actually-
the Kai Rasmus. That's really good for Inkies.
This does not kill.
Yeah, it doesn't kill. Rasmus does have a lot of damage on his kit.
To be fair, it is Inky's, so it's one of those weird maps where, like, you don't want to run, like, full kill because the points last so quick, or our points are so quick.
Exactly, yeah.
And even though it is a Prizefighter start, it'll probably be a little bit more Aerials gaming. It'll be Bells and Soren and NX with Prizefighter, everybody else with the Aerials. As we're getting into the game now, EKC on the red side, making the first push on this kickoff, trying to get the barrier, but you already lose. Holding strong for now. Sad Boys now coming right back with it. Dash punch not going to quite land. Soren on the Asher feeling quite comfy in the goal box. But as I say that, barrier's going right down. Vaughn winning 2 strike wars in a row. Soren can't even keep up, and it just goes right in.
You know, I thought I was the best caster cursor, but you just showed some potential right there.
Potential. I'm the OG caster curse. You can ask Saya. Every time I speak, the opposite happens. As we get right now into the next game, Vaughn now keeping the core forward. Bells trying to keep up with Soren. EKC does have a lot of defensive potential in their comp here, but so do Sad Boys. We're going to be kind of a little bit of a similar play style here. Maybe we'll see a couple KOs here and there from the Julie, but I'm not expecting too much violence this game. Just a lot of good old core control as we're seeing Bells trying to get involved. Needs to hit the level 2. So does Katsuna. Does not matter. NXTD going to be batting that flip away from You Already Lose, putting it right back into their own barrier. Now 1-on-1 into the goal with the flip in there. Gets the KO and gets the goal. NXTD starting us off strong.
Yeah, NXTD with the awesome Joker lore. Hit him with the aura emote. Pre-emoted, just stood there. Pure aura. And these are some really quick points. Like you said, you don't want to go full damage on this map because these points just go so quick. And they are still able to find these kills, even in these really fast points. As Bells is trying to make something happen into Soren, but gets immediately cleared away. And the offense of EKC is not able to find this barrier through You Already Lose. You Already Lose over to Vaughn, and Bells whiffs the dash punch completely. And trying to go into Soren, but he just has no ability to do anything, is not able to quite get that offense started with Vaughn, as Soren trying to get it out, and he does manage to get it out. Katsuna passes it to Vaughn for some reason. Vaughn over to Bells, and again, this Soren his defense is so good, especially against Bells. Like, he's playing Asher into Juliet, which is a really good matchup for Asher, and I want to see how Bells is able to maneuver around this. He has a lot of experience on the pick. He's been playing Juliet for like years, 2-3 years, I don't know how long.
Since conception,
Yeah.
this guy has been not only playing Juliet, but mastering the character as pretty much the OG top player on Juliet. Now going to be finding this barrier with the core flip, going to be timing that strikeout with Soren. So no barriers on either side here. And we have core flips from the midfielders, and Katsuna is going to pull the trigger first, putting it in the bottom corner. You Already Lose, couldn't keep up with it. And now it's 2-1 EKC. And Twisty, how are you feeling in this midfield matchup here now versus Kai? What do you think has the edge?
Honestly, I would want to say Kai, because I think Barrage kind of just beats all of Now's abilities, because she usually wants to push it through you, and Barrage kind of just negates all of that. And I think he has higher base speed, correct me if I'm wrong, and I think that would play a big part into this matchup. He also has the projectile advantage, and I want to see how Katsuna is going to abuse that, if at all. He did take aerials over Prizefighter with NXTD, which is a known killer, so definitely picked it for a reason. Could just be the speed. But Vaughn is looking very low with this core flip, trying to survive. But he is playing now, is able to get some healing off onto himself, trying to make something happen into Soren with the flip, and it does get blocked out as every single member of EKC is swarming him. But also Katsuna is looking very low, just evaded, so not able to evade the Juliet ultimate, and could die at any point, but is able to get his stagger fully back up. And I mean, you asked me about this midfield matchup, but it just looks like they're dying now.
A little bit of damage coming through on both midfielders. Now definitely has a bit more of that survivability to heal up against the small amount of damage I'd say both teams do end up having. Katsuna now looking incredibly low and has no way to heal back up. Needs to be careful. Bell's hunting for him, but doesn't even need the kill as he gets the pass, puts it in the bottom corner. Soren can't get there in time. Asher is just too slow.
Yeah, very well played by Vaughn and Bells. Very nice shot by Bells, hitting it right around the barrier beam. It only grapples on Asher, not the whole hitbox that it shows when you push the ability. And Soren trying to stuff it through Bells isn't able to do it, and a nice strike shot read by You Already Lose, stuffing out the shot by NXCD and saving his barrier up in this crucial point. You don't want to give up your barriers early on this map, especially in a 0.5. But NXCD and Soren both have their flip up, and this is looking really scary for the side of Sad Boys.
Yeah, Sad Boys need to turn it up a little bit. NXCD and Soren both having that flip, but You Already Lose able to counter flip here possibly. Doesn't even need it actually. NXCD going to be wasting it fully and almost going to be going down as well. You Already Lose now has to pop the flip in order to save the barrier. Which barrier is going to go down first? Both teams still posturing, feeling each other out, but Bell's doing more than feeling out. Going to be taking out NXCD instead. It's going to be a power play now for the Sad Boys. Can they get this last barrier? Yes, they can grab it. Soren now using core flip, and it's going to be wasted. Now the core is dangerous. They need to get it out of their defensive side. It's going to be close, but Bell's getting a little bit low. Almost has the flip coming in clutch here. Soren, no energy as well, so it's going to come down to a flip. I think Bell's looking for it with the flip. Finds the dash, does not get the goal as Soren denies it for now. NXCD and Katsuna come right back and take the barrier. EKC now have a chance to come back, but as I say that, Katsuna goes down to the combo from Bells' Juliet. Can Bells and Vaughn end this set here, or will Soren and NXCD hold as they approach slowly here, trying to take the offense nice and slow? Katsuna now comes right back, and the defense holds for EKC. Now, boys need to defend. It's their turn to hold off the onslaught of EKC, but a bad pass from Soren leads to an interception from Bells, who puts it in and takes the first set. They're going to get the first pick in this draft.
I'm speechless.
I didn't see that coming.
What is... Soren saw the PayPal notification on his phone pull up. I don't know what that was, but Bells playing that point beautifully, getting 2 KOs, getting the power play, which led to his team getting the barrier first, which didn't really make a difference because EKC got their barrier, got Sad Boys' barrier very fast as well. But the 2 KOs were so crucial into leading to Sad Boys' success into this set. But we do see the specialized training go over to NXCD, which is a really good training onto Rasmus, will allow some hooks into the waterfall and get some edge kills.
Yeah, Spec definitely could be a little bit of a game changer here. One thing as well, Bells with that extra size going to be able to keep up, I'd say, with the clears that Soren throws out, especially on this map where a lot of the clears can get pretty tight. Another thing I think might matter a lot is the Katsuna among Titans, giving NXT a little bit of that size as well as the speed over right now, which we might see come in handy right now as an offense is coming in from EKC, trying to make use of the core here. You Already Lose, managing to deny it for now, playing incredible today, has a chip on his shoulder. Sad Boys as a whole really do. They want to get their form back and get another title as Bell's taking the last barrier here, or the only barrier rather. Now Soren has an entire goal to hold. Bells with that dash, trying to get it through, is not able to get it. Punch going to be successful, but can't get the core in. Now Katsuna with the speed coming in clutch here, does not find the Giga Blast. You Already Lose is just relaxing in the back of his net here. No stress as Katsuna almost getting taken out here. Incredibly low, but the strike shot actually is going to be taking out Katsuna. It's going to be another power play for the boys. Vaughn and Bells both almost have the flip. Bells has it right now, but Soren actually is going to make a hero play, run up and find the flip into that top corner. Well played from Soren to hold off that onslaught.
Yeah, Soren played that beautifully. Got that hero play when his teammate Katsuna was down, which is very, very important to do. You now got the first point into this set, and EKC are looking really good despite losing that first set. They have a lot of damage going for them. Soren is playing beautifully with the Asher pick into Bells' Juliet, and NXT just trying to make something around Vaughn, but Vaughn 1v9s, it gets it to Bells, and Bells is able to just punch it through Katsuna with the core flip.
Yeah, Vaughn gets it through Soren, and Bells was just waiting on the other side. The way the core bounced off that barrier just allowed Bells to basically do whatever you wanted with it and that core flip. Now it's 1-1 tied up here in the second set. Sad Boys looking incredibly strong on the energy economy right now. We might even see a flip from Vaughn coming in right now, and they do. Into a pass, into a Juliet, into a barrier. There's not much you can do there if you're Soren, but can they get the goal? The offense is still going. You're ready to lose, wasting that flip by accident. Has the cannon to play with here. They're going to see if they can get something from it, but no, Soren is just going to reset the core. Katsuna now all eyes on you. Can you survive? Can you stay in this game for your team? And it looks like they will. Taking a break here. No energy on the side of EKC. It's my only worry for them as the Sad Boys playing it slow, getting their energy back, feeling them out as they find a really good pass up to Bells, who cannot find the shot. Soren now playing a little bit more consistent against this Juliet, not letting the Juliet get the first move as NXT trying to make the most of these offensive possessions, but it feels like you're already losing. Vaughn just have their number almost this entire game as EKC just permanently stuck on defense, it feels like.
Yeah, EKC don't have a lot of they have core control. They're not having a lot of possession of the core. And Bells, with his signature Bells score on Juliet, I feel like nobody else besides him really does that type of dribble on this character.
Yeah, the dribble into secondary is something he likes to do a lot, and he snipes that top angle almost perfectly as we're starting off another point here. Sad Boys now. Can they get the second set to put them into a really good position to start off this game? Or will EKC bring it back? And how can EKC bring it back? Twisty, we've been talking about, Sad Boys so much as they've been in the dominant position, but is there anything that EKC can actually do to keep up here?
Realistically, they want to get more speed to keep up with the core control of the Sad Boys, as Soren is immediately taken off the pitch, and now it's forwards in the net time. This is kind of scary. You never really want to see this, as Bells and Vaughn immediately score it the second they get a chance to.
Yeah, I mean, not really much you can do there. Katsuna covering the top side, but Bells, with the speed boost from the Mako, manages to get to the core fit quicker and put it in that bottom corner. So, Sad Boys, they're on fire right now. They're definitely playing in peak shape. Perfect form, you might say. I think Bells might be taken here. Yep, there we go. As the Asher now. I mean, a lot of awakenings in this one, I would say. What are you looking at here the most?
Well, that heavy impact and I was pretty big onto Vaughn, allow him to get his secondary back a lot more often, and we do see the twin drive go over to Kai, which, like I said, EKC do want a little bit more speed to keep up, and Kai with the twin drive will get his blazing pace a lot more often, twice as much as he can.
That's true. Technically twice as much, at least at the start when you have two of them in the chamber as we get into this game here. And one thing to know is actually Soren has a lot of damage, right? Has a ton of damage, so if Bells ever just stands a little bit too close to this Asher, you might just get one shot as the barrier finally going down for Boys, actually. EKC looks like they're having a bit of a resurgence right now, and there it is. Soren just pushes Bells right into the water cannon, taking him out, sending the core there as well, which puts Katsuna in a perfect chance to score.
Yeah, very well played by EKC, and like you said, Soren having that damage could be really scary for Bells, especially if Bells has to sit near Soren. If he doesn't have a lot of movement speed, Soren could just wail on him with his abilities as Bells tries to get a dash punch onto NXT, but NXT playing that character and knowing when to evade had that third eye on him, as the offense from NXT and Katsuna are able to find the barrier through You Already Lose, kind of isolating Vaughn from that play over to Soren into the water cannon. NXT trying to make a 1v1 happen with You Already Lose, but Vaughn steps in and stops it just in time.
Vaughn stopping it just in time and winning so many strike boards this game against NXCD. I think that really is a key part of this matchup, but a key part of this matchup is how well Bells is scoring and KOing Soren into the back of his own net. There goes your energy, baby, because you're getting just dash punched into the back of your net with the core. Bells just playing on fire this game.
Yeah, the core snuck around that pass splitter there, allowing Bells to get in the perfect position, and he found it beautifully with that goal as Katsuna is already half HP. The Sad Boys are looking like the damage team this game. Vaughn trying to get around Katsuna, but Katsuna's barrage is placed so well over to NXCD. Vaughn kind of celebration flips for some reason, as NXCD is very low, but he already loses out of position and loses the barrier.
Losing the barrier, but still has the flip. Oh, Bells striking it around Soren there. Cute little play, but it's not going to matter too much as the barrier stays alive for EKC. Now the EKC offense trying to run its course, but Vaughn and Bells are doing its best to stand their ground rather, as NXT and Katsuna getting really close to already lose, but still has the flip. The Mako definitely has a lot of tools to get this core out of their net. Not too worried about them just yet as Vaughn in that 1v1, but no, actually gives the ball away to Katsuna, who now is putting it into NXT's hands, who does not use the flip. You already lose, having to use that flip first. EKC have a chance actually to win this game here, or sorry, win this point rather, as they get the KO onto Vaughn. Now NXT with the core in the corner. Can he find the angle? No, he cannot. Yordilu's covering everything, but not Katsuna, who puts it in the top side, and EKC are striking back.
Yeah, Katsuna getting both goals so far scored for EKC, and NXT found a beautiful KO into Vaughn, abusing the Inky's specialty, where the corner of the barrier isn't actually safe for you, and you can still get KO'd off the side of it, as Vaughn and Bells are trying to make something happen, but that interaction with Asher into Juliet perfectly stops the dash punch combo, but Yordi loses his barrier, and this is not what you want to see for Sad Boys, as EKC look like they're in full control, but never mind, Bells with the flip just kind of sneaks it past everybody and slams it into the back of the net, and mind controls Soren the flip, and now this is looking so good for the Sad Boys.
That might have been the highest testosterone play I've seen today, as Bell just flips and then just does not even care, sacrifices his own life to score the goal. Soren was not expecting it. Beautiful play there from Bells, who just, I mean, this guy's locked in. I was sleeping with him last night in the same bed. I could just feel the energy just building up. He was saving it up. We even slept in. We slept until 10:30, missed the group photo, all for this moment, as Bells and Vaughn locking in right now. As NXT and Katsuna, though, still have 2 goals. They find the spec training Rasmus KO here, getting the barrier as well. Katsuna now with the flip. Can they get something? Pass it back to Soren, who's starting up the offense in the corner, but no. Bells and Yordi are holding it down for now as the water cannon comes back in. NXT trying to find the strike, but can't get it past as the forwards in the net are prevailing. Yordi gets the help he needs and now has the flip for the rest of the point. Sad Boys are feeling good, but they still need to get this barrier away from Soren. Dash punch is going nowhere. Flip from Yordi to keep it away from now. And EKC seem to have the momentum. They seem to have the damage. They seem to have everything they need, as well as their barrier. And as I say that, a great Mako going to keep it there for now, but a great defense from Soren is just keeping out. Soren is locking in right now, as Katsuna and NXT still just cannot find a good offensive opportunity to get this goal. But that might change now, as a KO from Vaughn has been found. Katsuna and NXT on another power play. Can they bring it up? We're going to be playing slowly here with Soren in the back. Pass into pass, just playing as controlled as possible. As, I mean, they hold. Sad Boys hold once again. Vaughn is back, and now it's a 2-on-1 against Soren, but Katsuna manages to run interference in between it. Bells and Vaughn need to find something here in order to get this barrier, or else EKC might be getting this set, as Katsuna now has the flip running, has the flip. Bell's going to be running back with the Juliet ult in order to stop it. This is an insane game, as it feels like everybody is everywhere.
Yeah, everybody is literally everywhere. And I want to point out that spectating value NXT has found this match. He does stick it through Vaughn, and Yordi threads the needle even. As you said, a lot of testosterone in this player right now, and the energy is just the energy is okay.
Hey, sometimes things happen on the caster's desk, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
We get a little silly sometimes, as NXT with the first pick here. Taking away the Chrono, actually. Interesting pick. I mean, I guess Yordi probably would have taken it away anyway, but Stagger Swagger now going on to Katsuna. This is looking like an EKC draft here. This is really good for them.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good for the side of EKC. A lot of speed and core control to keep up with the Sad Boys, but Yordi does get that stacks and stacks, will allow him to walk up a little bit more, have a little bit more of an impact on the offense as Mako. And I want to see how EKC are going to play around this speed they just got from this draft.
Yeah, EKC getting a lot of speed and survivability, but Bells does not care when you put him with the core 1v1 in front of Soren. He is always going to convert, but you still have to score. The barrier is just the first step, and EKC is trying to get that first step right now. Pass it to Soren to Katsuna, or sorry, Soren to NXT to Katsuna, getting the barrier, avoiding the dash punch now is both forwards, as Bells 1v1 against Soren here, manages to lose that one for now. Soren holding strong in the back of his own net, as Katsuna and NXT just trying to find an opening here, but Not too much craziness going on. The flips about to come online for the Sad Boys, though, so keep an eye on that as we're seeing the heal come in to Bells and Vaughn, keeping them healthy for now. They're about to both have the flips. Vaughn almost going down, but a great play from Bells to actually hit it around Soren with the Juliet ultimate strike, and then dash punches it through. Creative little play there.
Yeah, very creative. That's what, especially what you want to see in this matchup that Bells is playing to Soren. Very good dribble and very good mix-up. Kind of just breaking Soren's ankles there, looking like 2018 LeBron James. As he already loses, trying to get it out to Vaughn, and Vaughn trying to get it through Katsuna, and a nice dash punch is able to kill Katsuna. NXT trying to stop this play from happening, but Soren is able to keep this barrier alive, and Sad Boys are kind of just scrambling and trying to get this barrier before Katsuna gets up, and they are able to find it, and that stacks on stack speed is playing a factor here. Already is able to walk up a little bit more, has that flip, can make this play happen. The water cannon comes out, and Vaughn over to Bells. They're kind of just stepping on top of each other, but it doesn't matter. Bells is able to find a very nice dribble. He loves that top diagonal part of the map and is able to just consistently find corner shots off of dribbling from it.
Yeah, if you can bait out the Asher abilities, you can definitely work it around her a lot easier than, say, a Mako or an Atlas. So Bell's taking full advantage of that. And like you said before, the stacks on You Already Lose, allowing them to play a lot more forward, keeping the core up as long as possible, which gives the time for Vaughn and Bells to actually work this core through and to get these barrier takes. Now, in the corner is Sad Boys. Katsuna looking incredibly low and dying once again. Bells finding so many KOs on to Katsuna right now. NXT managing to find the flip to avoid the KO for now, as Bells looking low, but has the recovery drone, so isn't too scared here. Gets ulted by the Now anyway, as they find a beautiful play to get that barrier here, and it actually just goes straight in. Soren not in position. The goal barrier gates, rather, opening just in time. No flip needed. Sad Boys taking game one.
Yeah, very nice play from Bells and Vaughn on the offense. Vaughn over to Bells, and Vaughn just hit stun Soren with that frame one Now primary, and they're able to just find a very nice link up. Vaughn gets the final touch, and the MVP is Bells, which did look on fire this match.
Yeah, Bells, I mean, finding so much value, I mean, with pretty much everything. We're about to see the stats screen up here very, very shortly. Curious to see how many KOs we actually got. Bells with 6 KOs. Definitely starting to ramp up more towards the end. One thing we saw in that last set is that the kind of playing towards the wall, right? I think Vaughn was definitely keeping the core, making Katsuna run towards the wall in order to strike it, which allowed Bells to kind of, find those dash punches, right? That's kind of the classic how you play with Juliet type of play style. But You Already Lose, feeling pretty. Not even having a 52 saves, 140 redirects. Soren sweating a little bit more, similar saves, but 184 redirects. Definitely felt like the control was more in Sad Boys' favor, as Bells with 9 goals. Just feeling good.
Yeah, like these redirects from Vaughn and Katsuna is a 30 redirect, roughly
Close
30.
enough.
Yeah, close enough. 30. I'm not doing the math. 30 redirect difference, as Sad Boys had so much more control, and Katsuna not able to find enough speed in the end. As I did see, an important thing is Vaughn went for the mag souls, and Katsuna actually opted for the slip kicks. So he doesn't have a lot of speed off of the ball, which Vaughn was able to take advantage of and kind of just work it around Katsuna, which honestly could be like a big difference maker, especially in this game, because Sad Boys just had so much more control.
Yeah, Sad Boys finding that control. Vaughn just getting that permanent speed, basically had that Maxwell's, like you said, just able to play off the ball. It felt like a lot more effectively than Katsuna was able to, because of how much pressure Katsuna was getting with the damage from Bells, with these primaries from the Mako as well. But that was game one, and now heading into game 2 here. It's going to be Night Market as we get we got a spark, the most exciting start in the game, ladies and gentlemen. Spark of Focus with Stagger Swagger. What picks do you think we're going to be seeing in this game?
Honestly, I can see the Now again, just because she's really, really good on this map. With the lanes, her second hand kind of just takes up a whole lane, especially if you get Manu. But honestly, I don't know if Manu's even that good for now. Especially, it could be very, very good to take on Night Market. But I would expect probably a melee goalie ban, if not the Luna for Sad Boys, as melee goalies are really, really good on this map.
Yeah, melee goalie is definitely the prime. I gotta move away from this bunny ear. What's happening? I'm getting bunny-eared right now. Get out of here.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, but plan's coming in soon. I think the team's taking their time here. I'm trying to foil this guy's plans right now. He doesn't know what I'm trying to do here. We're having a little bit of fun. I'm just waiting for the first picks here, and then We'll see what we're getting. Melee goalies, like you said, probably what we're going to be seeing on both sides here, if I had to guess. Other than that, Brawlers, maybe an X coming in here with that Stagger Swagger, probably going to be feeling pretty good. Juliet also really good with the Spark, going to be pretty strong. And other than that, I mean, like, I could see maybe like a Zen or a Kazan, but I don't think any team, or both the teams, are really going to go for that. Maybe NXCD wants to kind of bring back some flair, go with a little bit more of that Kazan, I guess, explosiveness with the dashing. So we might see EKC pull out a new type of strat here, since the last game did not quite work out for them.
Yeah, it'd be really cool if NXT brought out the Zentaro for both of us to cast. Because we are two pretty known Zentaro players, and you could have NXCD with creating the Triforce.
Play a little bit of the character.
Just
play
a little
a
bit.
little bit of the
Yeah.
character.
Just a little bit. Is this
Yeah.
draft bugged?
No, I think players are just waiting. We have the spectator link
Yeah.
before the
Yeah.
draft actually started, so I think teams are just prepping, making sure everything is good to go. We have had a couple, it is a LAN, keep in mind, everybody. It's not like
Yeah.
everyone's chilling, leaning back in their chairs in their setups. Everything's perfect. Like, they have everything known, and we're actually getting started with that right now. Atlas actually going to be banned for EKC. They do not want to have to deal with the healing. I agree with them. And then the Respect Luna ban from boys here. Don't want to see Katsuna on the Luna. Not even close.
Yeah, you really don't.
Nope.
He's by far the best Luna.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I don't even think there's a competition. And you could see EKC do the fabled dark tech of banning Atlas Mako and first picking the other one. Not a lot of teams know about that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a Mako here. That's actually going to be Asher. So I know Soren doesn't really like the Mako as much. Definitely prefers the Asher goalie, but that could also just go forward as well. So it's a good flex pick to go here. But that does open up the Mako. Oh, we're actually going to see
Whoa.
an Era on Night Market. Okay, I actually want to talk about this. I think people have been criminally sleeping on Era. I think now that the patch has changed just a little bit, specifically on Night Market at the very least, if you have some survivability, like, it's a pretty good character. You're giving extra speed now that speed's been nerfed, right? Like, the speed's been nerfed for every character, so that extra speed that Era's giving to your teammates is a little bit more valuable nowadays. And I'm pretty sure, didn't it get buffed too a little bit? Like, the beam got buffed recently as well, something like that.
I'm not sure. Probably, though, Era probably got a little love tap in the buff department, but we do see the double brawler tech come out for Sad Boys. Yeah, Sad Boys are the red team. Come out for Sad Boys. That's definitely the X midfield. I don't know if I've ever seen this team pull this off. They probably have in like the OG days. Have you seen this team pull off this?
Yeah, this is Sad Boys and Demons were the ones that basically made this comp.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
back in like season 3 or so, I think it was. Season 3 was when this started to kind of be played a bit more. Demons were kind of the ones that played it a lot more, but Sad Boys were zero stranger to it. They were one of the, I'd say, top teams that actually made this known. Vaughn is no stranger to X. As people might know, Vaughn lore, he is probably the best midfield X player, if that makes sense. Like, he's played it a lot. He has a lot of games on the X as brawler and in midfield, so no stranger to it there. Yordi Luz actually does like the speed goalies as well, so the arrow is going to be fitting in right there for him. And then, as we saw last game, Bells on Julie. I mean, give him Julie, let him cook. But another thing I wanted to point out here is actually EKC. They get both the Asher and the Mako. So it will be the Mako goalie with the Asher forward, and then the Estelle coming in here. I'm actually a little bit worried for Katsuna on the Estelle here, because I feel like the X and the Julie are just going to beat him up.
Yeah, he will kind of just get overrun by the double brawler. They're just gonna their whole T comp is just to kind of do a lot of damage and be very oppressive with that damage. And Katsuna will have to deal with that, trying to get the core out to NACD, but he will have the speed from the Mako secondary with the Stagger Swagger. So honestly, I don't even know how much value Sad Boys is going to get out of this comp.
We'll have to see. It's usually not about the damage on this comp. It's about the explosiveness. It's about pushing the core through in one fell swoop. Stagger Swagger going to be going for everybody in the game, except for Yordi Luz, who actually has the Mom Boots with the Spark here. So Yordi Luz is the only one sparking it up here. That might play play some importance later on in this game, as we're seeing Vaughn, Bells, Katsuna, NXT kind of just brawling right now in the middle. Everyone pushing each other around, but it's the barriers of the Sad Boys that will be falling first as a counter push now for Sad Boys, trying to even up the score. Gets one barrier. Can they get the second one? Still on the offensive side, so they might be able to find something as Vaughn just working it around. NXT trying to play spoiler here and keep Vaughn in check. Doing a pretty good job with it so far, but the Stagger Swagger is going to make sure everybody is healthy for the most part. Katsuna now forcing out to Elusive there. Bells finds the barrier maybe, but the flip from Soren going to deny it for now. But no, Bells calls it out actually and manages to find that last barrier. Now it's 0 barriers to 0 barriers, but funny enough, I actually think this is when it's actually hardest to play this double brawler comp on Night Market, but Bells makes it look easy with that flip, hitting it through 2 people there, and Soren can't even get used to it. Can't get up into that corner to find that save.
Yeah, very nice cash to cruise by you allowing Bells to find that very nice core flip into the top shot. And this team is looking very, very good on this comp. I don't know how much they practice it, but it does look pretty practiced as Soren trying to save his barriers. And, oh, I wasn't even looking. NXT just got shot by Vaughn and Bells, and now they have a power play.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind the knockback is, and the burst potential as well. If you get hit with an X bell ringer or a dash into an ult or something like that, like you're getting knocked back halfway across the field, and the core getting knocked right into EKC's goal. NXT not quite up in time. Soren had nothing to defend it, and they still have no energy as well. So, Sad Boys feeling pretty here in the first set.
Yeah, Sad Boy's playing very, very well. And the synergy from Vaughn and Bells playing since the dawn of time. They're just so good at understanding what each other needs and what each other wants on this offense. As Vaughn and Yardy Lose are able to sneak it right around the barrier. What a nice play by Yardy Lose, and Bells dash pushing the core for some core control, sneaking it around Soren. Not able to find that angle to get the barrier though, and he does it right as I say so. NXT trying to find a dribble around Vaughn, and this is when you don't really want to be Soren here, as the double brawler comp is kind of just overrunning you, and there's a lot of pressure, but Soren doesn't really care about that. He's just finding it right to NXTD, and it just looks like EKC has so much control.
Yeah, you can see having the control, getting the second barrier there from Sad Boys here, but can they get the goal? Control doesn't mean much if you can't actually put it in the net. We'll have to see if things will change here shortly as Katsuna and NXT keeping it in the corner, but Yardy Lose finding these kind of goal line saves over and over again, but the flip going a little bit wide here. Now doesn't have barriers on both sides, and the flip gone from Yardy Lose means that NXT has basically a free angle on that bottom side, and finally EKC put one on the board.
Yeah, very nice shot by NXTD, finding it right around Yardy Lose. He doesn't really have much up to deal with that, and this is looking like EKC could make a comeback. You don't want this double brawler comp to scale early to get those early set wins. They can overrun you, and it'll be very, very scary for your team comp, as NXT trying to find around to Katsuna, and Bells snuffs out that core, and the bell ringer from Vaughn is saved by Soren. And EKC is looking very, very nice on this defense, hitting it right around Bells. Bells has this flip. Can he make something happen? But can the core even get to him? Katsuna is playing so well around Vaughn, and now Bells is looking 1 HP and has to burn that flip, which is stopped by NXTD and Soren, and EKC are doing so much damage to Bells.
Yeah, EKC trying to beat up Bells here. New strat, kill the Bells, but
Whoa.
he does have stagger swagger, so it is going to be harder than it sounds. Soren now with the flip, still going to get denied right away by Vaughn and Bells, hitting it right back into their own barrier, but still going to get cleared for now. Vaughn keeping the damage and the pressure onto Katsuna here, and the dash punch almost finding the KO, but not quite, as Bells with the dribble finds the angle and actually mixes up Soren. Thought he was going to put it in the top, but he sits it right into the bottom side as Sad Boys getting the first set yet again.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Sad Boys. They got that early sets, which is what you want, especially with the X, who wants that early power and wants that time to scale. And I do see specialized trading and a bunch of size, which is kind of what you want as the double brawler comp, but Bells does opt for the stacks for some more movement speed. And what do you think about these choices, Borg?
I'm feeling like stacks actually is a really good idea. There's a lot of size being played in here, but I actually don't think that Julie needs the size here. I think it's more important for the X in this matchup, and I think Julie with the stagger swagger as well means that stacks is going to be getting a lot more value as you're not going to be dying as much, right? Yeah. So definitely feels pretty good there. Other than that, I think double size for Yardy Lose and Vaughn just going to be pretty comfortable. And Katsuna with the missile prop might allow them to find some more plays, maybe a little bit more damage in, but I'm not sure it's going to be doing too much. Sad Boys definitely looked like they had the better time in that draft to me.
Yeah, that size going over to the X is very, very good, especially on a map like Night Market where your Bellringer will just take up the entire lane. But as you were talking, Borg, Vaughn immediately lost his recovery drone, which he won't have for the rest of the set, which is a long time. And NXT kind of 1v9ing around Vaughn and Bells and finding both those barriers by himself. Soren trying to hit it around Vaughn as Vaughn is trying to make something happen. Not able to find much there with the the bull rush. Bell's trying to stop this play from happening. NXT kind of just having so much aura in this point. Is getting the core so much and being very scary. He's able to get that kill onto Vaughn, and nice patience by Yori Luz. He is known as the reaction time king for a reason. Katsuna over at NXT. Katsuna has that flip but doesn't even need to use it. A very nice link up play by Katsuna and NXT.
Yeah, NXAD actually finding that Strike War win on the second time around. Yori Luz has been playing extremely well, but NXAD finally gets his number once. Can he keep going? We'll have to see, as it was a pretty good point. Flip now from Katsuna, going to start us off with that bottom barrier taken. Not going to matter too much as Yori Luz clears it out onto the bottom side. Now it's time for Sad Boys to make a go around with this core. X Maximus being popped in order to keep the core control forward. Bell's dash punch going nowhere as the core is now on EKC's side. They get the second barrier onto Sad Boys. NXCD forcing the flip out of Yori Luz, looking pretty now. NXCD and Katsuna, but no, Soren actually manages to lose the 1v1 to Bells, who gets both the barriers and is trying to get the goal here with the ult, but can't find it as a great clear comes back in. Yori Luz now looking incredibly low. They might get taken off the pitch, so this push here is going to matter a lot as Bells and Vaughn are trying to play around on the midfield. Dash punch not going to get much value here as Soren gets another save. Everything's calmed down a little bit. Vaughn has the flip, so keep an eye on that. If he gets any situation to score, he will pull up and shoot. Mako coming in here to slow things down, just keep things controlled while NXT and Katsuna get their flips. But can they get their flips fast enough as Vels and Vaughn both have their flips now? They're trying to play on the offensive side here, but they can't get it past NXCD. Like you said, he's been winning these strike wars. He's been playing a lot better. He's been trying to deny Vaughn this core, but Vaughn now in the pocket has the flip with the bull rush, puts it right through Soren. Not much you can do there. One mistake leads to the goal, and now they're tied up at 1-1.
Yeah, very nice play by Vels and Vaughn. Vaughn with that flame flurry is able to just completely cut off that down clear by Soren and just creating a pocket for Vaughn to bull rush through with his forward flip as Katsuna is trying to make something happen around Vaughn. And this missile prop is making a lot of value with these Crystal Thorns. Is able to take that barrier early last point, but it doesn't really matter if you're dead. NXT desperately trying to keep this core up as Vaughn is kind of just beating up on him, and Soren in an isolated 1v1. Bell's trying to get over to Vaughn, and Vaughn is able to find that barrier as Soren kind of just doesn't have any reaction time there and loses to the strike from Vaughn. Bell's over to Vaughn. They're kind of just standing up on top of each other, trying to damage Katsuna in a very nice mix-up by Bells, but Strike Shot does exist in the game, and Soren is able to find a very nice clear.
Yeah, Soren finding a clear, stabilizing for now. NXT now getting the second barrier with that flip, but that means no flip to score the goal. Can he do it the old-fashioned way? Almost gets into the top corner, but Katsuna Foal finds the piercing shot, but Yori loses back far enough in order to save that one, as Bells now brings it to the other side. Offense coming in for NXT, 1v1. Can he find something? No. Yori Luz been playing entirely too well with the strikes, but as I say that, Caster Curse misses the last one on the mix-up to the top side. NXT putting it through Yori Luz yet again.
Yeah, that save that Yori Luz did from Katsuna's piercing shot, I'm pretty sure is only possible on low ping, like how we have at LAN here, as Yori Luz trying to get it away over to Bells, but this EKC offense is just, it's looking so overwhelming to deal with for them for the side of the Sad Boys. Katsuna trying to get it over to NXT with the pass splitter, kind of just canceling out the attack onto the barrier. Kind of not what you want to see from NXT. Over to Bells. Bells trying to get this barrier from Soren, forcing out the flip. Bells does look very low and is able to get that orb to get his HP back. NXT on the Draco with the flip, able to get it out before Yori Luz. And Katsuna trying to make a play happen with NXT, but Vaughn with the X Maximus is able to just snuff away that goal.
Yeah, Vaughn managing to hold with Yori Luz for now. Sad Boys, they need to keep it away from their goal box, as the Asher against the Era is not a favorable matchup you want to have in your net. But they have both flips, and they do have one barrier down. They can look to find the second one here. Flip from Vaughn, going to be going to keep the core forward here, doing everything he can to survive and keep the core forward to his brawler. Great save again from Yori Luz, who's been making so many of these recently, as NXCD trying to abuse this Asher versus Era matchup. Needs the core in the corner here. Has a great flip from Bells and dash punch in order to get the last barrier here. Now it's opened up game here as Vaughn finds the X Maximus, finds the damage, finds the pressure in order to keep this core forward, giving Bells opportunity to heal back up. No energy still on the side of Sad Boys. Katsuna, next one up to have the flip, might be when we find the goal here. If Bells can't find the goal here, though, tries to get the mix-up. Soren knows better, but he doesn't know better to do anything against the dash punch. Nothing you can do there as the Mako. Bells, once again, finds that goal, evening up Sad Boys in this set.
Bells looking so good with these mix-ups into Soren and just stuffing it through him with that dash punch. Very well played. Soren even preemptively evaded to try and strike where that, but it was timed so well by Bells, it just gets it through anyways. Bells making something happen against Soren. Actually, never mind, not able to find that barrier. Katsuna over at NXED, which does find the first barrier, but the first barrier doesn't really matter on this map. It's what the second barrier is, what you want to be defending. And Vaughn trying to get it over to Bells. Bells with a nice dribble, almost finds the double, but just not quite.
Yeah, Bells playing a little bit in the Matrix right now this game, as he has Soren almost downloaded, but a great save there to stop that attempt for now. Soren now has that core flip, so it's going to take a core flip or two in order to get that out possibly from Vaughn and Bells. Vaughn now needs to actually use his in order to survive. Bells now with the offensive play, forcing Soren's core flip out at the very least, but still loses Vaughn away. So You Already Lose has the flip to play with here. They can still save it for now as Bells keeping things safe. Flip from You Already Lose, going to keep the core out. And now Vaughn respawns and Sad Boys are in the clear. One barrier to one barrier still holding up. Which team can open it up first? I have a feeling Sad Boys have a good offense right now in order to get it. Bells doesn't even need the core flip in order to do it, but he doesn't need it to score the goal. Has the core flip into the perfect combo. 1v2. What can this guy not do? Sad Boys taking this set now up 2-0.
This double brawler comp has so much explosiveness, as you said, and Bells is able to capitalize on that beautifully with how creative he is in these pressure situations. And I'm seeing a Might of the Colossus, which NXT definitely wants to deny from that X, which will pair really well with that recover drone. And any other options you're looking at here, Board?
Yeah, I mean, this 1-2 on Julie is going to be incredibly disgusting. The extra special on the X is going to allow him to just beat people up, keep the core forward a lot more, which is really all you use the X ult for in this matchup anyway on the midfield, is keeping the core forward as long as possible. But one thing I'm definitely looking at here is actually NXT with the Might of the Colossus has the size already with the big fish. So is going to be doing a little bit more damage here for sure, and might find maybe a couple more KOs. We'll have to see if it actually ends up mattering, as Vaughn and Bells are going to be the ones finding the KOs onto NXT first, as the Juliet ult putting him down off the side of the pitch. Both barriers now going down for Soren, who can't do anything. He has nothing. Bells finds the pass there from Vaughn and puts it in the bottom corner. Sad Boys are looking to end this series now.
Yeah, Sad Boys having so much pressure, especially finding that early kill from Bells' dash punch, and they're just making light work of this defense of EKC. They're kind of just speed running these goals as much as possible. Vaughn trying to get it around NXT, NXT not able to find this power or this barrier take that you really want to take, especially into this double brawler matchup. But it honestly doesn't matter if you sneak it past Vaughn, as Bell's trying to make something happen around from Katsuna. Katsuna has that flip up to NXT with that bell ringer. Like I said, cuts off the entire lane, especially with that size. And this is looking really hard for the side of EKC to make anything happen to the defense of the Sad Boys.
Yeah, you're already losing Vaughn, just kind of holding the brick wall here, but the brick wall falls if you run forward and push it away. I mean, you already lose, the kind of throwing it away with the flip there. Loses that last barrier, but it doesn't matter too much as Bells in the face of Soren, gonna call his bluff, flips in his face, calls him out, takes the last barrier, takes the goal. Soren now 0 energy. Sad Boys once again looking to end this now.
They have so much momentum, especially being up 2-0 sets, 2-0 points. This is looking really scary for EKC. They might get a little desperate. NXT burning everything, trying to get Vaughn off the pitch in an act of desperation. Vaughn over Bells, but gets stuffed out by Katsuna, able to find that barrier. You Already Lose trying to get it around NXT, but Katsuna is holding onto the score for dear life. Vaughn over to Bells, and Soren able to keep that barrier alive for the time being, as this offense from EKC just really isn't getting started. This defense from Sad Boys is so good, and Katsuna 1 HP, no evade, gets punched off of the board by Vaughn, and NXT with a hero play able to find that barrier and almost killing Vaughn, and this is looking pretty good for EKC even though they're down a player.
Yeah, EKC gonna be spawning in Katsuna very, very soon and has that barrier up, so they do have the time to start the comeback. Bells trying to deny it for now, but the ult not gonna be hitting as Soren clears it away. Vaughn with the core flip. Bells almost has his as well, but doesn't even need it. Finds the KO, flips for good measure just in case. Cannot get the barrier though. Now Sad Boys with the power play. Starting off here slow. Bells gonna allow Vaughn to take point here with the flip, with the X Maximus taking the last barrier now. Soren almost has the flip, so they need to score now, but no, it's Katsuna who denies it away from You Already Lose. Second time that's happened as it goes right back in his face into his own nets. I mean, if there's any time to start the comeback, it's now.
Yeah, O2 comfort zone, as some people say. Katsuna playing very, very well at that point, making the hero play away or around You Already Lose. And EKC look kind of unlocked now. They look like they're playing a lot more coordinated and looking a lot more comfortable, even though they're down a lot of points. And NXT has that flip to make something happen, is able to kill Bells, and that missile prop value, able to find that top barrier. Katsuna putting the moves onto Bells, putting it everywhere, left, right, and center, and NXT is able to sneak it through right through Vaughn, and now it's an even set.
Yeah, even set, 2-2. NXT, great job kind of boxing out Vaughn while also controlling the core, putting it in the top side as well. So well done to you, but it's not over yet. Vaughn almost has that core flip here. Same with Katsuna, midfielders. Gonna be looking at them to start things off for us here in this point 5. As Vaughn and Bells storming forward, trying to get Katsuna out of their comfort zone. Soren as well, keeping it away for now. Katsuna now using the flip first. Gonna be getting punched almost off the edge, but not quite. Stagger Swagger being proc now means it's gonna be healthy. And Vaughn actually the one going down to the Crystal Thorns, plus the knockback from the Asher. More than enough to knock you off the pitch. Asher now gonna be in prime position to take both these barriers. First one goes down, Bells almost going to be going down, needs to survive, needs to get some of this health back from the Stagger Swagger, manages to do so. And Sad Boys hold for now as Bells brings it into the top corner, gets the barriers evened up, trying to find a little bit of the midfield interactions here as everything calms down a bit. You Already Lose. Small mistake going to be costing that last barrier. But will it matter? Yes, it will, as NXT finds the core again. Great pass from Katsuna and puts it right through both You Already Lose and Vaughn. EKC have a shot in this game.
Yeah, EKC having that O2 comfort zone buff, the underbun buff. They are not the Bun Bonanza, but they have that momentum back, and the prize fighter going over to NXT. NXT's been finding so many crucial kills, especially in that set, able to make so many power plays happen, which is leading to their success.
Yeah, finding a lot of success is NXT for sure. Prizefighter sure to help that later on, and the heavy impact of Katsuna as well means more damage will be piled up. Will it matter? We'll have to see. Bells going with the Spark here. Doesn't actually have a second one, so that is just the Spark of Strength. Wants a little bit more damage. I think the biggest pickup here, honestly, might be the goalies with the Rapid Fire on the air are going to be incredibly strong and useful this game. And then Soren with that Aerials, allowing those more efficient secondaries to go forward to keep NXT playing in this game.
Yeah, NXT kind of just making a breakaway with all the speed he's getting from that Mako drum bang, and not able to find the rebound off of getting that first barrier. Vaughn over to Bells. Bells able to strike where that Mako primary, the projectile, and Vaughn kind of just punching his way through the EKC defense, but EKC able to find it right around, and that damage from NXT almost took Bells off the pitch from a pretty high HP, and Bells kind of scrambling for his life, able to get the orbs, and is now back to the healthy amount of stagger. But a very nice play by Katsuna, able to find that Rose Warp into a flip onto You Already Lose, and that opens the defense from the Sad Boys and allows NXT to sneak it right through Vaughn.
That is absolutely insane, that play from Katsuna there, and that's what we've been looking for. We've been waiting for Katsuna to start making a difference, start popping off, do what you're known for, make these crazy plays. As now NXT, slightly less crazy play, but gets the job done. Gets that bottom barrier here using that flip. Bells trying to run interference by getting this bottom barrier, but a great save from Soren over and over again, actually denying Bells in this set thus far. Top barrier finally going down to even it up to 1-1. Bells now with the dash punch, almost finds the KO, but not quite able to get it. Still in the pocket. EKC defense holding up for now as You Already Lose. Just saving their cooldowns in the back as Bells looking for this 1v1 yet again, but Soren going to be denying it for now. Bells still looking for it over and over again as Vaughn gets it to him, but they cannot get it. Soren is finally showing what he is made of in this 1v1 with another save against Bells, finding so many over and over again. Bells cannot get this barrier. Soren is an iron wall.
Momentum for EKC is carrying so well. Soren just pre-striking, buffer striking on some Evil True Danger lore. Buffer striking everything Bells is trying to do and is not letting this barrier go down. He's defending this with his life. His pride and honor is on the line with this barrier. Able to sneak it around. Vaughn there, and the X Maximus comes out, not able to find much value from that. Bell's kind of getting swarmed by Katsuna. NXT over to Yardy Lose. Yardy Lose is in such a good position, not losing this barrier. It's overtime, and these barriers are still up.
Barriers are still up in overtime, which means some craziness is about to happen. As we see the flip Katsuna, not much going to happen there, as Yardy Lose sitting pretty in the back. Has the cooldowns to take advantage of, but no, NXT finds the angle. Now, you already lose, force the core flip now. Needs to be careful because NXT has the flip, but doesn't even use it as he just wins the strike war on the top side. It seems like Soren and NXT are starting to win their 1v1s, and Katsuna's getting involved too. EKC's starting to cook.
Yeah, cook indeed. They're cooking up a storm, honestly, on some Gordon Ramsay stuff. And they have so much momentum, and they're just carrying that so well from that O2 comfort zone. NCD getting it around Vaughn, but Bells finds a very nice KO with that flip onto Katsuna, and now EKC are looking down the barrel of a power play, but it doesn't really matter because they're not losing their barriers. They are defending this with their life. Vaughn over to Bells and core flipping and not finding any value whatsoever from that core flip. A little unfortunately played, and NXT with that flip, but does cut himself off with the pass splitter, and a nice piercing shot from Katsuna who's able to find that barrier.
Yeah, finding the barrier, evening up yet again. Bottom and top barriers, as we're seeing a little bit of deja vu from last point, coming in almost to overtime, but no, Bell is actually going to win that strike war against Soren to get that last barrier, keeping into the top corner. Now Yarduli's playing a little bit more aggressive, but it's going to cost him his barrier as Katsuna now starting up another power play, but for the Sad Boys now getting taken out, they have a power play, they have the 2v1 as NXT has to run back to help defend. Bells one-on-one wins the strike war yet again. He is not over, he is inevitable. Bells wins the strike war against Soren to even them up almost in this set. It's 2 more points to go for Sad Boys to win this series.
Yeah, Bell's looking like the chosen one there with that strike war around Soren, and immediately gets collapsed on by NXT, but is able to survive. And then snare drums coming out from Soren, kind of just trapping that core into the wall. And you really don't want to be playing on the wall here as either team, because that could happen immediately. NXT with a nice dash punch flip combo, and it does get snuck by a Katsuna, and the barrier is found. And power play for the Sad Boys.
Yeah, I mean, Sad Boys finally come back here. You already lose with the monstrous 1v3 in order to get both barriers, and now Bells finds the dash punch, gets the KO on a Katsuna. Now it's a power play for the Sad Boys yet again. Can they find the goal this time? Yes, they can. Vaughn with the bell ringer strike manages to put it in the bottom side, and that is an insane hold from You Already Lose to keep Sad Boys in this set.
I think NXT had a very nice power play to get both brawlers, but it really didn't matter. Yardy Lewis kind of just found both barriers by himself with Vaughn, and immediately gets taken off the pitch. NXT with that pass splitter, trying to get these barriers before Vaughn can respawn, and not able to do so as Caleb is locked in. He's keeping this barrier alive with his life, and he's kind of looking like shades of Soren from earlier, but that barrier does immediately fall. Vaughn over to Bells. Bells trying to get it around Katsuna to get these barriers. You don't want the double barriers to be up while you don't have any barriers, and the first barrier is taken, but it doesn't really lead to much. Never mind, Vaughn with a very nice play to get that barrier. NXT is able to make a breakaway, and now it's a set 5 situation.
Set 5 situation. Katsuna up to NXCD, manages to find that goal, making use of the power play, which they've been getting a lot more efficiently in this last set, finding these KOs so well. NXCD definitely earns this first pick. Now, what is he going to take? Denying the perfect form away from the Juliet. Going to be nice as well just to have in general as the brawler. Now, what will we see here? There is a spark on the table for Bells, but no, he's going to go with Reverb. He does not want anyone else getting stagger, and he wants to get that cooldown up. Prime time now for the Estelle. Going to be feeling good. Chrono for the Era as well. Feeling good. Replicator for Soren. Not sure how much that's going to do. And a spark over to Vaughn just to get a little extra speed.
Yeah, a little extra speed, especially what you want on the slow character that X is, especially with that low base speed. He's such a slow character, and you really want that speed in the midfield over to Bells. Really getting chunked. That Reaper honestly putting it to work. I'm pretty sure he would have been staggered if he didn't pick that. It would be really bad, especially with no energy. But Sad Boys are just getting beaten up from the damage of EKC here, and Yardy leaves over to Vaughn. Vaughn losing that recovery drone immediately every single time without fail. Katsuna burning his flip from the flame flare of Bells, but dies like 2 seconds later anyways. Bells trying to get it past Soren, but Soren keeping his barrier alive with his life. and it's just getting collapsed on by the Sad Boys. That's Path Splitter, not able to stop anything. Vaughn staggered, but has some energy to evade. The Crystal Thorns coming out, keeping Vaughn on his toes, is able to stay alive from NXTD, and Bells is trying to make a 1v1 happen, but is not able to find that goal.
Not able to find the goal, not able to find the shot. Another try, and Katsuna actually not able to find that save as Vaughn picks up the core and puts it in. Finishes Bell's work basically on that offensive play. And as we're kind of been seeing in this last point here, Vaughn doing an incredible job at actually surviving a monumental burst that's happening to him. And as I say that, Caster Curse, he's going to be going down to the knockback from NXCD. It's up to Bells, and you already lose. Keeping their barrier safe. The Path Splitter is going to be denying any chances of that, as Katsuna with the flip going to be looking for a play here as Vaughn spawns back in, looks for the pass onto NXCD here. Not going to be getting too much from it. Now it's Sad Boy's turn to play the offense here. How many barriers can they get? How much value can they play from this offense? It's going to be 0 value. 0 barriers gotten as Bells falls, and now it's just Vaughn, and you already lose. The Timeless duo, can they defend their goal once again? No. Vaughn's going to be going down, and NXT is going to be putting it in the top side. EKC are keeping this even.
Yeah, EKC are keeping this even indeed and killing Bells, which is not what you want from the Sad Boys. He does have that stacks and stacks. It will get reset, and now this is looking bad for Sad Boys. They are down a lot of stacks, and that was what was kind of keeping them alive. Bells with the speed, able to match everything. In the midfield, it's Vaughn kind of just striking wildly within this X Maximus, trying to get it through, but EKC are just keeping this core up effortlessly. It seems like NXT trying to make something happen on the top side, but the defense of the Sad Boys is keeping this alive and not able to find that kill onto Vaughn. Vaughn over to Bells, and Sword is just holding with his life, and Vaughn, it finally goes down from NXTD. NXTD not able to touch that core there as Bells' presence just looming over him. NXTD does do a little celebration flip from taking that bottom barrier, and Yardy Luce is getting ping-ponged around.
Yeah, you already lose. Getting staggered. Does not have the stagger swagger, remember, so it is going to take a lot longer to come back online. NXT trying to finish what he started. Has the primary still, and he manages to actually find the KO, but not before Bells finds one of the barriers and tries to get an offensive possession, but no, Soren denies it for now, and Katsuna finds the second barrier as Vaughn loses the strike war yet again to NXCD, who is just destroying this game. He wants the 1-1. He needs game 3, as they are very primed and ready for it. 1 point away for an EKC tie.
Yeah, if you're Sad Boys, it's not what you want to see. You were up 2-0, and now you're down looking at the barrel of a 2-0. Over to Vaughn, getting clangled immediately. Vaughn just dying so much to this damage from EKC, as the tornado from Yardy Luz able to actually save Bells' life. Yardy Luz desperately trying to keep this barrier alive, is able to do so. You really don't want to be on the team that loses their barrier first, especially in a high pressure situation like this is. Vaughn making something happen with this core, but never mind. Katsuna is just in Vaughn's face and able to get that piercing shot to take that barrier. NXT barely not able to get that goal, and this is looking so good for EKC.
Yeah, EKC primed and ready to get this goal. They do have nothing in their way except themselves, and they're going to do it. They're going to put it in the top side after Vaughn goes down. The power play short-lived, but it's not going to matter as EKC tied the series up 1-1 here in this loser semifinals. I mean, EKC, like I said, the comeback starts somewhere, and they managed to find the literal reverse sweep from down to 0-2. They come right back and win 3-2, 30-minute night market game. Let's take a look at the stats. Katsuna with almost 70,000 damage. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, the redirects, Vaughn and Katsuna have the exact same redirects. The damage, though, is a little apparent, as Katsuna does have 20,000 more onto Vaughn, 23,000. They were just kind of overwhelming the side of Sad Boys with some damage, and Yardy Luz, having a lot of saves, was trying to keep that up as much as possible, but EKC had so much damage, his forwards kept dying, and you don't really want the air isolated at this double brawler comp because you want to be buffing your forwards up, and if they're dying, the comp kind of just falls apart.
Yeah, honestly, I think the MVP for me, I want to say NXCD, but I feel like the reason this was even opened up for NXT to play like this was Soren locked in. Soren really started to lock in after those first 2 sets and just be winning those 1v1s versus Bells, deny those incredible pushes that Vaughn and Bells were bringing, and this offense that was so explosive that found so much success in those first 2 sets, right? So Soren started finding these basically goal line wins, started winning these interactions, which allowed NXT to play further up into Yordi Luz's face, and basically just punishing him over and over again for walking up. So well done there to both NXT and Soren, and Katsuna as well for finding so much damage and 8 assists too. So definitely was involved in pretty much every single play. So both teams looking really good right now.
Yeah, that comeback was so good by EKC. And we will be going over to Gates of Obscura. What kind of comps are you expecting here, Borg?
I'm not sure. I mean, they've kind of been playing similar core control-y, kind of push the core in type of comps, but I don't think I've seen these 2 teams play Gates in a long time, especially versus each other. I don't remember the last time this has happened. So, I mean, honestly, maybe a Juno. I think Juno is really good on this map. I know Katsuna is really good at it. Vaughn likes it as well. I think it's a really strong midfield pick. Even in goalie, too, I think it can be strong. So I have a feeling something along the lines of that are going to happen here. The draft is incorrect, so
Okay.
it will be reset very soon. That was the same Awakenings as last time. I believe it was just a mess up there. So we're going to be restarting the draft here really surely. But yeah, other than the Juno, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a lot of standard stuff. Maybe an X, maybe an Asher, Julie for Bells if he's feeling it.
Yeah, we do see Heavy Impact Siege Machine. You know, we could see the Zentaro board with the Heavy Impact. Zentaro, one of the best Heavy Impact users. Maybe even a Vice, potentially. I don't know if any team wants to pick Vice. I know Soren does play it a lot in the goalie position. Could be a nice pickup. And yeah, honestly, this does look like a really nice damage start. A little bit different from last game, which was a Stagger Swagger Spark start. And we might be seeing a little bit more KOing happen this game.
Yeah. If there's any time to run kill for EKC especially, it's now. The heavy impact start on Gates where, you know, you don't really need a heavy defense. You just need one goalie that can boss up in the corners there. It's all about the midfield control. It's all about the presence and who needs control when you just kill the other midfielder. You know what I mean? So Vice
Yeah.
going to be really strong here. I think Juno's still good here as well. Juno's good anti-kill, so that might be an option as well. I think NXT is going to be wanting this Centauro. I think that's the best chance we're going to be seeing is Centauro. I mean, both players are really good at it, but NXCD probably a specialty, especially on this heavy impact. He's going to be looking for it. Looks like in the background, Vaughn walked away. Something's been happening. Not really sure what's going on here. Soren running around too. Both teams are exhausted from that last game. It seems we're looking for a little bit of a tiny break here. So I guess all we can really do is yap a bit.
Yeah. All right, Borg. What did you have for breakfast today?
I didn't.
You didn't have any breakfast.
The only food I've had today is this right here. I'll show the stream.
Yeah, you gotta show the stream.
I haven't finished it yet because, you know, duty calls, casting calls, but I got some chicken shawarma poutine fries.
Wow.
Let's see if I can show without Tyler wanting it.
Yeah.
There you go. Let's see if it shows. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna put it up a little bit. There you go. Got some chicken, some garlic sauce, some fries, the good stuff. I'm going to be absolutely
take a bite.
enjoying this. You want me to take a bite?
Yeah, take
I'll
a bite.
for the stream.
Yeah, do it for the stream. Get real close up to the mic.
No, I'm not gonna do that. No ASMR.
No. Oh.
That's good.
How would you rate that bite?
It's a little cold now,
Mhm.
but even cold, it's still so good.
Yeah. I
It's
bet.
like a 9.5 out of 10 shawarma here, as I get the sauce all over my hands.
Yeah. You have you got it.
You gotta find a napkin, guys. I'll be right back. Hold it down. I'm gonna wash my hands.
Okay, I got you.
All right. Well, it looks
Hi,
like
Thea.
yeah. Hi, Twisty.
Hi.
The teams are taking a bit of a break, but how's Len been?
It's been really fun. I talked about it a little bit earlier with Borg. Just getting to meet everybody was a really nice experience. Yeah, I mean, how's it been running it? You seem exhausted.
Exhausted.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fall asleep.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not like sleepy, but like you know when you're tired. And,
Yeah, like physically exhausted.
Yeah, and yeah,
Hmm. How did you sleep last night?
pretty good. I slept at like 1, and then I woke up at like 7, and then went back to sleep and woke up at 8.
Oh, fancy.
I wasn't late, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I left my house at 8:30, and I got here at 11.
Oh,
I'm a 40-minute drive away.
yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, things happen. All
Yeah.
good.
Well, Von's back in his chair.
Oh,
We'll have to see
Okay.
when Soren gets back.
yeah. I'm gonna get my water. I'm really thirsty.
Now I'm all alone.
No, I'll be right back.
Hi, Chad.
I'm on the other side of the room.
Hi, Chad. Twisty left me.
No, I'm not here. Okay, I'll be back in frame.
Right. Oh, wait, Gret just said hi on the camera too, and Soren's back. Okay, so when Borg comes back, we're ready. Everything is good. And I hope the links didn't break, and I'm getting pinged.
Yeah? Don't know. Oh, I can't see the chat.
Yeah, you can like zoom out.
Yeah.
There we go.
Theater mode it.
And full screen, full screen.
Full screen it? Okay.
Oh,
I can have
Bye-bye.
F11 action too.
Hi, Borg. I'm back. Hands have been washed.
Yeah?
Looks like the players have sat back down. I passed Soren on the way down. He was locked in. He didn't even look at me. He was head down, eyes focused on the floor. Did not want to trip.
Yeah?
Basically just focused. Super, super focused. Oh, I can see the chat now. Hi, chat.
Hi, chat.
Wait, Borg, can you try turning the other light on? Like,
The
there's
other
two
light?
There's 2 sets of lights here.
We don't like.
I'll do it.
God, we just.
Hey, you got it.
Hey,
boss.
walk on through. We're waiting. We're just chilling right now.
Yeah.
Oh, literal light.
Wait, I should go
Let's
get
see.
the boba that Ace Nader got for Vicky.
Oh, that's not it. Hey, we're taking breaks here on the desk. I mean, that set, that series took a lot out of me. Oh my goodness. Refocus. There we go. Beautiful. Hello, everybody. How's everyone doing? How's the viewing experience so far? Let's do a little chat interaction here while we're waiting for the players to get into the draft. Someone told me it's good. How about everyone at home? You chilling? You getting a little bit of FOMO? 'Cause this land has been absolutely amazing. So
Yeah, we're waiting on the draft.
waiting on the draft players.
They should be good now, right?
Soren just started walking back, so probably soon.
Yeah, looks like Soren sitting back down. All the sad boys managing to get back in their chairs in a timely manner. So definitely not waiting on them. Looks like everyone's kind of just antsy seeing who wins. I have a feeling the energy in the building is about to get raised up in this last game and then the rest of the tournament here for sure. How's that boba, Twisty?
I accidentally spilled a little bit on it. But probably drink it. Spill it in the bag.
Yeah, keep it in the bag. Keep it in the bag.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Keep the liquids away from the stream setup. So take a drink of water.
The draft getting started.
Oh, the draft started.
Oh, here we go. Oh, everybody hold.
Okay.
All right, squeeze on by.
Yep.
All right, we got a Luna and a Now ban, the 2 highest damage characters in the game, both banned away on this heavy impact start. We're gonna have Asher first pick for the
Immediate.
boys. Actually,
this is Zentaro.
there's the Zen. I mean, we said it was gonna happen, and after the Asher's taken away, NXT wants to play this Centauro. There's no better time. I think this is probably one of his best maps as well. So
Yeah, do it
definitely
for the
pretty good
fans.
here. Hi, Dropletto.
Hi, Drop Leto.
Everyone say hello, Dropletto.
Hi, Drop Leto.
So both brawlers, I assume brawlers are getting picked here. One thing I did hear earlier is apparently Sad Boys, they're talking about maybe picking Asher a little bit. Bells does not want to play Asher, but he said he'll give one Asher game. Looks like the Asher game is here, ladies and gentlemen. They're using it in the pocket just in case. Estelle Zentaro going to be picked up for EKC. Classic combination, really explosive, has a lot of dashes, a lot of projectiles, a lot of ways to score. And there's the Juno. I called it. Julie Juno going out. This Sad Boys Classic on Gates of Obscura. They used to love this comp a lot, as the Asher goalie is going to hold it down for You Already Lose. Now, what will the goalie be for Soren? This could decide the entire game, what he picks here. Will it be a Mako? Will it be something bunker in the net, maybe an Atlas? Or will it be something explosive? Will we see the Vice? Will we see? No, we will see the Atlas. They want to hold it down. They're relying on the explosiveness of the Zentaro Estelle.
Yeah, the offense is completely dependent on the explosiveness. Okay, yeah, that's an Asher goalie, definitely. I saw the Juliet. It'll be a little difficult to get it through the Asher. I think Asher is very, very, very good on this map. I'm curious to see how long Yardy Lose can hold, especially against this forward pair of strikers. But the Juno Juliet offense is really, really good. Juno kind of just able to keep that core up for a while, as Juliet is able to get set up very well, and the Slimes can play a big part into overwhelming the goalie with the dash punch.
Yeah, definitely. Slimes will have a big part in this game. Juliet definitely is going to be pretty easy for the Atlas to hold one-on-one for the most part, but is Juliet, there's Bells' Juliet, it's a little bit different than a regular Juliet, so we'll have to see how this Soren versus Bells matchup goes in, but the Juno Slime's definitely going to be playing huge clutch here in this game. Asher usually does pretty well against the Zentaro Estelle. It's hard to push straight through that Asher primary, but if they catch you off guard or if they play a little bit more vertically, it's going to be a lot easier for them to score. All we can do now is wait and see how these teams manage to play this game and who is going to advance to the losers finals to go up against the Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see who have the privilege of playing against the Sundubu Strikers and guaranteed third place, correct?
Yeah,
Sure.
guaranteed
Yeah,
third.
guaranteed third place.
Top three.
Yeah, top three in this LAN event, and yeah, I think both goalies. Honestly, the Asher probably just goes the heavy impact.
Looks like
that
we're
primary.
going to be getting a remake, actually, as they flipped over positions here. I believe Katsuna is actually in the goalie position by accident, so they're going to be doing a quick little remake here, and then we'll be right back into it. We can actually see, maybe they took the correct awakenings here. Looks like Soren and Vaughn are taking the Siege Machine, everybody else taking that heavy impact. As it looks like Sad Boys did not quite get the memo of what's going on. We will be getting a restart here very, very shortly. Nothing too crazy, but I'm expecting, with this heavy impact start, I think the Zen Estelle is going to have the advantage, at least at first, with making these plays happen, maybe finding some of these KOs. But like I was saying before, Juno is really, really good as an anti-kill kind of pick. You have the knockback with the Slimes, right? You can kind of play around your minefields a bit, make it hard for the brawler to actually run up and focus you. You have that iframe jump. A lot of tools in order for the Juno to survive in this game. So taking Vaughn out is going to be a little bit harder than it might seem. Maybe their focus will go over to the Bells, but if it does go over to the Julie, that means they're going to be putting a lot more focus into that instead of scoring. So I'm curious to see how EKC is actually going to be playing this game.
Yeah, as we're getting into the match just now, this double goalie or double melee goalie mashup is going to stall out this match a lot, and this map is particularly kind of fun to watch, especially over time with the portal play. There's so many creative things you can do, so many team synergies you can do as kickoff is happening and they do the triple Sad Boys little emote there, and Yardy Lu's getting it over to Vaughn. A nice little trifecta happening is into the top side through the portal, and Vaughn already looking very, very low from the EKC forward pair here, and Bell's getting the first barrier of the match. Yardy Lu's trying to get it out, and Bell's looking very, very low, and this offense and this damage from EKC is just looking so oppressive so far.
Super oppressive, but NXT getting low himself. Might get dash punch here, but dash punch right into an orb, so going to be safe for now. Bells looking incredibly low, needs to hit level 2 so they can find that KO, but not quite going to get it as NXT are looking for the KO, and you find it with the passive strike on the Zentaro. Juliet going down. Now Vaughn and Yardy Lose need to hold this last barrier, stalling for 6 seconds. Can they do it? No, they can't hold the barrier, but will they hold the net? NXT with the core flip actually misses. I'm not sure what happened there, if it was a save or if he just missed the angle, but it's not going to matter as Katsuna finds the double hit stun with that piercing shot, and the core is going to flow it on in.
Yeah, it looked like it was a misplay on NXTD with the core flip, but it feels like with the angle it was a save. I'm not quite sure, but a nice little fight of NXTD gets it through the portal, and the forward pair is kind of just collapsing onto the Sad Boys. A nice dash punch kill found from Bells onto NXTD, and the EKC defense is trying desperately to keep these barriers up. The core flip from Katsuna does come out over to Soren, and Katsuna's already looking staggered, immediately low from Bells. A nice strike shot prediction from Soren is able to keep this barrier alive in this crucial point, and Bells trying to make a dash punch play happen. Soren just snuffing out that goal, and Yardy Lose not able to save that goal or save that barrier, and Sad Boys are just kind of tripling up on the defense. The flip forced from Yardy Lose. This barrier is not looking long for this world, as NXCD does not able to find that barrier to onto Yardy Lose, and Yardy Lose is just keeping this barrier up with his life.
Yeah, you already lose, managing to keep the barrier up as long as possible. NXT finds another attempt, but still, an attempt is just that. And the barrier will hold for now. Vaughn and you already lose playing that tight defense here, but NXT actually finds a very, very good angle on that strike in order to finally break it at the cost of the core flip and almost his life, but going to be staying alive for now. Vaughn tries to intercept the pass, but misses out on the strike, and NXCD means that the open side of that goal is completely free, getting them a second goal in this game. EKC coming out with a bang.
Yeah, EKC will snowball really hard in an early lead if they get this first set. Don't want to be giving up early sets as the Sad Boys, because this damage can just get out of control, especially with this heavy impact start. And Taro Estelle using that heavy impact very, very well, very, very efficiently, getting so much damage out. And the Sad Boys are looking low all the time. Yardy Lose getting it over, passing it to NXCD, over to Vlad. NXCD looking like a Sad Boys member for a brief period of time. Katsuna keeping this pressure up. The Oni's blade just come out, not able to find much value out of that. Yardy Lose keeping this barrier up. Bell's looking very low without any energy on his name, and the core just goes through the Geno slime there. NXCD keeping this core away, and these slimes are not enough to take this barrier. Bell's not able to really play the game, very, very low, kind of just taken out of the picture, and EKC are looking so dominant right now.
EKC looking pretty dominant, but the barriers are both still up, and the flip for Vaughn is still waiting in the wings. Bells needs to survive for now. If he can, Sad Boys will be able to find a little bit more of an opportunity, but he cannot survive as the Oni's blade is going to put him away. But a great save from Yardy Lose is going to keep the barrier alive for now, and a flip from Vaughn going to make sure of it for the next couple seconds here. They have maybe one more play in them. EKC, can they get this last barrier before the play ends? No, they cannot. It stays up. They hold, and Bell's back online now, looking for a KO onto NXCD. Cannot find it, but does get the stagger. Finds the dribble on the bottom side here. Sad Boys finding the barrier finally in this bottom side. Soren now has this open net. One-on-one with Bells. Can he find the strike? He actually wins the strike war against NXCD. Soren does not have the strike back up in time, and it goes straight through. Great play from Bells to even them back up here almost. Sad Boys, you know, have some teeth. Their comp is definitely a little bit more scaling, I would say, overall, in terms of this core control, but they're making it work.
Yeah, they found that barrier first in overtime. Especially on this map, you don't want to be giving up your barriers in overtime if you have one up against the other team. And they're just capitalizing so well on this defense. But Bells is immediately staggered by NXCD, this heavy impact, putting in some work. Sword even getting in there with some damage on the Bells. But Bells says, screw that, I'm just going to kill Katsuna. And starts a power play for the Sad Boys. Bells still looking very low. No energy for the Sad Boys. Able to get that barrier with the Flame Flurry coming out. And now it's healthy again with the Orb. Vaughn kind of messing up his strike there, but is able to find the barrier anyways. Doesn't really matter. 1v3s through everyone. The flip might come out from NXCD to get this barrier, but yeah, it does come out, but it doesn't really matter because Yardy Lose is him and he's keeping this barrier up with his life. The passive out from NXCD over to Bells, passing it to him for some reason, and Soren over to NXCD, and Bells is getting beaten up. Does get the flip out of Soren, does get killed, but as Soren, you just burned your flip for that kill. Is it really worth, especially in this overtime? You have no barriers compared to Yardy Lose's barrier that's still up, and this is kind of just looking like a scramble.
Like a little bit of a scramble as NXCD finally takes away that barrier at the end of that power play. Vaughn and Bells have a little bit of an offense here going on, but no, it goes right back, and NXCD has the opportunity to do something with it, but no, denied from Yardy Lose. Now Bells has all the dribbles in the world. He has all the angles in the world. Great play, young man. Puts it right past Soren, who had nothing.
Yeah, that was a really nice mix-up by Bells. Kind of his signature with that top horizontal dribble, the Bells dribble even. And the Sad Boys are kind of, or not even kind of, they just evened it up straight up. Said that those 2 points were a warm-up. They didn't matter. We were a little bit cold from that break. And now we're going to show that we are the Sad Boys and we're winning this LAN event. Or maybe just the series. But not able to get the barrier from that Atlas Expanse. Keeping that barrier up. And now the EKC squad just have an overwhelming offense here, waiting out for that pass splitter. Vaughn having that core flip could be crucial to start this offense, has to burn it. All the circles are going on the Vaughn, and that Celestial Intervention comes out and saves Katsuna's life. And he's trying to 1v2, not able to find this barrier. He already has that flip, which could be crucial, but Vaughn is very low, and Bell is going to have to come back to help on this defense. And Vaughn, yeah, looking very low, not quite able, or not quite dead yet from NXCD, but this offense keeps going.
Yeah, offense keeps going here, but nothing too crazy happening just yet. As I say that though, the core flips both for the members of EKC. NXC now actually has to burn it, but gets the kill on the Bells on the bottom side here. Katsuna managing to find the barrier before Yordiluz gets the flip. Soren now with the flip as well, holding 2 barriers strong. EKC are primed and ready to take this set. Can they do it right now? Not quite as Bells respawns here. NXT looking for a play with that rush. Still nothing as the pass splitter denies it for now. Vaughn and Bells getting back into position as EKC scrambling to look for something. And a great Crystal Thorns play from Katsuna off the pass from Soren actually puts it straight through Vaughn, and EKC secure the first set.
Yeah, that was really well played by Katsuna. Just forcing it through Vaughn. Vaughn not able to quite do anything, especially if you don't have any abilities up to deal with that. And we're seeing a lot of good awakenings for the Atlas specifically. Doesn't opt for anything quite yet. That Stinger is up on the board though. Do you think it will go over to NXCD?
We'll see if it gets to him. Looks like it will be denied from the Juno, I would assume here. No, actually, NXT is definitely a believer in the Super Surge, which I do agree with here. I think you have enough damage to take the KOs away. Stinger would help, but might as well unlock the character a little bit more with that Super Surge. So definitely big pickup there. Katsuna as well with that Missile Prof and Soren with the Rapid Fire. Going to be helping out a little bit more with the cooldowns and the damage there, respectively. Vaughn getting that Timeless as well. Going to be helping those slimes kind of be a little bit more useful in this game. So game, I'd say, is fully unlocked for both teams. Both teams have a little more tools to play with here as NXCD trying to play in the corner, but getting almost destroyed and killed from it. It's an orb though, so should be all right as you already lose hold. Soren holding as well, feeling pretty with the emote in the corner, and has pretty much had no stress in the last couple points overall in this side of their net. Great primary here, going to be keeping it forward for now as EKC pretty much have all the control in the world. And Sad Boys, they need to find something in order to start opening up this game.
Yeah, Sad Boys just kind of looking a little bit in a rut, especially at this point. EKC having so much control. Vaughn looking very, very fragile here in the stagger department. The portal, nice portal pass from Yardi Lose. Not able to find much off of that. But over to Bells, and Soren and NXT are able to just find a really nice defensive play around Bells, keeping that barrier alive by the skin of their teeth. This overtime does kick in, and the core is going to be moving a lot faster. Vaughn with a nice strike board win with a hit stun from the Rose Warp. And Katsuna does stun Bells and stops him from getting that barrier, but the slime will be winning Soren. And the Sad Boys take the first barrier in this point, and the overtime play is looking really scary for EKC. NXT finally able to get that barrier with the core flip as Bells is trying to kill NXT, not quite able to find that kill, and everybody's just looking low.
Everybody looking pretty low here. Vaughn and NXT especially, but they're both going to heal up a little bit. Plays around the portal are being made. You already lose a little bit of scary play there, but manages to save it for now. Strike shot from Soren, going to keep things forward, keeping all of the pressure onto You Already Lose, and the pressure is going to crack him as the portal play with the flip goes by. We're on that top side. I mean, just could not get there in time. I wasn't sure if he was even in range for the strike or not, but EKC, they're keeping their dominance in this second set.
Yeah, I did say earlier, the overtime portal plays could be very, very creative and create some nice goals, and Soren finding the first one, perhaps maybe even the only one, as Katsuna trying to make something happen with this the Crystal Thorns coming out, taking that first barrier, and Yardi Lose keeping this barrier up. NXT not able to find much of an offensive play here. Bells looking very low. NXT kind of just capitalizing on this damage here as that passive up, stacking it onto Bells, and the Celestial Intervention does come out, allowing the forward pair to play a little bit more aggressive here. Bells with that flip. You might have to burn it here. You kind of don't want the flip up while you're low. You only have that one energy. You don't want to have to burn it with that flip to keep yourself alive. And the forward pair of the Sad Boys look very, very low here, and it's looking very scary.
Looking a little scary here as Vaughn goes down. Bells is short to follow here, but no, gets saved by the portal for now. You already lose, basically still in a 1v3 as Bells can't be helping much as he Almost goes down. Yes, does go down, and NXT puts it right in. That was almost a perfect point for EKC, taking out both members, and they're vibing out right now with the emotes, feeling good at this LAN.
Yeah, EKC looks so dominant, especially from that comeback they had in the last game. They have so much momentum carrying over, and the Sad Boys are just looking a little overwhelmed, and it's looking very, very scary for them. Vaughn not able to really come back. There's just so much damage from NXT that keeps coming out, but NXT is the one looking low this time, as Vaughn uses that Juno jump to kind of just stagger him, and Bell's trying to get it past Soren, and Katsuna is able to just combo all of his abilities to kill Katsuna, and EKC are now looking on the opposite side of this game.
Yeah, EKC now getting done what they just did to Sad Boys, basically taken off the pitch, a specialized training on the Juliet. Catch him with no energy, and you're basically going to be one-shotting him here. But nothing too much happens. Soren keeping the barrier safe for now. Vaughn now is the next on the chopping block. Needs to be careful. NXT is going to be looking for the focus here, for the damage, but Vaughn managing to get that orb, staying safe for now as NXT looking for that play. Almost finds the goal, but great save from Yardy Luz on the goal line to keep that out for now. Vaughn, yet again, is still just getting damaged over and over again. NXT hitting it right towards Vaughn in that top side, not able to find the goal, as Yardy Luz and Vaughn are managing to hold for now, but how long can Sad Boys hold before the game starts to open up yet again? And can Bells find a play onto Soren in order to open this game up for them? But no, Vaughn goes down first, and the piercing shot from Katsuna against Yardy Luz, going to be putting it in the back of his net. Yardy Luz couldn't even find the flip as EKC take the second set away, and now it's crunch time. EKC one set away, but this is what we saw last game too. These Sad Boys were up 2-0 and managed to get reverse swept. So can Sad Boys, they've been here before, find the reverse sweep? But it's going to be really hard when the Zentaro gets the perfect form.
Yeah, that perfect form, very nice. Little bit of a luck factor in this draft for NXT to roll it when he does get the MVP. And this is looking really, really bad for Sad Boys. Although Bells does get a stagger strike, will help him stay alive a little bit longer. Vaughn opting for the Deadeye with some core speed. And I mean, that Zentaro perform kind of just being the star of the show for that draft.
Yeah, Zentaro has an incredibly weak build with the heavy impact, perfect form, and the super surge. Basically everything you ever want as a Zentaro player, but you also want your life, so needs to be careful here not to get taken out. But the Atlas Heel is going to be making sure that is all right. Momentarily here, Bells finds a play on this bottom side, looking for the barrier. Great play from Soren to stall it for now, but he can't stop the barrier getting taken, but it's only one, not the second one. Manages to hold for now. Both teams with one barrier now, looking to open up the goal on the other side here. Bells with a ghoul play, trying to get that top side of the barrier there with the ult coming through, but no, nothing's going to happen. Soren is just denying absolutely everything, playing out of his mind. He wants to win. He wants this top three. As we're getting into the corner now on the EKC offense. Yardy Luz with the flip, denying it for now. Great clear. Actually almost grabs the barrier as well, but Soren with a great awareness managed to find that save. Bell's going to be surviving for now. Has the stagger swagger, but it doesn't matter as Soren takes them off the pitch. I think the 1-2 punch actually coming in clutch on the Atlas there as Vaughn actually manages to get the last barrier with the slime, and Yardy Luz saving the barrier again for now. The goalies are just doing so much work in this set so far.
Yeah, the goalies are just keeping this play up, the offense permanently, and Katsuna did shot from really far away, and I didn't even expect it, Soren didn't expect it. Katsuna gets thrown off the pitch, and Bells is able to find a nice goal through NXTD, and the Sad Boys finally get a goal on the board.
Sad Boys, goal on the board. The reverse sweep can start now. Ladies and gentlemen, stay in your seats as we're getting started here in the second point. The Deadeye on the slime almost takes off NXTD immediately, but no, not going to end up happening. But Bells follows through with that specialized Juliet ult off the evade from NXTD. So power play for the Sad Boys, going to be getting one barrier. Can they get extra credit and get the second one? It looks like yes. Soren has nothing in order to hold it, and now the goal is wide open. Bells has everything in his toolkit to play with here, but first he needs the core, as you're already losing Vaughn on the defensive side, trying to get the core back forward for their brawler, which they've done so many times. Here's Bells with the core. The slime from Vaughn going to be running a little bit of a spoiler here, getting the core away as NXT trying to do something as well. Bells keeping the core, but no, a little bit of a mistake with that Juliet ultimate. Going to be losing the core, but he has the flip, he has the strike, the slimes are in place. This is time for Sad Boys to win. They have the KO actually onto Soren, which had a great res on himself in the goal box, saving the game almost for EKC for now. And Vaughn and Bell, or you already lose, actually, rather, lose their barrier finally on the side defensively. Bell's now looking for a flip, wants to do something, but he cannot find it. But Vaughn actually gets it with the slime. The speed and the overtime puts it right through Soren and Katsuna, and they can't do anything. Sad Boys are up 2-0.
Yeah, that was a really nice play. That looked intentional by Bell's setup from Vaughn. Kind of just manipulating Katsuna, throwing it at his face, forcing him to do reflexive clear there, and he didn't even see the slime, which allowed Vaughn to sneak it right through Soren in the overtime red core with that Deadeye. And now the Sad Boys looking like EKC. They have that momentum now that EKC did have in the last game, and Katsuna kind of just doing a celebration flip here. Vaughn looking very low, having to play up as Bells plays the midfield position temporarily, and Soren pushing it through Bells. Already looking a little scary in this open net situation. Katsuna and NXT can really just cover everything with their abilities, and Vaughn trying to keep this play up with the slime, not quite able to, going over to NXT, but the barrier beam from Yardy Lose is able to keep this play alive for the Sad Boys. They will not lose this point yet, or at all. Bells just finds the dash punch onto Katsuna, and now there's a power play for the Sad Boys.
Power play for the Sad Boys as they're coming in here on the offense. Get the first barrier. Soren, can he hold the second? No. Bells finds it, and now they're looking for the goal. The Atlas, pretty much no abilities left to defend. Can he get the help to do it? But no, Bells finds the strike, and then the CC onto Soren with the dash punch, puts the core on the bottom side, and Sad Boys are starting their reverse sweep now.
Yeah, Sad Boys having that underbun buff without being the Bun Bun Bonanza, that comeback factor, the O2 comfort zone, the stacks on stacks, Bells immediately hovers. He wants that speed.
Yeah, speed coming in here. Bells has the stagger swagger, actually changing last second to the big fish. Maybe Bells prioritizes the size, maybe in the corners, keeping away with the strikes here. Soren with the reverberation now going to be able to have a little bit more cooldown. Vaughn with the stacks on stacks instead. A little bit greedy in my opinion. I think Vaughn is actually taking a lot of pressure this game, but last set, maybe he got a little bit more confidence in the last set. I don't think he died one time actually, and so has no survivability, but maybe his, confidence will carry him through with the stacks on stacks as, oh my goodness, Katsuna is just instantly almost dying. The Atlas ult being saving him there on the bottom side. Pretty much nothing else to be spent here as Katsuna on the top side here, NXT playing on the bottom side, looking for something on the bottom side, and they just can't find anything. I feel like something that Sad Boys have changed, or at least managed to find a way out of, is You Already Lose has just been denying the 1v1 from NXT this entire time, whereas the first two sets, we saw the offense from EKC kind of prevailing.
Yeah, You Already Lose kind of just stepping up, doing a little bit of adapting to NXT's play. Honestly, just the EKC forward pair, NXT is just getting hit over and over, immediately staggered. This Centauro health bar is so fragile, and he's still staggered, and it's looking very scary for him. But Katsuna trying to keep this up, and you see with the slice, sorry, not the slice, the EI rush, not quite able to find that barrier. Almost has flip up. Bell's also looking very good in the energy department. Does do a little bit of a mistake, a little oopsie, hitting it right around the barrier, drawing a chalk outline. Not what you want to see, but does fake out Soren. Soren burning that flip reflexively, not quite able to find any value, but Yardy Lose over to Bell's. In overtime, red core with Soren with a nice reaction time, able to save it. And Vaughn also burns his flip. Vaughn trying to keep this play alive with Bells. Bells with the flip. Will he opt to use it into the Atlas expanse? He does. Does it a little too quickly and hits it off the expanse. And this core is just going everywhere.
Core is going everywhere. Overtime is among us right now with this core speed. It's absolutely insane as Bells looking with the stagger swagger, has some speed, cannot quite find the barrier as Soren is just holding for now. But speaking of holding, You Already Lose still has both of them in this overtime, which is almost unheard of as the barriers are so easy to go down, I feel like, in this map. NXT now finally going down, was staggered for so long, and Sad Boys have managed to take advantage of it. Now can they find the power play? Can they find this barrier? Or will Soren and Katsuna ruin their chances here at the barrier? Looks like they do. They managed to hold for now, but as I say, that Caster Curse, Soren loses out on the barrier, but EKC now have a little bit of an offense. They have the first barrier. Can they get the second one? Yes. So You Already Lose, trying to hold the open goal now versus, oh my goodness, Bells with the, that's the Bell special right there. The punch down into the speed gives him a little bit more of that core speed. They get it into an angle, and Soren is just not there in time to get that top side.
Yeah, the Sad Boys are playing phenomenally. They have this comeback factor. They have the momentum. Bells is on fire right now. And the Sad Boys have this unrelenting offense. And NXT trying to remedy that with an offense of his own with Katsuna. He does go past Katsuna with the slime over to Soren, making a little bit of a triangle play. Bells finding the tip of the barrier is able to get that first one. NXT trying to make this happen, but that barrier beam just keeps being a thorn in NXT's side, stopping everything he wants to do. But EKC have the energy economy, they have all of the flips. It doesn't really matter because Vaughn just flips off NXT, or flips NXT off the map and kills him. And Bells is looking low now with this energy. Katsuna has nothing. Sword has that energy. Will he be able to keep this barrier up? Is really just a test of the goalies at this point.
Test of the goalies, as both playing incredibly well thus far. But which one will crack first, or which brawler will get it first? And it looks like Bell's getting taken off the pitch, but not before he gets the last barrier. Soren now has the open goal, and Yordi and Vaughn need to hold this last barrier for the next 5 seconds in time for Bells to come back online, and they do, and they're actually going to get the goal as Vaughn finds the play through the portal in the overtime speed, and Soren is just not in the right situation, not in the right position to save that core, just gives up.
Yeah, you don't have any projectiles as Soren there. It's just going to fly right by you. What a nice portal play. I actually forgot who scored that, but it was a really nice portal play. It was Vaughn. Very nice slime portal play from Vaughn, getting it over to Bells. Bells not able to make this offense happen in front of the face of an Atlas Expanse, but that pass dribbling the ball, and Vaughn trying to keep this play alive, keeping this barrier up with Yardi Luz behind him, and everything just getting dumped on the Vaughn. As you said, a little bit greedy of that stack stake. He's taking a lot of pressure, and Vaughn is just looking very, very low and very fragile. The Crystal Thorns do come out, but he does find a nice Juno jump to survive that, and it's just so much damage from EKC.
So much damage from EKC, but Vaughn managing to survive for now, has the stacks on stacks fully stacked up, which means he has the speed to help him survive with the last barrier now finally going down. You already lose. Boom! Finds the flip onto NXTD, loses the barrier, but it doesn't matter. He finds the KO and gets the core forward. Now, Sad Boys looking for this set, looking to get it to another set 5 as Bells finds the ultimate, gets the last barrier, now has the flip. But EKC doing a great job at keeping it away from him for now, as Bells now has the flip, waits for it, does a great stall. Soren has nothing, use the strike shot. Bells, perfect flip into the top corner. Sad Boys are looking to end this one as it goes into a set 5.
Yeah, Sad Boys has so much momentum now. They're keeping this up. They're on fire. I even think EKC has scored a goal in the last 6 points. Sad Boys 6 in a row in the prime time. Going over to Yardi Luz, this barrier beam has really just been the star of the show for this defense here, and on some Asher lore, and he's going to have 2 of them now, with NXT having to deal with both of them. Twin Drive going over to the Atlas, having 2 sec expanses. Both of these goalies are just getting 2 of their best defensive tools, and now it might just stall out a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, interesting draft here. Vaughn gets that dash awakening. Definitely very, very nice for the Juno. One thing that's interesting to say is Yordi Luz actually passes up on the Spark of Focus here in order to deny Soren the rapid fire prime time. So definitely Yordi Luz feeling like he doesn't really need any more power in those sparks, right? Feels like he's just strong enough. Let your teammates do the rest of the work for you. Don't make their job a little bit easier, right? Give Soren a little bit less strong of an awakening. If Twin Drive, you can even consider that less strong, but definitely not as strong as Rapid Fire Prime Time, as we're seeing it right now. Soren just run out of tools. He has run out of everything, and he loses both barriers for it. Bells now has the core in the corner, but no, he actually gets hit stunned by the secondary from Atlas, and is not going to get the goal yet, but this is not the end of the offense for Sad Boys. The Slimes are down. Bells looking incredibly low, but has a stagger, so are going to stay alive for now. Vaughn just kind of controlling the core as long as possible, giving time for his brawler to possibly just heal up, which he does as the dash watch comes in, but no kills being found in that corner just yet, as you're already losing Vaughn, just holding, being nice and calm on this top side. EKC feels like they can just not break this Asher character. I don't know what's going on with You Already Lose, but I guess he's just kicked it into overdrive because he has defended these barriers so incredibly well his last 6 points.
Yeah, he was looking very locked in, very wired, dialed in even. Bells already taken away. The map carried over by NXT. Nice combo on some fighting game lore right there, comboing him across the screen. And Yardi Luz still has 2 barriers up, and it's overtime. Yardi Luz just does not want to lose anything. This Asher character, he's playing it, piloting it so well, especially on this map. And Vaughn making a play happen with Bells. Not able to find anything yet over Bells with the red core, but that Cosmic Expanse does get in the way of Bells. Bells not able to find anything quite yet with the Atlas Expanse in the way, and NXT looking very low. The slime comes out, does miss him, so NXT will stay uncracked for a little bit longer, and the core is just moving everywhere. Vaughn trying to catch it here over to Bells, and this is kind of just a repeating cycle to see if this Atlas has any abilities up. And Yardi Luz finally loses his barrier, and now it's overtime with both barriers gone.
Those barriers gone on either side. NXT and Bells looking a little bit low, but it doesn't matter. Katsuna had a really, really good midfield win there with the Strike War and the Rose Warp to put it in the top side. You Already Lose was not ready for it, even though he reacted on time. EKC start us off with a 1-0, and they're looking primed and ready. And one question I have for you here, Twisty, is what do you think will be the deciding factor? Who do you think is going to have that deciding goal, that deciding play in order to win their game for their team?
I think the red core in overtime will be a very big play here, but honestly, it could not matter if the barriers go down that fast for the side of the Sad Boys. Katsuna could just find something here on the Already Lose. The Oni's Blade coming out, the side of the Slime Sword having a little bit of a third eye, predicting 3 seconds into the future, knowing when to pop that Celestial Intervention. The flip comes out over to Katsuna, trying to make a play happen, not quite able to find it. Vaughn over to Bells. The sword just hits it right past Bells into the portal, and Katsuna with NACD, they're looking so scary. They look like they just found the key to success here in this point, or in this game.
Yeah, EKC definitely looking a little bit like these first 2 sets. Have a lot of control. They have a lot of pressure onto Sad Boys, but Sad Boys are holding for now as EKC slamming their head up against this Asher brick wall over and over again until something works out. But the goal is holding for now, and so is Soren, as he has been saving absolutely everything. Speaking of saving, You Already Lose with the goal line save on the core flip, managing to keep it out for now, and NXT with the dash actually loses. He gets KO'd in the back of the Sad Boys net, and now it's a power play for the Sad Boys. 1 barrier goes down. Soren has enough energy for a core flip here very, very soon, so might be able to defend. They might be able to hold as Katsuna with the flip almost takes out Vaughn, who manages to stall for now. Soren has the core flip as Vaughn looking incredibly low and might go out anytime soon, but he's living. He's still going. He's still living as You Already Lose. No, loses his goal and cannot save that ball. 2-0. EKC are on series point right now.
EKC playing this phenomenally, taking advantage of Vaughn being so low and just isolating him from the play, making it a 2v1 against You Already Lose. And EKC look like they're in the driver's seat now. They have all the control that they need. It was just a fluke. They were testing the Sad Boys earlier, giving up 2 sets. And Bell's trying to make this happen with a core flip, but Soren, nice reaction, does lose it. Was that his teammate that owned it? I didn't quite see, but Bell's looking really low on this. It does get KO'd, and now it's EKC in the power play.
EKC, now it's their turn for the offense. Sad Boys had theirs. They got both the barriers, but now can EKC do the same? Looks like it's a little bit slow as Vaughn and You Already Lose have just pretty much kept the core out of pressure the entire time. EKC get 1 barrier for their troubles, but they're going to need another one in order to secure this series, in order to end this game, as NXT with the Oni's Blade and the flip now in a perfect position to get this barrier, but no, they cannot find it as You Already Lose actually manages to save the core. Atlas Ult saving NXT for now, but that's no more res. It looks like NXT needs to be a little bit careful as he does not have energy, but so does Vaughn, who does not have any survivability, only has the stacks on stacks, is super low and might go and look for that orb on the top side before he might die though in the corner, but he's doing a great job at surviving as Bells keeps it on the bottom side for now, and the Slimes are doing God's work, keeping it away from the barrier that You Already Lose has been trying to defend so incredibly hard, as Soren sitting in the back of his net finds the save, and a great shot there from Katsuna, gets the barrier, and this might be it. EKC might take it to the top 3, but not before Bells has something to say about it. He finds the play on the bottom side. Can he get the goal? No. NXT with the play does not get and the play. You Already Lose with the save, passed it through the portal, and he hits it through the top side. Sad Boys are not done yet.
I'm speechless with that. That looked like it was EKC's game. NXT, it looked like he just found the goal, but You Already Lose finding some hope, some light at the end of the tunnel, and forcing it through the portal on some red court overtime, and just rocketing it past Soren. But now EKC have all the flips in the world. Bells finds a crucial KO on the Katsuna. Soren might have the panic flip here. Doesn't even flip, loses that barrier immediately, and Sad Boys look like they're in so much control. NXT trying to get this barrier, flips it out, and is able to force it past Vaughn and You Already Lose. And EKC just have so much pressure here. Vaughn already low, looking almost like he's gonna die. Bells with the flip. Will he be the hero of the Sad Boys here? The passive comes out, stalls it. You Already Lose able to save that. The flip comes out from Bells. A little bit of a desperation play, and Katsuna hits it right to NXT and knocks You Already Lose out of the game. And that's EKC taking over the Sad Boys.
EKC securing top 3 in For the Crown land. Sad Boys being sent home. And now we're going to be seeing an entirely new top 3. I don't think we've seen this in any land ever. It's going to be Bozo Bunch in the winner side waiting for the next game between Sundubu Strikers and now EKC coming in shortly. Insane series from both teams here, back and forth all the way through, but EKC get the better of the Sad Boys. As we take a look at the stats here, so much through here. I mean, Soren and You Already Lose just putting in so much work in the goal box. You Already Lose getting the better of Soren in terms of save numbers, but EKC with the goals, with the plays, with the damage too on 69,000 and 67,000 on Katsuna and NXCD respectively. Insane plays from NXCD, or rather from NXCD and Katsuna in order to secure the win there for EKC.
Yeah, that was really nicely played from EKC. You can see a little bit of panic happening, a little bit of a scrambling in that set 5 situation overtime. Anything could happen in that spot, and it looked very, very chaotic, and EKC was able to take advantage of that and overcome all odds from the Sad Boys comeback factor. It looked like Sad Boys were going to take that game. It looked like they were in control, but EKC said, nah, screw that. We're going to win this.
Yeah, heartbreaker for the Sad Boys there. They had the opportunity in the second game too. They had the 2-0-2-0. They needed one more point to secure themselves for the top 3, and they just could not find it. But that's enough about them. Now we're back on to EKC, who has a bit of a mountain to climb to win this tournament. Not only are they taking out Sad Boys here, but they have to take out the Sundubu Strikers, who have been on a pretty big tear, especially on day 1, and took out EKC, I believe, in day 1. So Sundubu already are 1-up against the EKC. So EKC is going to be wanting that rematch. They're going to be wanting that redo, as they found a little bit more, I guess, of energy here. They're going in crazy on day 2 right now.
Yeah, EKC just taking advantage of all the energy in the world, and don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the Sundubu Strikers versus EKC.
What's up, everyone? We're back here for Losers Finals, and I have assembled a little bit of a squad here as I gotta leave down to get to the game. But I think for a game of the soon Dubu Strikers to make a comeback, it's important that we get the West Coast out in full force. And just to put a little bit of history out there, back in the North American Strikers League, Season 2, Season 3, Season 4, Student Dubu Strikers had roughly about a 10% win rate whenever a West Coast caster casted the game, aka me or Z Yoshi. So I thought it'd be appropriate to show out in full force here with 5 or 4 other here West Coast casters here to say this wonderful game, show this wonderful game to the world, and really cheer on the Student Dubu Strikers plus shapeshifting.
Plus shapeshift. It's West EMF Wednesday. Or sorry, it's actually West EMF Sunday. Excuse me. And we got Soon Dubu Strikers here in the losers finals going up against EKC, who just came off the back of one of their first wins against the Sad Boys ever. And for those that weren't at the live venue, Soren had a crazy pop off for that. So congratulations to congratulations to EKC for that. As we get into the game here.
Oh yeah, and map draft is underway. Looks like EKC bans Taiko Temple, returned by Inky Splash Zone. And we got Gates and Oni for games 1 and 2.
Yeah, this Inky Splash Zone map has kind of shown up in full force a bit. I think that it's getting to the point like we saw Sad Boys use it earlier, right? We saw EKC has been using it historically. It's really gotten to the point like one of this like really disliked maps showing up here in full force out here in California, right? In the Bay Area, very appropriate, but it's become like a very legitimized map pick. Like it feels like if you don't know how to play the map, it feels like if you don't scrim it, this is something that you actually have to be afraid of. And Soon Dubu is putting out some respect to it. EKC then get their kind of ban skipped essentially, or EKC get their free ban going through. Just kind of a respect ban.
I'm interested to see Night Market getting the last pick here. Oni Village and the Gates pick right first from EKC right after they just won that really intense 5-setter against Sad Boys. And I think that's going to give them a lot of momentum going into this one. And we'll see if they can keep it up or Soon Dubu can take their spot back in grand finals with, 5 West casters.
Yeah. They'll figure it out.
Most notably, another Oni Village pick. I mean, these guys have heard that we're on time, and they're going to make sure that we are no longer on time by picking Oni Village yet again.
Brickbat, are you removing Oni Village next time?
Are you removing Oni Village? I don't know.
I'm kind of down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, for a LAN, I guess.
What do you mean you don't want 45-minute games, Saya?
What are you going to replace it with, Otten City?
Think about the competitive spirit.
True.
You guys just don't like Omega Strikers. You want the game to go on for 45 minutes. Try to cut it short.
If you pick Oni Village, you get a random tea time tussle map.
Yeah,
We're going into character draft.
Oh, we are.
From some Dubu Strikers and an Asher band from EKC.
Too surprised by that Luna ban, huh?
Yeah.
Not too surprised. Especially like Missile Prob Monu start. Missile Prob Luna is just a nuisance.
Yeah, and EKC just had to deal with Caleb on the Asher goalie on Gates, and that was holding it down so hard against like a super gigabit Centauro plus cast last.
Yeah. that freaking in set 5 that You Already Leaves had against NX was like literally the coolest thing I've ever seen.
The save directly into the portal goal, yeah.
Oh my god.
That was literally that's like a highlight. That's like the type of highlight clip that shows up in like best of playlists and shit like that.
The crown highlights.
That's definitely going in the next Rob video.
Oh yeah. 100%.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to another Westie.
I missed it. I just heard the pop off from everyone and then just saw the course slowly draining into the goal. And I was like, what? We get Estelle though. Oh.
Draft, we got blue side 1, Atlas into the Estelle and now counter. So probably Monumentalist is in the starting awakening, so now is a high draft. But then we get the Juno and Rasmus in return. So,
and speaking of returning, I think we had the return of the Queen of Hearts because she has said off with our heads at the moment. Tech has been completely beheaded live on stream. Live on stream.
I'm too old for this, but that.
Yeah, you guys want me to set up straight chat? You want to
Yeah,
You wanna see what
absolutely.
happens? Here we go.
Absolutely.
Welcome to school picture day.
Suffering from success?
Can we link the Eternal Arctic text picture in chat?
Someone put that up there. That's a banger.
That is a bang.
We could be like Muppets. We could have like a if we speak, we like talk like this and we sync it up with our There we go.
What's the name of the two old guy puppets that like make crack jokes?
Statler and Waldorf.
Statler and Waldorf. Yes, I would love to be those guys.
You guys die.
Faces in the image.
Yeah, Kai out for EKC.
That's you. Come on, do that.
It's looking like a little bit of a midfield diff out there, Waldorf. Oh yeah, he should have struck second. Oh.
That's a triple midi draft from EKC.
I could like do yours as well.
I mean,
Yeah, thank you, Brick.
I'm interested to see the Kai here. Like,
The Kai is
what's their actual forward? What's NXT playing here?
probably Kai.
I'm feeling Kai word.
It seems like a Kai word, yeah. How in the world the Kai word is going to score against an Atlas, the world may never know.
Yeah, well, about to find out.
We're about to find out.
The camera in the stream
Is way better.
is way better. It is
It doesn't have to be 16 by 9 there, you know?
Oh.
Yip. Oh. Camera angle.
Alright, so
Camera angle.
We have to see who's going down this EKC draft.
We don't even get to see it now.
This. I didn't even. I'm so locked in on the sock puppet side.
No, it's NXT Estelle.
It's now.
Wait, Estelle? Estelle?
So it's a Estelle word.
Brawler Estelle.
The Dromleto patented tech. On Gates of Obscura, nonetheless.
Okay, these are some weird gate teams. Like, I'm not. Like, what is going on here?
I mean, this
BG taking a ton of damage.
Oh my
with the-
gosh.
8 seconds into the round with the barrage. Oh, and then getting returned. Deep taking the missile prop Atlas primary. NXT trying to do the offense all by himself in the forward, but it is cleared out by Grimella. He's back into the play, and Soren narrowly saved that.
Save that?
Yeah, insane holds from Soren here. He's looking pretty low again already.
Yeah, we saw 2 KOs already in the first 15 seconds of the match. If this shows what's in store for you guys this afternoon, we see Shapeshifting using all these abilities, trying to get out, forced to use that ult there just to heal up the teammates. 3Z so low, and there's Katsuna flying all the way through, and a huge find from NXCD, taking one out. Only 2 players left for Dubu. Looking for something here, Shapeshifting, just trying to stall all this time. The piercing shot not quite finding its mark by NXED. We saw so many goals in the previous series scored by this. Soren now trying to get this through, has the core flip. Grimella is low HP, camping that orb, and these teleporters are going to be a huge difference on this map.
Yeah, there's just so much damage flying out. I see this composition from EKC. In my mind, NXT, huge fan of the Ami Brawler, which I think is pretty similar in theory. It's a midfielder that can act as scoring, and already some crazy saves coming out, but Katsuna able to catch the clear here from Shapeshifting, able to get the first point in the game. And yeah, like I said, 2 midfielders that have their own ability to score. It's something that EKC kind of understand, they kind of get, and it's exciting. It's a new version of the competition. It feels like they're not the same game.
It also feels like one of those things, right? These 2 characters can approach core like attack mechanics from different angles. Like Estelle can attack from most of the field. Kai can kind of do that too, but he can also be in your face. So mixing up the attack angles here is going to keep Shapeshifting on his toes. And I don't know, the Atlas might actually prove to be a downfall in some ways, but it's kind of hard to bet against Atlas nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. See right now, the corner clear made here by NXCD has a flip on offensive. If you choose to use it, Katsuna doing a little bit of dribbling, but no lose eventually Grimella right now. Soren with the right shot, even a sword flip from NXCD. Gonna be caught by Shapeshifting. Now, double midfielder here, super hard to get any core cleared, and Shapeshifting a little bit of greed here with the flip. Elects not to use it, probably feels like he's behind the point and wants to save it. But that's 2 points now here for EKC in the set.
Yeah, you can see coming out swinging with this comp that they've cooked up here. People are somewhat doubting it, but I mean, just as I say it, Caster Curse straight into the double barrier for the side of Sinduba Strikers. and maybe they'll be able to get their first point on the board here. Big now, Dorito gets it through, and they're playing around the portals pretty well. Shape still has his flip. Maybe a score can be made here. NXDD walks a little close, but the Pendulum quite doesn't find him, and Katsuna gets a return kill instead with the barrage again.
Is this EKC comp just a kill comp? They have so many kill confirms, genuinely, and with the Manu now, with the Skittles here, just always doing a little bit of chip damage over and over, NXZD can finish off kills, and if he can't, the barrage
barely doesn't get the angle.
Oh my god!
Grimilla's there to save it.
That piercing shot just not quite finding its mark here. Katsuna's gonna heal up off that orb, and Soren, no energy now, open in the net, but neither did Shapeshifting. There's the flip coming out, blocked away immediately. And now the core is through the teleporter. Both of these teams looking for it. Soren runs a bit too far and is able to grab both of these here. And NXZD with that piercing shot a bit earlier, and Katsuna just looking for the opportunity to take this here. NXZD does have the flip immediately burned away though, so no Rose Warp into the insta flip. And 3Z, such low staggers, just sitting in front of Soren, trying to win this strike war. And Shapeshifting gets it off the expanse and was able to get it. Next fourth, and we have a match on our hands.
Even so, barely go wide, and almost got a crazy score there. And the Soren angle using the mine.
Quite literally the Sorenest of angles.
I mean, yeah, crazy kill confirming. The primary gets it through, the expanse barely doesn't come out in time. Shout out the other side.
You guys are so nice, by the way. I was casting on the delayed monitor here, and I was wondering why you were just like going like, oh, I'm like, what's going on happening on the screen? Like, and I was like, oh, crap. Well,
meanwhile, on the main monitor, Prize Fighter immediately. It is a kill comp.
Over heavy,
literally that Drop Leto video, no?
1-2.
I guess that
that makes sense.
Spec training. Take it. Take
spec.
No, Bill. Okay.
I'm mildly surprised that I don't even know who's playing Kai at this point, but that the Kai Katsuna didn't take spec training. Just like leans fully into the KO thing.
Just damage on damage on damage. This is EKC here. We got 1-2. We got Prize Fighter. We got BD even for the high heavy impact. I mean.
Oh my goodness.
Singular impact Kai. But it doesn't matter. I mean, they're doing all
the damage. Shot in the street. Got to do a little fancy dribbling, and NXT goes for the rush gets it through.
And the crazy part about this composition, in my opinion, is like they have so many ways to intercept the core too, right? Pi intercept, Estelle intercept. Soren can put down the Skittles for NXZD to gain the speed, while Katsuna already has his own speed. So not only do they have the speed, they have the abilities to intercept the core. So it just makes clearing off of your side of the field a nightmare. That was an interesting thing that I was noticing.
Got a nice double barrier situation here. Sundubu Strikers looking to finally get. Would this be their first point of this game? Yeah, looking to get their first point of the game here. The Reezy looking really low though. The damage coming out from EKC. Takes the Estelle primary ride all the way to the top corner of the goal. And that's the first point for Sundubu Strikers.
Yes. Use the enemy's hubris against them. Goes for the KO, but also gets the own goal in NXZD. And that's the first point on the board for Sundubu.
And now we've got a corner offense going on, and these corner offenses are scary when you've got an offense going here, and it's so claustrophobic. The damage from EKC could come out at any moment. Clear though. Comes through for the side of EKC, NXZD. Look at this nice dribble to get one barrier. Soren clearing it with a strike shot, but still has a defense to play with. Formella now very patient here against NXZD, but it's eventually going to be cleared. Katsuna's going to be running up. Flip comes through by Shapeshifting. Flip parry comes through by NX. Now it's going to be an open goal here for the side of the Sundubu Strikers. 3Z Breezy trying to get that final barrier. Without this assistance from the midfielder, it's going to be tough. The flip from Soren already gonna be here, and Katsuna has fully rotated here in the defense. And NXZD though, on the side during this defense, gonna be flipped. It's gonna be found as well. 2v2 here. Now in favor of EKC. Katsuna with access to the core. We're gonna be overtime. They're trying to get into the flip, and nothing's gonna come for it. 3Z Breezy, good interception now. Gonna find the final barrier. No, once again blocked away by Soren. The core speed of overtime from Juno is gonna be a little crazy now. Katsuna trying to find a little bit of dribbling play through the portal, not going to find it. Grimella trying to duke it out here in the midfield, trying to get any sort of offense built for the Sundubu Strikers. Threezy Breezy needs to get clean pass to get past Soren here. And XCD though, an excellent Rose Warp, and it looked like Shapeshifting there was going to get a clear, but it was immediately intercepted, immediately scored. EKC are here to kill.
There were a couple of times there where Threezy was going in with the Rasmus primary and it was just a little bit too small, and the built different steal away from Katsuna might genuinely have saved a barrier there, or two.
Yeah, that's a huge awakening for the Rasmus here, especially since he's been looking for a lot of kills, so the impact damage would have also been really helpful for Threezy to fight back a little bit. But this NX is just so strong. Threezy is barely even getting hit by that many things, but he's just getting completely chunked from all of the damage coming out from EKC, and now just playing for his life. He's getting hunted down. There's a barrage flying. He almost gets sent into a Dorito, but the Atlas ult will alleviate some of that pressure. But they are just playing all defense right now, and Katsuna's in their face. NX is blocking the portal, and now Soren's involved in the play, shoots it down to Katsuna, who almost gets killed by the Pendulum Swing, but goes back to NXDD. Soren shoots it back to NX, and oh, but NX is taken out by Pendulum Swing, and now it is the tides have been turned. The Sundubu Strikers are trying to go on offense. Will they be able to make it work?
We'll have to see. Soren has the flip, opts not to use it, instead loses that final. Finds it into the top corner. And EKC getting 2 sets in a row. Looking to close out a perfect game aside from that 1 goal scored.
That was an insane Giga to close that game out, and that was starting to get a little precarious too, because NXED on the Estelle has Prize Fighter and actually lost 2 stacks that game after gaining 1 earlier, so ended up becoming a dead awakening at a certain point, but it really didn't matter as they were able to convert there.
They denied size again. No big fish here for Threezy. Gets the reverb instead, which should help. And the Deadeye pops up on Juno too, but I don't know.
I actually really dislike the fact that they didn't deny the Atlas extra special here. It's gonna be so hard actually to kill, because he's reviving twice as fast, right? It's a 25% cooldown, but with that extra cooldown too at the beginning of each set, it's so hard to get any immediate explosive power that feels like EKC might be playing on the back foot here for basically the rest of the game unless they really get this KO train farming.
Yeah, not to mention Threezy getting reverb helps a lot from survivability, so yeah, hopefully not going to be bullied quite as hard. Not as much damage coming out from EKC for that draft too, so I think it finally play a little bit more aggressively. Sorry.
It's delayed, I know. You do the same thing I did.
Pulling a brick bat, all good.
Don't fall into the void.
Both the gates open, and taken off the map is Katsuna on the guy by the, I think that was a Missile Prop Atlas primary. Playing around the portals a little bit. Shapeshifting nearly has his flip. But NX is trying to get in there, but Katsuna's back up, and the Pendulum Swing nearly gets it, but Soren with the flip reaction, Giga Blast sends it to the portal, and oh, the Stealth Fire gets it through with the flip. Shoot! Strike Wars like 100 creations. I'm not even sure what I'm talking about.
Sometimes you have to take after Icarus's lesson and not fly too close to the sun.
Okay, but that was pretty cooking. I like that.
We turned the oven a little too hot there with that.
Flew too close to the Soren.
All right, get him out of here.
Get out of here. Locked in the
quite literally locked in.
Locked in, and so are these guys. We see a lot of damage coming out already from the side of EKC, and look at that, Katsuna brought from 100 to 0 in under a second. Shapeshifting with some nice saves there, and Sundubu Strikers have the energy advantage. Shapeshifting will delay the flip, but right now, these 2 forwards, Katsuna and NXZD, are proving to be a problem sitting in this corner. And we see 1 barrier left from each side, and that's a huge KO now. Shifts the favor into Sundubu. Threezy able to find the stun onto Soren. You have the flip. Will you use it? Not quite yet, or yes, you will. Grimella just strikes it through, and perhaps the least cinematic experience.
Hey, save flip, energy saved.
Sometimes you gotta sit there and take the strike for you know. Your ego against theirs.
Also, how the turns have tabled, because I think it's Sundubu being the KO team now. They got 2 to make that point happen, and they seem, even though they're getting hit over and over, like you said, Brickbat, that extra special Atlas is making it nigh impossible to confirm these KOs. They basically have to dump the entire kit Guilty Gear style to get them.
I mean, hey, none of them are May players, so they're gonna know 80%. So
They just need more Totsugeki.
yeah. And you know, speaking though, right now we're gonna be fishing for some points here. I really points that. From Katsuna, almost trying to sneak a goal. Shape shifting is ready. Soren preventing any sort of corner offense here in the 2v3 before it starts. Breezy, Breezy, 1 more second to flip.
Last second flip.
Ooh, so crazy. The hit stun so dangerous from EKC right now. Grimella and Breezy, Breezy duking out the midfield for core control. It flies forward. Grimella takes advantage of it. You're down here in overtime. Breezy, Breezy,
nice
pass up, a good pass, but it's going to be up to shapeshifting to defend here. Katsuna's flip is so scary right now. Now overtime going to go through. It's going to be a 1v1 situation here. Just a second, the corner offense comes through. The clear is pixel perfect. The flip is there. The defense stays strong. And Katsuna now no evade. Means that he is going to be spending some time here in the KO box. Breezy, Breezy now has to close it through, trying to get a pass through to Soren, but this Dorito is just too much to handle right now. Soren intercepting any sort of passing plays means that the Sundubu offensive now is going to close up a little bit. NXCD trying to again fish for a little bit of
sinker to the top corner.
Saw the strike shot and made it happen in the top corner. 3Z with the accuracy there. Maybe that's the MOBA difference. You know, you trade a little bit of random back passes for proper angled scores there.
Sundubu with showing signs of life here. Finally, grass was set 3-0. In fact, a pretty dominating fashion. So we'll see what they get off of that. A rapid fire for the Juno, which is huge pickup. Form goes in through the now. Also, would have been really good on the Atlas. But gets cooled down some form with a spark of focus. And as we see, just lots of speed, getting
the ZZZ, the ZZZ
yeah.
Kai. No ZZZ Kai.
He's got built different, so I guess it's
True. I guess it is kind of a ZZZ.
And it's a little more damage.
3Z took glass cannon there over Might of the Colossus. Didn't even care for the size anymore, and oh my god, they're already dead. Where did Katsuna go?
Through the ringer a little bit, just been taking pounding from the Sundubu strikers, but Grimella up in the corner, not quite able to get that barrier, and Shape whips the strike shot, but barely gets the clear out anyways, and here we see the slime fighting. Oh, 3Z goes for the death touch, and nice timed Atlas ult to save Grimella, as they are on the back foot a little bit here. NXZD, Rose warps in, the slimes are doing their job, but Katsuna just preventing any sort of clear out with his insane speed, as NXZD tries to use the portal to get it through. Has the flip from shapeshifting, but Katsuna just takes the strike and completely opens the point, shoots the core into the top corner. Shape not fast enough to catch that.
Roller, absolutely great strike war. Good presence of mind here from Katsuna too, understanding that he wins that strike war. He aims it correctly. That's just the goal. Good prioritization here for the EKC midfielder, but he's going to be rewarded with that by being shot. He lost his HP just instantly right there, but NXCD trying to use some of the lack of cooldowns from Sundubu to get something through, but it's going to be actually EKC now on the defense. Flip here for 3Z. Breezy might come through, but for now we're going back into the midfield.
Yeah, EKC right now is super comfortable inside of Sundubu Striker's corners. Of course, that Deadeye from Juno is not going to proc if Katsuna is just sitting right on top of you. So a huge KO there from that pendulum swing. Soren has the flip, so does Katsuna. Are going to have to lock this one down. Grimella has a flip of their own, trying to get it past. There's the double flip coming out. A little bit of a miscommunication from EKC, as now they have to try to take this final barrier. Both teams with one remaining almost gets taken out by that latent now ability. We're going to be resetting here. These teleporters just too steep of an angle for shapeshifting to get to. There's the flip. Looking to pass this to NXZD through these teleporters. Soren with a great strike, with Breezy with the death touch. A little bit of a MOBA moment there. As Soren trying to get it past. Shapeshifting just sitting in the net, patient. Has the core flip now and has the opportunity to defend at least one more onslaught. As the core takes the final barrier for EKC, there's the flip. Katsuna flies forward, or Grimella rather. The strike war in favor of Soren. The down clear is scary, but it works. As NXED has that piercing shot, trying to get it. It's the strike shot.
Return the slab.
And EKC brings set number 3 up 2-0.
I just poured water.
Shapeshifting needs to return the slab because they are suffering the curse right now of strike shot. Return that slab, Shapeshifting, and make sure he keeps those strike shots going, because this is now game point for EKC here into the first game, and a KO.
Soren taken out. Another victim of the pendulum swing here. Let's see if the forwards are able to defend. I mean, they have some pretty good goalie characters. Oh, Threezy Breezy takes one barrier. Are they able to get the other one before Soren's up? They are not. Katsuna looking pretty low as well. They might have another power play in store. But NXED has Flip looking to use it. Soren is up, and ooh, Katsuna, a little scary Giga Blast, but it works out. And NXED on the back foot as Breezy Breezy and Grimella are really controlling the core up here, not letting them get it through. Shapeshifting is under threat for a little bit right now. NXED is just in there fighting to get this barrier, but not able to quite find it. As Soren is kind of chilling back here, just setting up all these creations for his team to use.
Another backwards Giga from Katsuna, as Katsuna being the Kai is able to stay out of the fight, but still in the control of the core, using the abilities from Kai. So able to heal up, able to dodge all these abilities coming their way, and Threezy Breezy and Grimella not able to secure that KO.
Yeah, there's a lot of creations on the pitch right now coming out from Juno. With that ult, the first barrier finally falls for Sundubu Strikers. And they're one barrier away from potentially losing map number 1. Shapeshifting and Threezy both have their flip. A little double commit there is going to be a huge misplay, and the death touch coming out. Another KO. This time on a Katsuna. NXED though takes the final barrier. We've seen Soren and NXED do this before, but the Juno Slimes will take the final barrier for EKC. Soren now with a beautiful mine, able to stop this. But you're in a scary situation. Neither side have anything. Soren closes the game out with that Dorito. We've seen it happen many times this match, and Soren, yet again, will secure this final goal.
Return to sender with the massive Dorito just camping right there into such a demonic angle in the top corner. Soren thinking 10,000 years ahead. A great mind from a great mind.
That was good. I like that. I think that rhymes.
Great. Orange.
Yeah, orange.
That's it.
Rhyme with that. But a good victory there from EKC, using one of the craziest team compositions I've ever seen on Gates of Obscura, and just making it work. And not even like what you would expect, right? You see Kai Estelle, you think Oni double midfield, we're just going to sit in the middle of the map and you're never going to get it past us. Nope, they're like, we're just going to shoot you. Like, hands up.
NXED had 42,000 damage.
A 42,000 damage Estelle, 100 saves from Soren, and still able to. I mean, look at the redirects. The redirects, they're able to just be on top of the vault. Excuse me.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Can't speak today. Somebody take it over.
Yeah, 42 grand is crazy for Estelle. This is a midfielder, I think, that has suffered a lot during the height of the speed meta, but very recently has come back as this midfielder, as 110 power. Like, right, not every midfielder starts the game with 110 power. You toss into things like Prize Fighter, you toss in things like Heavy Impact, you toss anything, really, that increases impact or primary power and stuff like that. And if you combine that with even a little bit of cooldown, right, that rapid fire or anything like that, you have someone that does a lot of damage, stops a lot of regen, and overall can do, have a lot of scoring pressure here. Oh, and the camera's back. Has a lot of scoring pressure here in midfield. So it can be a real big threat here, especially if you have a comp that could support it, right? Estelle, a very slow character overall, especially compared to her midfield contemporaries. And, well, you have a Kai and you have a Now, and you have a lot of speed in your team because of it.
Also, the Now can give Estelle speed, in which Soren was doing a lot that game. A lot of forward mines to allow Estelle to either grab for damage, grab for speed, or both. A lot of denied clears from some of the forward mines as well. So overall, they've obviously practiced this team composition before, because it was looking very clean in their execution. But we'll see what they decide to bring out here, going on to Oni Village now.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about that too with you guys. Of course, that last map, I feel like almost every point went into overtime. And a lot of people were relying on KO. So looking at these starting awakenings, Ad Rush and Recovery Drone, I'd love to hear, what do you think is going to happen? Are people going to live long, or is that Recovery Drone just going to be procced immediately on point 1 of every set?
It's Oni Village. They're gonna survive forever.
One thing as well, Rasmus Estelle here locked in on Oni Village. It's a bit of a classic composition, especially with a side start for the Rasmus. I think this is gonna be pretty good.
Why did they took Asher first instead of
on
either?
this pitch with a side start on Oni Village, like on 3Z Breezy nonetheless. Like that's the ideal conditions you really want to see. Obviously, the Asher is a really high priority pick. She's insanely defensive, and you've seen Soren performing on it today, so I could see why they'd want to let it through, but they respond with the Juno and Kind, who doesn't really make the best usages out of these awakenings. Get some value out of the Adren Rush 1 second flat cooldown, and we'll have to see who they lock in for their brawler here, or maybe they'll pull out something funky. Nope, they just get the NXZD on the Zentaro, which is obviously a pick that you're gonna love to see from NX.
Why is this working so well?
What do you mean?
No, like the
We're
whole,
good at what we do,
there's
Saya.
5 people coordinating.
Yeah.
We're good at what we do, Saya.
It's
Westy Wednesday.
It's Westy MF Sunday.
We've got like 3 play-by-play and 2 color
Yeah.
casters here. So
Well, not to mention, right now we're all on West Ping, so it's really easy
Quite literally
to
on
read
Ping.
what your teammates do. And
We already know what the 6 picks is going to be. We don't need to
Yeah.
talk about it. It's going to be yet another Atlas showing up here. Atlas Estelle Rasmus. That feels very classic. That feels very like season 1.
That's like the 9 to 5. That's the
Yeah.
9 to 5. Oni Village, and you're gonna be here from 9 to 5
Yeah.
too.
Right in the bag.
I mean, we have Atlas versus Asher on Oni Village. It's about to be. I mean, bust out those pillows. We got some comfy seats out in the front that you can kind of just lay down and look up at the screens. I mean, it's about to be.
I can't get to my pillow. It's over there.
I'll get it for you, Cactus.
After a heater game like the Obscura one, where I could not even tell what was happening with the portals and the slimes and the Doritos and the high Giga Blast flying from like 10 yards away with the missile prop aerials, like I could use a little bit of some nice Oni Village. Let's rotate the core around. Let's do some clockwise loops. Maybe switch it up and go counterclockwise. Who knows?
It'd be really good break for us as a 5 set of casters.
It's so hard to have the puppet for anyone else other than me. It's so exhausting. I don't need to do it anymore.
Well, yeah.
No, we're still on. We're like right here on the stream.
Yeah, we're still here. But like Brickbat's face is
Yeah,
visible.
Brickbat's here.
Brickbat's here.
Looking like a handsome feller.
I know. It's up my bald spot. Don't worry about it then.
It's okay. The camera's hiding it.
No, it's not.
You need my hat, Brick?
Yeah, I might be our own one soon. Oh.
We'll just enable ray tracing and they won't be able to figure it out.
True.
It'll have screen space reflection.
It's great. Subsurface scattering.
Yeah.
Wow, 6 recovery drones.
Who wants to kill? Yeah, this is.
Oh yeah.
We're here from 9.
I'm actually a little surprised nobody went on Dren Rush. Yeah, even the 1 second can be decent here.
I'm a little surprised the barriers are
Never mind, I'll
gone.
shut up because it's time to game.
It's the level 1. Sometimes it just happens. That first point, you don't have all your abilities. It just goes in.
Did you just shoot it right back? Did I see it?
It might have been a slime or a strike ward.
Oh, yeah, I think it was a strike word.
I think it was a slime.
Yeah, it's hard to see because everyone has their life preservers on. We'll have to see who takes it off.
What we will see is 3Z Breezy getting the first point of the game.
I mean, we're on a ship, we're on a cruise, and we're about to be 4 days at sea. We're just getting right up. Let's see if anybody can lose their. We need to throw a life preserver overboard, man overboard. But first point over to Sundubu Strikers here. Kings of the West currently in West Coast in Berkeley, California. They're able to use these size to their advantage, but we'll see if they can keep using this size, or will the cooldowns of later sets be the best for them. Oh, man overboard, 3Z.
First drone has been popped.
Oh, wow.
You see 3Z Breezy getting right back into the play, and not to mention, not only does he have this recovery drone, he also has an Atlas behind him, so even if he happens to die after getting it popped, he might just come back again for the 3rd time.
He's a zombie.
Yeah, the genius of the West.
I mean, they call him, they call him
That's the third
3Z.
day.
Breezy.
Three lives breezy.
Anyways, NXDD looking to pop Gramella's life vest, but pops on shapeshifting, not quite able to catch the coordinate as the offense goes in. Soren with the super clutch core flip and as Kessler controls the core, but 3Z is still in the mix, but Soren is only able to hold for so long as shapeshifting rotates the core back around. NXD has just not really been able to get to the core.
Not quite.
He just hasn't had much impact at all this game. It's been all Sundubu all the time so far. They haven't even lost both barriers.
That's right. I think a huge part too is this size coming out. 3Z now has the flip, looking for an opportunity to use it. Grimella is going to try to get that core up. The piercing shot will stun, and 3Z with the core flip finds the top corner. 2-0 right now for Sundubu Strikers. If it's anything like last game, we saw a lot of really polarizing sets. 3-0s, 3-1s. It doesn't seem like there's the opportunity for EKC to come back, but you never know.
Another thing as well, right? There's this innate advantage. Rasmus really loves size, and size is a stat that Zentaro really just doesn't care about. So I think what EKC are is, as opposed to their previous game, I think they're just kind of in this for the long run. They want this Zentaro to get maybe things like heavy impacts and it's like super surge, right? Things that don't really get denied other than maybe by Grimella, right? But not really as strong as Awakening. So obviously the dash awakenings for this Zentaro are going to come through uncontested, which is going to be huge on Oni Village where mobility is king.
They may even opt to deny those dash awakenings because I think the one thing that EKC is going to need to do here on Oni Village is abuse the fact that Juno has global coverage with like 1 or 2 awakenings, and they get the global coverage on Zentaro. Then EKC's composition can just kind of play around the Atlas, and they don't have to try and brute force through all the abilities.
Sense. As we see here, just another stalemate between one barrier.
5 casters and nobody has anything to say. Yep, that's Oni Village.
That's
You know it's bad when the 5 Westie casters are rooting for EKC to score a point because we don't want to be here anymore.
Strike shot as gets the flip off in return. Soren is blocking off this angle. 3Z is just having so much trouble getting in now as shapeshifting clears it out, but 3Z takes it back to the corner. One thing that's 3Z is really, you saw right there, he tried, but the deft touch to kind of pull Soren out of the position with the Asher. Oh my god.
Wow.
It's just not able to push it through shapeshifting and Grimella on the defense here as they push it back. Soren secondary goes wide as the stealth primary gets it through. 3 goes for a fancy angle with the flip and not quite able to find it. Deft touch goes out, goes wide as course back onto the side of Sundubu Strikers. 3Z striking it around. NXDD pushing slightly forward. Shape is just barely standing on the edge of his goal, can barely walk up, or else there might be a Juno just jumping into your face, or the Zen. As Grimella goes for a shot into the bottom, caught on the edge by Soren. As NXDD keeps the play up, barely lives. Oni's blade goes in, has all of his abilities up, but now he's looking pretty damaged. As 3 goes for the deft touch play, is not able to find it.
Oh man overboard, he's got another one.
Second recovery drone down after what felt like 10 minutes so far.
Probably, and there's the flip immediately blocked away by Grimella, who is so close to losing this recovery drone themselves. NXDD in this top corner just using all of these abilities with Zentaro. There comes the Crystal Thorns from Grimella, but immediately blocked away by Soren, who's looking, hits it back, and there it is, yet another one. The death time getting rid of Soren's life preserver. This is a scary situation to be with goalie. But we see here, Katsuna has this flip, might be able to help on the defensive side there. Soren in a scary situation against 3Z. And gets it through. 3Z Breezy closes out set number 1, 3-0.
3Z Breezy with the fancy dribbles just goes bottom corner, top corner, and then shoots it back into the top pocket. The only real way you can score onto an Asher with size start is you have to hit it around her. And he's rewarded with another size training here if he wants it.
Dude,
He doesn't. He wants
I want to be
rapid
giving it an
fire.
extra rapid fire at Odie. That's the 3 hours in it's crazy. It makes total sense to deny that here.
But Zentaro gets the Stinger now. May opt to pivot towards that damage, with 2 sparks going over to both midfielders, vying for the final spark of speed, spark of agility. Only thing left, spark-wise, as we get into the second set here.
It's important to also remember that since it's the best of 3, this is the pick that Sundubu wanted. This is the map that they wanted to play, and taking the first set 3-0 here is really good sign that they're prepped and ready for this.
Well, we mostly play on East as Westies, so we're used to being masochists at this point.
Oh God!
I think these people are just happy to be able to play a core control comp. Can you imagine being able to control the core on sub 20 ping? Like, I think these players are just feeling like it's smooth. It's like getting a massage.
That's why we're here. They want to play longer. They don't get to do this. And they want Oni Village. That makes sense. It's like, yeah, you want to be at the top of the mountain for longer, even if you're gonna not have enough oxygen. You know what I mean?
What a good combination of primaries there from Grimella and Threezy, and Threezy just gets it away from NXED. Now with a 2-level lead, and they're already up 1-0 in the second set.
Interestingly enough, I've noticed that Threezy's been trying to set Grimella up more than try and set up his own plays. He does go for his own plays, and it gets the primary out, and then Threezy just backs up, regains core control, sets up a primary for Grimella, and Grimella's actually been taking a lot of the last barriers, allowing Threezy to get those cooldowns back to try and score before the Asher's ready again.
See here, Soren getting into the play with the secondary into the speed zone into an evade because of fear for the pendulum swing. As notable, all of the life preservers have come back as a result of the set ticking over, so we're gonna have to start this counter all over again. As everyone's still looking pretty healthy and doing a great job on defense here. Threezy is just not really able to get in. In fact, Soren is hunting him down, blood in his eyes. Now NX is taking a swing at him, but Katsuna is keeping the core up on this side while the flip goes wide for NX, but Threezy is still just taking damage, can't catch a break, has to flip to stay alive, and actually uses the Death Touch to get the barrier. So even after all of that pressure, is still able to get the barrier, but core went flying, nearly goes past Shapeshifting's primary as strike shots into forward, but the fast core nearly gets the barrier, but not quite, has to blow the burst, and another burst from Katsuna looks for the sneaky angle on the bottom, isn't quite able to find it either, as Shapeshifting shoots a straight sword, but Threezy with the pendulum swing from below. A little caught in all the action there, like there's so much happening on the top side, and Threezy just waiting with the primary to get in. Yeah.
Threezy wasn't waiting with the primary, he was running for his life for a whole 10 seconds there. He managed to stay alive just long enough and still be in the right position. That's such a good play from him.
It's also one of those things, right? Their only realistic kill confirm is Zentaro, but also most of their damage is the Stinger Zentaro. So Zentaro, NXED can get them low, but NXED also needs to be the confirm. So how you can't expect somebody to do both, and I think we're seeing the results of that here.
Vipers is now 4 of both Sundubu strikers. Soren playing a little bit more aggressively with the flip, I think, with a little bit more confidence. Recognizes as well it's a melee fully versus melee really matchup. Well, essentially, 2 unstoppable walls versus each other. One with pass and fall. Morella now with a flip, passes it forward, but it's only going to be a self-clear in the end. He's going to have core flipped away from his possession. Katsuna trying to get the core forward here, but Morella now staunch defense, trying to lose this shape-shifting until they can't pull. Breezy is scary, but again, EKC here finding the clear. NXED now in the midfield, helping here with Katsuna. I gotta be louder here now. The Juno Slime sending the core here at Mach 8. Shape-shifting here with a flip, but NXED and Katsuna are dribbling it around. They're trying to find any chip in the arm or a mix-up from Katsuna Slimes. Almost a Slime catches it yet again. The self-pass allows Katsuna to get a good shot here in the bottom side of the net.
Yeah, the Slime's just all over in front of Shapeshifting. He's only an Atlas. I mean, he can hold, but when it's Slime core is going up, down, red core, it's so hard to keep track of where Casa is looking to shoot, but amazing clears out here from the Sundubu Strikers. Managed to keep the barrier when I thought one was definitely going down for sure. They eventually get it on the bottom side here, but Soren is also now having to play defense as Shapeshifting's walking a little bit up to the mid line. Has his flip, maybe looking to do an offensive play here as Grimella is trying to prevent Kasana from sneaking around with the Juno jump as Breezy is taking a lot of damage. Nearly sent off the pitch, the Oni's blade finishes him off as Grimella and Shapeshifting are gonna have to hold here. Shape still has his flip though, but so does NXZD, and they are closing in. Soren's here for the pass, but Grimella breaks away with the core. Oh, and gets the barrier by himself with the primary. So now we're looking for 3Z Breezy back in the plains, immediately looking to make something happen. The Death Touch gets the core! Soren's able to evade clear, but not quite able to get the follow-up.
Yeah, if we had a sponsor, we could be talking about how it was like so-and-so sponsor power play. That was the very first time somebody actually died, and now we're getting into the next step, and that's where servers are back.
That's the merch.bestianslot.com.
Yeah, merch.bestianslot power play.
Merch.bestian.com power play.
Stacks and stacks is what I'm looking at.
Super Surge though.
Yeah, Super Surge, like we were talking about earlier, Zentaro getting this dash range means that they now have a lot more global presence with the cooldowns on the Juno. It's going to be a bit tougher, but 3Z gets another Size Awakening.
They let Twin Drive drop
Last
all the
pick,
way to
Twin
the
Drive
end.
access the...
But also that Might of Colossus on the Asher, that is a lot of size.
Yeah.
That's a big Asher.
As if 3Z wasn't already in a lot of danger, the Milo Colossus is going to hurt. But as I say that, double barrier for the Sundubu Strikers starting off third set here strong, wanting to get this second game here and move on to fight the Bozo Bunch. But as we see here, Oni Blade is hit up to the other side, so now it's starting an offensive play for the Sundubu Strikers as the Grimella with the primary sinks it in. Top side's covered by 3Z, bottom side's covered by Grimella. It is so hard there.
Good recognition from Grimella about what options Soren has, right? Soren can't strike top because Breezy with a bit of extra size with that slick kicks too, right? He's gonna win that interaction against Katsuna. So Grimella realizing that just commits all his cooldowns to that bottom clear, and it's gonna lead to another goal here. But it's a new goal, it's a new day because Oni Village. We'll see what happens.
3C's feeling like an ocean man, take him by the hand, because he is just mixing people up right now and really just kind of feeling like he's just in the zone, finding these plays, even despite being literally the only person KO'd legitimately in this game, still finding the plays, setting up for Grimella. It's looking like the 3Z Breezy show today.
Oh, Soren with a great clear, shape-shifting Grimella and 3Z Breezy all tried to take that top barrier, but the primary is able to stuff all of that as Grimella is looking low here and does not have the drone. Maybe a second potential kill, but no, Grimella gets the orb and is looking to be pretty safe for now. But the core is making its way over, and NXZD is in a good position here. Soren is able to cover the top at 3ZB with a flip. Oh, tries to get it, but it's a little ambitious and is not able to hit it. The Whiplash nearly gets something there going, but now settled down a bit. Now they're just playing a little bit of neutral. 3ZB goes for the pump swing, gets the top angle of the barrier, skirts it around the Soren primary, but not quite able to find the goal off of it as you can see he's looking to return it. The Oni Blade, ooh, stop with the primary to stop it from shooting back towards 3Z, which could have spelled disaster. So red core off of a strike from Soren, goes for the angle bot, but barely caught by shapeshifting. And here we go, 3Z with the deft touch, it shoots it down, dribbles, and is dribbling all over all three members of EKC, but is not able to actually get a conversion from it. Soren has to flip because the danger for himself. Nearly scoots his own goals, but Soren's able to react. A little goalie check here from EKC. They trust each other.
Yeah, terrifying situation here. If Soren strikes the core, it looks like team players. From 3Z Breezy means 1 point away from map number 3, and we're heading to Night Market soon.
3Z's easily one of the best with that combo, by the way. Not only being able to find the score using Death Touch to misplace the goalie, but also realizing that even if the goalie is able to hit the core, now they're in Death Touch range to make that score happen anyway. And with no cooldown, Soren was able to happen. And here's a double barrier going to the last point.
Oh, and they just rushed them down. The insanely fast final point here, 3-0 final set. You can see why the Sundubu Strikers wanted to take them to Oni Village. They looked really comfortable here. So after two pretty hectic and competitive games here, you have to see on the final map here, Night Market, how things are going to go.
And can we say
Fastest
bless
Oni Village game.
bless Sundubu Strikers for a 16-minute Oni Village game.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Claps for that. Claps for that.
My only regret from that game is that I didn't press tab for a second to see Soren's power with every size awakening and might
It's like
and
220s, isn't it?
cauldrons.
Oh, that would be like 240.
I genuinely
44?
do not know the
I
answer.
don't know.
That's why I was like,
It's in the 200s for sure.
it must be. It absolutely.
But yeah, I
must
mean,
be.
look, all that damage, but they got 1 KO in the entire game because between the life preservers and the fact that they just didn't really have any way to confirm kills. Asher can't really confirm without going out there and using her precious abilities. Juno just straight up can't confirm. Like, your best bet is a primary with a flip, maybe.
You don't
So,
even want to be. Using
yeah, and you don't even wanna
abilities
do
for
that.
damage when you see the life preservers.
And so NXED had to run double duty of damage and KOs on a map that you just don't KO people. So it just didn't really work out for them. And it shows here in the 16-minute Oni Village game, probably 15 minutes shorter than I was expecting this game to go.
Yeah,
We've-
absolutely.
We're going to Night Market next. That's gonna be the decider of which of these teams is actually getting there all the way to the finals.
Yeah, just to speak a little bit more about the Oni Village game, I thought, even though it was a 3-0, I feel like EKC had some really good like looks for the barriers. You saw was it that last point or second last point where Soren got the flip into getting a barrier of his own onto the bottom side of their barrier? Like, scoring on Oni Village is, you can't just force through, like, especially in Atlas who got Twin Drive, you can't just force it through him. You have to look for those sneaky angles, like on the side that's on the side of the speed boost, try to hit off the top corner there, or hitting on the very bottom. Like, EKC was able to find those, but when it came to confirming the actual goals, 3Z Breezy was just mixing, dribbling, using Deft Touch like a Rasmus Masterclass there, and I think that's what made the difference.
There were so many times.
Chrono Boost. No.
I wonder what's going to be banned here, guys, for the red team. Actually, well, it is a prize fighter start, and it is EKC.
Penny ban.
Yeah.
There could be,
Oh,
there
yeah,
could be something
definitely,
cooking
but-
here.
Yeah, a little bit of damaging, but yeah, obviously everyone's scared of the Octavia, but
I mean, it might be time to go to the
Luna-
octagon, though.
Luna's
It might be an
banned.
octagon. It might be an octagon angle here for both teams. We'll see.
oh,
Oh,
now we're daring them.
Octavia
dude.
is available.
I mean, it's such contradicting awakenings though. On one side, it's Chrono Burst boost. But on the other hand,
Use Chrono Burst.
on the other hand, there's Prize Fighter, which is, you know, the one thing you can really do against Octavia, but not really, is KO her. So I bet if one side does pick it, the whole other side's just gonna lock in double damage on the next round.
get now first. That's really safe either way.
Yeah, you see them now, not quite opting to take the Octavia. So we'll have to see. Ooh, Estelle as the mid for EKC. So I don't think either side's really opting for
No.
the Octavia Gambit unless it comes out as pick 4 and 2 and 3 for blue side here.
We're going for the Octavia Gambit decline, maybe?
I would love to see that.
Setting up in a 2 Knights defense? But it's interesting because Sundubu can run now both on the goalie and the midfield. So they really kind of have set themselves up for any sort of option. Whereas EKC has Estelle Juliet, and they can set themselves up for damage or to just kind of use the range of Chrono Boost to maybe give Estelle some more dash range. I think nowadays most people prefer the power for Estelle rather than the dash range.
What we end up seeing here is, yeah, Mako X now, a pretty kitten comp. I think X is probably going to want that prize fighter, and the other two are going to want Krona here, but...
Are we taking bets on the 6th pick?
Amy.
I think it's going to be Ivy.
I would have never guessed Amy in
Taking
like
away.
7,000 years.
I was hoping Dubu for the... what was it,
Just the meme.
Frostfire.
No Atlas in an Atlas banned game is impressive. This is going to be an absolute heater of both damage and who can survive the onslaught.
I could see it here. I'm pretty sure EKC is loading in with 3 belts right here, so...
Yeah.
It's going to be...
Well-
Kansas and Dubu Strikers live the onslaught.
Sound the gong. It's time for the octagon.
I could see the chrono boost on the Amy here if she's going eject button for the extra length and the I mean, it lets you. They actually works on the eject button itself and lets you linger for a little bit more up in the front before returning.
Does it?
No.
Doesn't?
Okay, never mind. Don't listen to me.
But yeah, I'm pretty convinced it's gonna be Prize Fighter just because if you all go Prize Fighter and you're all dumping damage on someone, you just get so much value from 1 kill.
Yeah.
3 stacks like for your whole team. And it's Soren, it's Amy, like we're gonna have to see as they load in, but I'm pretty sure they're just gonna be brawling for their lives in this tournament at For the Crown, so let's see it.
Big reveal.
Yeah, coming
Like
in.
a WWE like prize fight right now. Right out. You see NXT, he just went for a KO. He just went for it. Like just immediately other than just randomly going for shapeshifting. So I think that's the mindset that's happening right here. But
the nice strike around the Mako from NXT, and as we load in, we do see 3 belts on the side of EKC. So yep, they are gonna be brawling for their lives, but Shape is fighting.
Ooh, that guy's dead. He died. He got sent 8 cooldowns his way. Immediately scored, but now the core has to follow to win.
Brickbat's looking at the wrong screen again.
Alright, people looking there for the
Kind of like right. The only thing I regret is we can't see the prize fighter stacks as they accumulate.
Well, NXED is on 1. So
We can press tab. We can press tab.
Okay.
2-2.
Never mind. I've informed that we do indeed have the power, so we can't.
The tab button.
I love what's now. My biggest complaint. Report sticker.
What in the world?
What's
It's getting a little chaotic here. Gramel's running for his life. EKC smells blood. They all want to get their belt a little bit bigger as 3Z Breezy walking in for the 1v1 against Soren, but no, it is rotated around to Katsuna as Gramel and 3Z are kind of closing in here. NXED is trying to get back into the play, probably looking to kill 3Z here, or at least blow his flip, so. Oh, but Breezy's going with 3Z with the ultimate into burst to knock Katsuna out of the map, so now, ooh, tries to get around the Amy turret and does, despite NXT trying to cover the top side of the barrier, but the glitch pop sends it away. Mako kind of stalls it in the bottom for a little bit as Gramella tries to go for the shot, but is not quite able to get around. 3Z Breezy speeding through with the speed boost from the center, but now they're just playing a little defense here. Gramella goes for the burst, but is blocked by a glitch pop. NXT's ult barely doesn't get the bounce into the barrier, so Shapeshifting gets to keep his burst for now as Soren pushes up with the eject button, and Night Market angle sends it a little funkily, but now 3Z Breezy pops ult, is not really able to find much out of it as the bottom corner is looking dangerous. Gramella going for such a crazy strike war against 2 of them as Soren gets back the eject button just in time as now the core's on this side, so Shapeshifting clears it away from the Stella primary, so they're not quite able to find it as the glitch pop sends it through, but Gramella pushing up yet again as Soren gets the flip, looks for the barrier, but Shapeshifting responds in kind with his own flip. Goalie's going flip for flip as NXED smells blood, tries to go for the Breezy Breezy on the other side, is able to get it in against Soren as NXED was probably looking to kill Shapeshifting there as he had just blown flip, but as the play is cut short by 3Z Breezy, so 1-1, already such hectic points, just 2 points into the game. Night Market for you.
Oh, both barriers are already dead. The stun from the flip from Breezy.
No flip even really needed, just X Maximus going to town in the corner there with some nice dribbles.
X lore, Elon Musk could never.
Yeah, that was 90% off there. Only 10 seconds on the clock for that goal. And you know, one thing you'll note is that a lot of times Ivy is just so difficult to pilot when you're really up close against these characters. And despite earlier on in the set, Soren looked like he was just so comfortable against all of the onslaught with that overtime previously, and that's a huge KO from NXCD here. Another prize fighter stack, another number to add to the list, and somehow Shapeshifting keeps this barrier alive, but not for long as it will go. Katsuna looking for the pass to NXED, trying to find something, stall some time. Soren has the flip in the net, so EKC isn't too concerned about the goal defense here. Breezy's back online, looking to cause some havoc in the midfield.
Katsuna doing such a good job getting this core around the enemy team, and here comes the sentry turret, get the core into the corner, but there's just no one from the side of EKC on the bottom to stop this from happening.
Oh,
Defense here for the Tsundebu
Dorito
Strikers.
barely able to not get it in the corner, bounces off. And
Fantastic commentating.
I'd like to note is that, yeah, 3D Breezy is on the Van Brace here, afraid of the triple price for the damage. Kasuna gets a goal into the bottom with the primary. And yeah, 3D Breezy is not really able to keep up. He has to use a speed boost in the middle, but otherwise, he's got Van Braces and he's trying to heal, and it's seemingly working decently well because he's not dying that much. Caster! Off the sentry, 3D Breezy down.
How could you, Swag?
It's fucking
With
the casterist of curse.
Sorry.
This is why the Westies do not win.
I'm so sorry.
The caster gets on the mic and we're like, yeah, go Westies, and then they just immediately fall over.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah,
They
it's
got the
okay.
barrier.
Breezy looking like Breezy 3 points breezy up the second right now, but one flip comes out from Katsuna, not gonna work. Second flip here from NXCD though, looking scary, but all three members of Tsundebu Strikers now here on the defense. Firewall Sentry now down. It's so claustrophobic for Tsundebu Strikers, but they still remain strong. Bull Rush come forward, but it's going to be cleared away. Katsuna dribbling the core upfield, but Grimella there to meet him every single step of the way. NXCD still with a flip. The dash punch is not going to be enough. Will the flip, though? It has to come out soon enough. Defended by Shape-Shifting. Now we're going to be in overtime here. 3Z Breezy, his thing with flip. It's his time to go through, but no, the KO is not going to be found. This is going to be really scary for the Strikers. And the bell ringer, unfortunately, ends it. And, well, 3Z, 3 goals Breezy, just not in the right direction that you want. Soren, going to be the MVP of the set.
Finding the third goal, but for the wrong team.
Yeah. For whom the bell tolls is Tsundebu Strikers in this point, so you're seeing Stinger coming out, which you're probably gonna really want on EKC's side if you're looking for all this damage, but there are some really good defensive options. You got the Huss Hat, you've got Recovery Drone, you've got Sparker Brazil. It's
just a full deny.
Yeah, it's a full deny.
Full deny.
All three just taken straight away from EKC. They do not want the Tsundebu Strikers to live.
That spark on 3Z could be it though. If 3Z's able to get MVP this set and just get agility, then the weakness of those Van Braces is going to get canceled out real quick. It doesn't look too likely though, as EKC immediately take 2 barriers. Oh my goodness, the NXZD and Katsuna are putting up so much offensive pressure. The ult here, unable to get it in, even with the glitch pop coming from Soren. One barrier goes down, 3Z almost gets the other, and EKC is back on offense.
It's going to be EKC now. Pressure on them to score. NXCD just looking to get damage down for Mello. No flip. No evade here for Carmella. Heals himself a little bit. That might not be enough in just a second. NXCD though here in the corner, looking to move the court forward. I'm gonna start talking louder. The Rose Warp comes through, defended away by 3Z Breezy, but there's still a lot of resources here for the side of EKC. 3Z Breezy though takes 3 strike wars against Katsuna, wins them all. NXCD on the other side though, KOs Carmella. Good reactions from Shape-Shifting, a good clear forward. Mako just there. It's just too much and I'm speaking too loud now. EKC now take the first point of the set and they're looking good here with some stacks.
I mean, definitely well played by EKC. The only bright side out of that point is that they all had to just use flip right there at the end. They're all at energy, so maybe you're thinking Tsundebu Strikers are looking for a punish here by either trying to kill them, but a flip of 3ZB's own just passes it back to Shape-Shifting, who tries to keep the play up as Katsuna is taking a ton of damage here, but they're shoving into the corner. There's a creation blocking off, but Shape-Shifting's got the bottom side here, nearly dies, but barely lives. He has to use the evade as 3ZB comes in with the bell ringer. NX has to ult defensively, goes for the dash punch just to attack on some damage, and 3ZB is down from the coordination of all 3 members from EKC, and Katsuna gets the double barrier in return, so all of a sudden, the power play has completely turned the tides at this point as NXCD is coming in. He's got dash punch, I'm pretty sure, so all you can do is wait for 3Z Breezy to come back, who comes just in time for the Shape-Shifting, find it out. But now the turret's up and applying so much pressure. 3Z Breezy has just returned and is already looking nearly dead, but Thankfully, the Van Brace actually coming in pretty clutch here, but NXZD is here covering the speed gate, and Soren comes up with a cyber swipe and is not quite able to find something. Hits on the other side of the glitch pop. NXZD with another ult trying to apply some damage to Grimella as 3Z Breezy's got control of the core, but down here as Grimella's looking low, shape-shifting, tries to clear it up as Soren's got the flip, looks for the angle, but 3Z Breezy's blocking it off. Are they able to do something here with the shaped flipper?
We'll have to see. There's been some scary angles so far, and 3Z now competing against the Sentry, trying to get it through Shape with the flip in the net, but just too far away and caught in that primary cooldown. NXZD credited with this goal, and 1 point away from closing out this set. EKC is looking really strong on this map. NXZD has 3 prize fighter stacks right now, while both of his teammates have 2.
They're also looking like a Marvel team right now. The assists come in. One person hits one person, then the assists come in, and they go from 0 to death like a normal Marvel combo anyway. But 2 barriers here on this set, bringing Sundumu back into it.
Yeah, if there's one thing EKC is amazing at, it's just timing all their abilities and landing them to go for a coordinated kill, and especially with the prize fighter, like that is a skill that you really want your team to have. As Saya attacks me with the microphone. Oh, NXZD attacks me with the death punch.
Guys, there is no microphone courtesies here. We are being assaulted live on camera with the microphone with this Audio Technica.
It's not gonna work. This is not gonna work.
As soon as we cheer, it's peak. And not the good.
Oh, in the bottom corner, quite able to bell ring and not able to find it either. Fire Flame and the turret have to block it off. 3Z Breezy goes for the read with the bull rush, but is not quite able to find a sword and sends it. But 3Z Breezy is taken off the map. I'm pretty sure they're all at max price fighter stacks, and they absolutely are. So they do not want to stay in this point for too much longer, or this set rather. As Kasuna is blocked off by a good coordination with Grimella and shapeshifting, but NXZD does so much damage, but doesn't really matter if Kasuna is taken off the map by the bull rush here, and Grimella is looking to make a play, uses a fancy night market angle, but isn't quite able to get it. 3Z Breezy finds a nice bounce off of the top wall, and now Dorito just making it all the more awkward for Soren to get up and strike it preemptively.
Yeah, I think Soren thought NXZD was gonna strike that one, and unfortunately the core just drifts right by.
Yeah, I could do it. We could have like a concert here. We gotta
do the mic thing.
Yeah.
It's like a trombone the way we're moving this mic.
You might as well just pick it up and start passing it around.
Oh wow, what a good angle from NXZD there, getting a barrier.
Yeah, there's no way you can hear Kubo at this point.
Oh, but 3Z gets a double barrier of his own, so now it's open goals 30 seconds into the round here as Soren is able to get the ball out, but the Dorito sends it real fast. Soren is coming up with the glitch pop, not quite able to do much, as Kasuna with the beam bottom is blocked off by shape-shifting as Soren drops the turret. 3Z Breezy is taking damage, but oh, nearly kills Katsuna with the bull rush, but able to get an evade as NXZD looks for a kill on the Grimella, but Grimella with the flip is blocked, but 3Z Breezy's flip is the one that's going to finish it off after Soren wastes his flip on Grimella's. So here we are after, and they're surviving a point in which the enemy team all had 3 prize fighter stacks. It's crazy to come back from a set like this. Usually you would imagine it to be doomed when the enemy team is just so stacked, and you don't really have the manner to kill them in the same way that they do.
Yeah.
This is scary, by the way. This is an ex-Mako now team comp, right? The ultra scaling, like hunkered down through draft composition. And they're bringing it to set 5, right? Or 0.5. And if they win this set, they are so primed for X to scale so incredibly hard that EKC might not have an answer. So this point is going to mean a lot.
It's going to mean a lot, but the prize fighter on EKC means that every set could just go in their favor with a couple KOs. And currently, with them being at such high stacks, every single damage comes... Oh, wow, what a find from Katsuna there as they're able to get that last barrier here to try and get them up 2 sets and close out this game.
NXZD zooming forward as Grimella is trying to keep the corks from, but 3Z Breezy flying on it with the X Maximus and the stall to get the kill.
Double bang.
As the core is going around, it's a game of inches. NXT applying some pressure to 3Z Breezy, but Soren finally uses his flip. Shapeshifting retains his as Katsuna's back into the play, but Shapeshifting uses his burst to try to save it. NXT, Soren blocks it with the cyber swipe. Perfectly placed as 3Z Breezy trying to go forward. Grimella is right in front of the net, but slows down just a little. Mine is able to take it to the top corner. Grimella with the perfect placement on the mine shoots it straight in. What a point!
I like how whenever we're at cinema, whenever anyone else is talking, it's a perfect form angle, but a spark is available here.
Oh,
Spark. Spark.
No, I'm saying for those that picked spark earlier, there's a spark here.
Yeah. Next pick
this is the last spark
here. I mean, Brazil agility is nice, so obviously, shapeshifting is gonna steal that away from NXCD. But NX gets Might of the Colossus, which is not to be slept on. Quite a lot of damage coming out here, so. And Glass Cannon actually from Soren. A lot of people are pretty dubious about Glass Cannon, but when you're triple prize fighter, I guess you just want more damage.
If there's anyone that can run Glass Cannon pretty effectively, it's these ranged goalies that are just sitting back nowhere near people. You're not going to have it on during your frantic defenses, but when Soren just jumps forward and drops a turret, it's going to be doing a ton of damage.
Great clears here from Grimella and shapeshifting as the course starting to head back on as 3Z Breezy's taking a lot of damage. He's gonna have to get some Van Brace value here. NXT goes for the dash punch into the strike to get the barrier, but Katsuna is holding down the defense as both barriers still up for EKC. It's looking good, and the Crystal Thorn send it right back in, return to sender from shapeshifting. As a solid point here, not even that bloody, but just incredibly great use of abilities to take these barriers and eventually the goal.
And I think that was off the back of missile prop. I think without the missile prop, shapeshifting actually could get there in time, but there's a little bit of extra speed that missile prop offered, was able to score that goal.
Right, and there's the flip to try to pass it through that center gate, get rid of the speed, but also try to take that barrier as quick as possible. But both of them will be standing after 20 seconds. Can you believe it? 3Z there takes the one barrier, looking to punch it through NXCD, who's been doing such a good job at winning these strike wars. And 3Z flips into the corner. Grimella almost taken off the pitch by NXCD, who's been making great use of all of these abilities. Shapeshifting now with the flip of his own, but immediately the sentry turret will take a weight at him. The Crystal Thorns, better safe than sorry. Shapeshifting not willing to let Katsuna score again. The flip saved away by Soren yet again. The Shapeshifting now very low energy, sitting in the net, and Katsuna on low stagger as well, but still has this recovery drone available. Shot into the bottom. Soren is up to help. The piercing shot. NXZD with the catch. 2-0 for EKC.
And shapeshifting knows they messed up there, because it just a little bit higher into the corner, and that was probably safe, but just right into the hands of NXCD, and they say thank you very much for that prize. We will take it.
As far as an 0-2 set has gone for the Sundubu,
It is the pass.
You gotta pass that away. You gotta pass that away, Kakubu, before you curse them too much.
Yeah, but that's the kind of thing you hate to see on Night Market. You can just get such devious double barriers as Soren clears it out with the flip. Katsuna is in dangerous territory with his flip of his own, but all three members of the Sundubu Strikers are able to get in, clears it out from the Fiery Flurry, but NXCD has flip as well, and this is looking extremely dangerous for Shapeshifting, who barely has enough energy for one evade. So, turret goes down, and 3Z Breezy is just trying his best to make some space, but Katsuna in a position. The Now Dorito is denying any potential. Dash one flip from NXCD, sees blood in his eyes, but a great strike shot is able to deny NXCD, who is standing in the exact place he needed to be, but even better play by Sundubu Strikers as Soren is just trying to hit it around 3Z here, but 3Z is going a little buck wild. That's a great shot onto the bottom of the barrier, but Soren rotates the core around as energy is looking quite low. 3Z is looking for the strike. It's Maximus, but Soren is able to get back into his goal in time. Grimella goes down to NXCD, and it's looking dangerous. Shape is barely able to save. No! Just a terrible situation for just a Mako with no abilities up. Katsuna able to get the clear. NXCD went for the top, but it fortuitously bounced back to Shapeshifting, but it was doomed in the end.
This is a scary draft for the Monumentalist. Among Titans, Deadeye, Monumentalist means that there really is a world where this X can get hard denied here on the draft. Deadeye going to be gone, so alleviate the worries a little bit, especially if Grimella ends up taking Monumentalist. And I'm getting shakes here from Science, but it didn't matter anyway. 3Z Breeze is going to get something absolutely phenomenal here. Extra special general like reverberation. He is eating tonight, and he can pick whatever he wants.
With even just one Size Awakening, X actually wants Deadeye to an extent because he can benefit from it using dash, and Bellringer I think is almost 550 by just a single Size Awakening.
Yeah.
So it actually is really good for him. Plus it also counts. It also counts when the movement you make while spinning, so you can get it without even a Size Awakening.
That's great. I didn't know that.
That's so cool.
It starts calculating distance from when you push the ability. So if you move in that time, the far edge of your Bellringer will get Deadeye.
Well, Professor Nubsta with some good information. You can learn something by watching the crown. And if you want to watch some defense, Soren right now is putting on a masterclass, trying to keep this goal from going in. Although it's so
that's
grave,
an 07. That's an 07 right there.
Yeah. Gets the speed buffs from both his goalie and his midfielder. Flies up to the top, strikes it in. Has to pay for his life with it though, and you have to remember this team is triple prize fighters, so the goal is great, but yeah, you have to be a little bit scared about the damage that could be coming out here. Speaking of which, Grimella down, but Soren did have to waste his flip a little bit ago, so not the absolute worst this point could be going, but 3Z trying his best to help out his goalie. Katsuna coming in with flip, just keeping control of the core, but 3Z Breezy flying on in from the grave is able to just get a barrier off of revive, but the dash from Narnia. But Grimella is playing out of his mind to get a barrier of his own, but NXZD uses the advantage of the hit stun from the Stoic finds a great shot. Just Katsuna playing amazing, helping support NXZD take these barriers, and yeah, even though that point was going back and forth really fast, Katsuna is the consistent here, just able to use almost every primary was huge at that point.
This Juliet is dangerous right now because I'm pretty sure with 2 sparks, one of them being Might, and a full stack of whatever this full belt. I can't remember the name right now. Prize Fighter. That's like 220 power.
Yeah.
Like Dash Punch is gonna kill from half court.
3Z is so comically fast. He is running around like an Octavia after like 10 seconds of slow state sometimes.
Oh no.
And he has Vambrace.
Yeah, I mean it's just Era. I mean not Era, sorry. Mako with Chrono Boost and now Chrono Boost.
He's living, guys. Oh wait.
Yeah. No more caster curses here. I will say nothing about the health of 3Z Breezy.
I can either confirm nor deny.
Oh, strike or by Grimella.
Look at that.
Barely barrier.
Oh, shapeshifting.
Barely saved by shapeshifting here as the Bull Rush gets the core out for just a split second as shapeshifting 1v1ing NXZD and actually winning it. Now, oops, it's like a fancy angle. Bit of Pong happening here, but as Grimella is able to get back into play, but NXZD dash punches, insane kill ranges here from this Juliet. Now, 3Z Breezy looking low. This is looking pretty dire as 3Z is thrown into the Mako cage as shapeshifting uses the fireman to get out, but is able to catch it to Grimella, who spawns just in the right nick of time. Ooh, the Dorito is cleverly used to get the ball around Estelle, but
so much power that Juliet almost hit through the Mako secondary there.
Yeah.
That's insane.
X Maximus not able to get the goal here as Grimel's dead again. This damage is just overwhelming as shapeshifting is able to actually clear it despite the Julie in his face, but can't quite clear the flip from the Julie in his face.
Shapeshifting hits that on ping. Oh wait.
Despite all those really strong holds from shapeshifting,
Yeah, that's an insane.
Strikers are 1 point away from getting knocked out of this tournament in 3rd place. But Breezy does not want that to happen. He's pushing forward, but the barrier goes down pretty darn quick, and they're just barely keeping it away. There's so much pressure here from this Julie, from this Estelle, and even Soren jumping forward. Breezy's almost dead again, but a barrier is dead.
Vambrace is going crazy right now, actually. 3Z's full life again. Despite despite being on the nick of death. But here we go. Shapeshifting, walking up with the flip. Gramella's the one in danger, and NXT finds it. This guy is a menace, just killing people from like anywhere he wants, to be honest. As it all goes out, Shape is able to actually get the clear out with the flip. Everyone and a flip, a dash, like I think there was a bit of an insta flip from Estelle, the own goal.
All good, all good. Absolute cinema here. Keeping it close. 3Z Breezy now, though, has a message to the world, and he wants to be 3 KO.
Oh.
Flip comes through. It's over. What's that right now?
Take it to sub.
Cinema.
Absolute
cinema here.
Cinema.
They all had 3 prize fighter stacks. Drizzy had none.
Yeah.
It's 3 goals for Sundubu, and we're going to set 5.
3Z is absolutely cosplaying Borderlands right now because he is fighting for his life.
Yeah. This is set 5.
There's 1, 2,
Mako X now. There's so much here.
This
Look at
draft
this.
is crazy.
Yeah, the size 1-2 punch for NXT.
Okay, now they are killing. Now Dash Punch is absolutely killing from half field now.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Dash Punch could just like teleport you into like the next land or something.
This is now future use problem.
Yeah. Like, a Dash Punch might blow up Gramella's computer at this point with this amount of damage here and 3 5 stacks, but instant barrier taken off. Oh, and NX barely lives, but
Breezy
uses the X Maximus to convert it to a goal instead of a kill. And here you go, looking for the dribbles, but Soren's playing a bit on the back foot here as all the creations come out. Shapeshifting is just clearing around NX, but NX has the fire flare right in front of his face, but it's cleared out by a combination of Gramella and Shapeshifting. Shapeshifting is gonna have to clear. He gets a great point, but isn't quite able to get it around. Will he make it 4 more seconds onto this team? But no, they just dumped everything, and that point was looking really, really good for the Sundubu Strikers. But now we see 3 prize fighter stacks for Soren, 2 prize fighter stacks for prize fighter stacks for NXT.
Again, what number did I just see? Did I?
There's no numbers. There's no
I thought I saw a number. That was disturbing.
I just saw 3.
It's okay. It's okay. That guy has a lot of numbers in his power. Look at Gramella right now, just healing up, only to have it just gone again. Now Sundubu Strikers, though, they're so desperate here. They do not want to end in 3rd place. Not on home turf. Not like this. But Katsuna has a lot of resources. Flip comes through, going to be defended away, but it comes up again. Gramella now on defense, but it's going to come back yet again. NXTD now dribbling upfield. This dash punch is scary. It's up again. The nuclear bomb of a dash punch, though. 3Z Breezy gets 1. It's still an open net, though, for the Sundubu Strikers. And now Katsuna on the hunt. The dash punch going to whiff, and that is an entire country saved from now the nuclear bomb. Sorry, now the flip come through. 3Z Breezy not gonna find the core that he wants. Nice the angle barrier though. Now Gramella dribbling upfield. The dash punch from NXTD. Oof, another. More gets it through. Gets it done. Sundubu Strikers want to win, and they have 2 more points for that. I need water.
Yeah. Get this man some water because he is on fire, and so is 3Z Breezy. 3Z Breezy putting on a clinic right now. Despite feeling like he barely is in the game sometimes from the damage.
Despite getting tossed all over the map, he is still finding the right exact timing and spots to strike the core, but as offense is coming up, we still have NXTD with his pocket warhead just ready to unleash at any time.
Pocket warhead.
Yeah, this will be even worse. The comes through, but 3Z's alive. X Maximus comes out. He's swinging for the hills. He's swinging for his life. And now Katsuna low on stagger, but has a recovery drone to his name. Now NXTD with possession of the core, going to be cleared away by Shapeshifting. But 3Z Breezy is big. He's on a mission, and he's looking to show up. X Maximus now here. Flip for NX, or for 3Z Breezy. No, not going to be able to use it. It's Shapeshifting with possession of the core. Now the light vest gone here for Katsuna. Gramella desperately 2v1ing here in the midfield. 3Z Breezy just needs 1 more opportunity here to sink it in. The momentum is in Sundubu Strikers' favor. KO now. KO taken back here. Gramella in a 1v2 situation. With It's 1v2. Sundubu Strikers are 1 point away from making it here to Grand Finals.
Grimella drags Soren up to the top corner of the net where Grimella was speeding up, but then Soren runs into the Dorito and just barely isn't able to catch the core as Grimella shoots at bottom. But they want some revenge. Grimella's taking some insane damage off the grip. But now...
Oh, that was the Mako primary, I think.
Was it?
Or maybe it was
So he's dead and the game's still going. Soren now on defense. It's going to be NXCD Tech
16 KO streak. Yeah, this is huge. EKC now has all 3 players up and they're looking to push forward. NXCD will take the second barrier and such low HP. 3Z trying to stay alive, trying to put this vicious Vambrace to use. As Shapeshifting now has to deal with 2 strikers directly in front. The pass to NXCD, the dash punch saved away by Shapeshifting. As 3Z Breezy into the Dorito, trying to clear it away. Grimella using all of the abilities at their will. Soren able to clear this out and just taking so much damage. 3Z looking for it, but the flip almost makes it through off the corner. Grimella now setting up for this corner offense. 3Z wins the strike war, 1 point away from winning and facing off against Bozo Bunch. And we see Grimella Shapeshifting clearing it. Here comes the offense. The flip from Katsuna saved away by Shapeshifting. The stun is not. Shapeshifting will win it for the Sundubu Strikers, and they're moving on to the grand final.
The curse is broken.
It only took 5 West casts.
We returned the slab, and it took the weight of 5 of us to do it.
It took 1 central player in the goalie position.
I'm so glad that Shapeshifting got that last goal with that Mako primary. Shapeshifting held so well in so many power plays for EKC that whole game. 139 saves. Like,
wow.
It's just only fair that he gets that last goal, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, almost 200k damage cumulative.
Yeah.
On one side.
And 3Z did damage than Soren or NXT. He had 0 prize fighter stacks for 3/4 of that game.
And despite all of that, Night Market was double the length of the How is that possible?
Oh man, it's been a wild ride here in the West.
West Coast magic. Hey.
Cinema.
On home turf. We did it.
Home turf.
We did it.
We did it.
And now we get,
but we did it.
Now we get the West finals with I don't even know who's we going
Bozo
Bozo
Bunch.
Bunch. That's right.
Bozo Bunch.
I don't know why I forgot about Bozo Bunch. Sorry, Bozo, love you, but it's a Westy MF Sunday right now.
Westy MF Sunday. I think that, well, it was a wild ride, but we got one more game in us, one more series. We'll see if the West Coast can defend on home turf. We've got one more series left. Bozo Bunch versus the Sundubu Strikers. Stay tuned. We've got one great one left.
Give them back their heads.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta go quickly.
Well, we gotta go quickly.
We're running out of time.
Oh, we're right.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the grand finals of this land for the crown. Coming at you from San Francisco here, we have the Bozo Bunch versus the Sundubu Strikers. A grudge match, a revenge match. It's going to be bloody. It's going to be fun. What do you have to say about this one, Borg?
You know, it's been a long LAN. A lot of interesting upsets, fun games, and we got two new teams in the grand finals here. Bozo Bunch versus Sundubu Strikers. Both these teams have been hunting for this S-tier win for about over a year now, for a long time, and it has just been eluding them. Sundubu, especially, I think, probably the crowd favorite here in the West Coast, but Bozo Bunch, you know, has had a lot to say for. They already beat them earlier in the winners finals, and they also have the reset to kind of hang back on. So Sundubu's got a mountain to climb here as we're getting into this game on Oni Village.
A mountain indeed, especially with the start, though. They are coming out blazing. Grimella almost scoring the goal there, but this defense from the Bozo Bunch has been so good all day long. We're going to go around for another loop around Oni Village. It's basically NASCAR over here. Another left turn. But Grimella winning the strike where in the end the defense goes through all the way to Shapeshifting, who gets dash punched, but not going to fall just yet. The now arrow keeps it forward. Obscure Bread's going to get hit by the Crystal Thorns there. The core just keeps on moving a little bit forward. There we go. Finally, the piercing shot gets it through. And Obscure Breads unfortunately gets caught by the Estelle Classic there, stunning up the goalie. 1 point. The first step on the climb up the mountain.
First step, but a necessary one. Sundubu, I believe they lost this map, right? Their classic Sundubu Village, as we like to call it over here. They lost the map against Bozo Bunch. And they have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. They're trying to get their revenge, especially on this map. Start the reverse sweep, start the, for them, what would be an incredibly long series, and for us as well. So buckle up, everybody, because we have an absolute banger. One thing to note here is the Awakening starts here. It is going to be Missile Prop on to Obscure Bread's Eye, Grimella, and Shapeshifting with Breezy and Dropletto, the Brawlers, going that prize fighter. Not going to matter too much, at least early on in this Oni Village game. Not too much KOing going on, but as I say that, there is a power play going on right now for the Sundubus, and they do take advantage of it, rather, and get both the barriers from Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, it was First Blood going over the Sundubu Strikers there. 3Z catching Dropletto out really nicely and gonna almost find the goal. Great defense from Breads, passing it down over to Gret, who gets the clear in the end. Pass from Grimella over to 3Z over the top, down to the bottom, but Gret is on top of things with the broad as well. Core flip used up. There goes the bottom, piercing shot to secure. 2 goals up, and I mean, Sundubu may have just been playing for the bracket reset angle here. They are looking phenomenal when earlier, it was very close. Every single set was basically 5th point, but now it is a 2-0, and I don't want to jinx them too hard, but Sundubu doing a whole lot better than earlier.
Sundubu definitely starting off strong here, going into this Oni Village first map here. And I think the really kind of real reason for it is Estelle definitely feels a lot better, especially with the Missile Prop, going into the beginning of a game compared to the Kai. The Kai kind of needs to scale a little bit unless you already have the speed, but no speed yet for the Kai. So I'm going to have to find his footing a bit in this game, or else Shapeshifting is just kind of going to run circles around him, and Grimella is going to have all the space in the world to find those Crystal Thorns, to find those piercing shots with Breezy at the helm as well. So we'll see if Bozo Bunch can kind of work their way back into the set, but right now it seems like Sundubu is pretty comfortably in the lead.
Yeah, very comfortably with that 2-0. Rosewarp comes down, almost secured. Piercing shot will give up their life. Grimella dies to get the barrier. Core flip used as well for that. Dropletto finally back up to 1 stacks on the stacks and stacks there. Or sorry, not the stacks and stacks, the prize fighter stacks. 3Z Breezy keeping it in the corner, buying out time in this power play. Grimella back on the field, and Snare Drums also gets it forward. Crystal Thorn, piercing shot! And Grimella takes the goal. 1 set, 3-0 sweep. And I believe that might be the only sweep on Oni Village in this matchup, because every other one was at least a 3-1, I believe, earlier.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good start. They're riding that high from beating EKC, and maybe the losers run has kind of taught Sundubu a couple lessons. They learned a couple more things about themselves. This LAN has definitely been a growing period for a lot of teams, as we could see here, and Grimella feeling real nice, getting the stacks on stacks, get those carbs in, get those pancakes in, because you're going to be loving that pick right here. Another couple options here. Chrono Boost on the Kai, going to be giving him that speed that I talked about before. Super, super nice for the Kai early on. And then next, the Spark on the Now. Keep an eye on that. That was going to matter a lot later. Right now, not going to be too much. I believe the set is pretty much going to be the same, other than I might have a couple more plays with that speed, and then Grimella and Shapeshifting are just stalwart as always with that speed, the stacks on stacks, and then the prime time as well in Shapeshifting. It's going to be so hard to score on this guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to score on anyone in this one. We've seen it before. It's so difficult to actually get through these goalies, especially with those midfields in front of them, making sure that when you get there, you are exhausted. But two Bears go down. Classic diagonal Oni Village setup here. Strike shot whiffs from Obscure Breads, unfortunately. That's going to give the opportunity here for the Dubu Strikers to get up. And there, the barrier goes down, help Grimella and Threezy, both helping each other there. Strike shot to the bottom corner there. Pass from I to Drop Leto. Drop Leto trying to hold the position. Well, Barrage goes to the corner, but in the end, Grimella teleports in. Crystal Thorns out. Dribbles along the bottom. Piercing shot gonna miss. Gonna go for another cycle here. Drop Leto has the core in the corner, but Shapeshifting gets it out with the strike shot as well. Arrow keeps it forward, though. Secondary into the flurry from the Juliet there. Piercing shot gets it through both of them. Two people in the core. You'll love to see that on a cell, but it's not enough just yet. The primary almost taking Gret off the map. The core flip out of Shapeshifting gets it forward, but again, they just run out of steam by the time they get there. The Piercing shot, Crystal Thorns both whip. The core flip out of Drop Leto up to the top. It's kind of desperation, though, as we go into overtime, and Shapeshifting is the one to pick up that goal for the Soon Strikers.
Yeah, quick little flip from Shapeshifting, noticing that, you have a space on that top side. You might as well send it over there. It's nice and safe, and Breads, doesn't even matter if they can get there on time or not. They decided to keep the flip for next point since they did not think they could get there in time. But getting up early on to this next point here, I think kind of the game plan for Bozo Bunch, is pretty similar to the same as Sundu, but they both kind of have a game plan. The difference being is that Bozo Bunch are more trying to funnel it into their Julie, whereas Threezy Breezy they're getting the core to him, but he's really just baiting cooldowns for Grimella to actually get the goal, which is what we've been kind of seeing, all but last point. The entire first set was just Grimella. All three piercing shots were the ones getting the goals, not actually the brawler in Threezy Breezy. So we'll see if Drop Leto can kind of start imitating that a little bit, but I would say it's definitely going to be a little bit harder for him, at least at the start of this game.
Yeah, for another cycle round, but speaking of hard things in general, there's now an open barrier for the Sundubu Strikers against that Kai and the Julie, who sends it through. And first goal in this game, in the match here for the Bozo Bunch. Drop Leto celebrating with the classic running along the edge of Oni Village. Love that little visual bug there. I'm glad they kept it in. The Rose Warp piercing shot stun up the goalie. Piercing shot didn't connect the core, but the barrier goes down either way. So really, it just worked perfectly fine. Threezy Breezy, though, missing barrier beam, unfortunately.
Yeah, barrier beam, not quite getting there, but at the same time, both bottom barriers going down. Top barriers going to be the goal for both teams coming in to this third point here on the second set. Drop Leto missing that dash punch. That's definitely a kind of a wrinkle that we haven't really talked about too, is the KO. If Drop Leto can find some of this explosive Julianess, right, can find some of these KOs, same thing with Asher as well. If these brawlers can really get involved, they have the prize fighter. It's going to be giving them more power. It's going to be making it way easier for them to actually start chipping down the midfielders, chipping down these goalies, right, making it much harder for them to play. And right now, it's really hard for Obscure Breads to play as Threezy is in his face, but the goal is not going to come by just yet. They managed to clear it for now, and Sundubu still on the offense are looking to take this point.
Yeah, pass over from Shapeshifting to Grimella. They're trying to get it back over. They had a lot of great aggression earlier with the core flips, but Piercing shot barrier beam not going to connect. That's a lot of improvement. But core flip down from bottom, steals it away and gets it down past I, past Breads, past even Threezy. Grimella, again, you were talking about it earlier. Estelle is kind of the star of these goals. Threezy Breezy is there to be a giant wall that is really more annoying than anything else. You use all the abilities to try and get around the Asher. And when you finally do that, when you are exhausted, there's an Estelle just laughing at you. But now Arrow, really nice dash punch as well. Bozo Bunch catching these Dubu Strikers completely off guard there and taking both their barriers in rapid succession. Snare Drum as well keeps it forward, though. The dash, the primary, finally have to get one barrier. That's only the first one. Drop Leto has the core proposal, going to send it down the bottom, but secondary from Mako is enough to protect this. Crystal Thorns keeps it in this top corner. The Dubu Strikers are trying to get it forward. They're trying to keep it in this corner so they can set up the aggression with their cooldowns coming back offline, but exactly the same from the other side. The Bozo Bunch are trying to do the same to them, keeping it in this corner, but gets free. Strike shot sends it up to the other corner. Arrow, though, is going to miss. Piercing shot as well. Finally, the Rose Warp comes in, the barrier beam, but core flip forced out of Breads is going to save this for now. Crystal Thorns and the primary from the Mako, not enough to get it through. Piercing shot misses Drop Leto, unfortunately, but in the end, Snare Drum saves it. Unfortunately, it was a temporary save. Gret able to get down to the bottom, forcing Shapeshifting to make that mistake with the Ensnare Drums. It was almost a brilliant save, but there's only so much you can do there.
Yeah, finally, actually, with the Kai coming in and getting a little bit of their, toes wet in this game, right? Finding the speed, finding some of these barrage plays in the bottom corner to keep it in Shapeshifting's face. There's only so much a Mako can do once there's no secondary, there's no primary available, right? And I think the biggest difference in this comps, right, is that you have a lot less time to actually attack when you're playing on this Kai Julius. You have that dash punch, and that's it. You have the barrage, and that's it. Whereas this Asher can just keep the core in this corner for so long while he waits for the Estelle to actually get so much work done, right? So I think Sundubu definitely just have a way easier and simpler time with these comps. And that's something, by the way, I've been talking to Grimella this weekend, has been talking about playing these really simple comps back to basics, right? Don't overthink the meta too much. Don't overthink these picks too much. Just pick things that make it easy to play, that have a lot of success rate. But that gets thrown into a wrench when Dropletto on the Julie finds that explosive play and gets the KO now. Bozo Bunch on a power play.
Yeah, power play stacking up the stacks as well on the prize fighter, now helping with proximity drones and arrows, but Estelle is back over. The power play kind of dissolves, not really getting too much out of it. Core going for another cycle, but back down to this other corner here. Gret running, great Giga from Gret! Dash punch gets it through 3-0, but not through shapeshifting. Go for another cycle here, but that is an open goal for the Sundubu Strikers. Rosewarp actually countered really nicely there by Bozo Bunch. Piercing shot gets it forward. We are in overtime, so the cores are red all over the place. 3Z has the core flip, has the barrier beam, gonna be forced to use the core flip, will take down the barrier, but that's not the goal just yet. And that is so many resources available here for that, for the Bozo Bunch as they're trying to kill 3Z still, at least pop the recovery drone, but that hasn't been popped all set long. Piercing shot goes over the top, pass splitter also goes wide, unfortunately, for 3Z. Dash goes nicely, but the strike shot is better. Gret with that core flip running up, trying to get something on, trying to get the positioning. Dropletto wins the strike war in the middle. Core flip countered by 3Z. Breezy there, and we're just going to go for another cycle here.
Another cycle coming in. These Oni Village speed gates putting in overtime right now as we are in the overtime. Core going monumentally fast as the Giga Blast almost snipes the corner here. Shapeshifting managed to save that for now. Flip coming in through to save the Dropletto dash punch. And now Crystal Thorns keeping Breads in check, but nothing crazy going on though. Now still has Flip, and Shapeshifting is pretty comfortable in his net right now. So everything is kind of relaxed between these two teams, at least for now, until Breezy wins a strike war and puts it in the bottom side. The Kai could not get there in time, and Breads was not in range for that flip. Sundubu now are up 2-0 in sets.
2-0, 2 steps along the mountain now, and looking like potentially a bracket reset angle here if things keep up at this rate. And I mean, that's an Among Titans there for the Estelle, potentially Glass Cannon, 1-2 punch, Twin Drive, Monumentalist Deny if you really want it, but there's so many good options here. Is going to be that Monumentalist Deny on that Estelle. It's the Among Titans going the way of now. I don't think it's a bad pickup. Of course, it kind of sucks on Estelle to pick up that Monumentalist. You don't use it, but I think it's pretty good. What do you think?
Yeah, as a kind of a... It's more like Estelle doesn't really care about too much here, so I don't think Estelle minds denying Monumentalist. I don't think you need to deny Monu. I think if Estelle had like a Rapid Fire or Aerials or things that were good for Estelle, you'd pick that for sure, and I know Grimella would. But there wasn't too much that you really cared about there. So might as well just deny the Monu away, make the now not quite as annoying 4-3 to deal with, and then, you know, just kind of gives your team a little bit of an easier time at it. I'd say another thing to look at here for sure is actually the Among Titans for Obscure Breads. It's kind of a hit or a miss, right? The problem is you're a goalie, so Breezy on this giant Asher might just run all over you now that you're so smaller. But at the same time, your Julie is pretty big now and has a time to scale later on with certain size awakening. So will this bite, you know, Obscure Breads in the butt or not? We'll have to see.
Yeah, one of the other things, though, is, you know, with Gret playing such a solid midfield and being there to support, you did give up size, but you also gained size on your midfielder who's helping you out. So it kind of worked, and there we go, Dropletto using that extra size to get through Strike and almost get the goal, but great defense there. Shapeshifting gets down to Grimella, gets the clear, kind of a mirror of what we saw earlier from the Bozo Bunch. These goalie midfield pairs are just so on top of things. They know what each other wants to do. They're not getting each other's way for the most part. And getting the clears like that, even through the Kai barrage, which can be so tough sometimes. The Giga, though, from downtown. Gret finding the angle through everyone and just surprising Shapeshifting there.
Yeah, I mean, the Bozo Bunch explosiveness here, it's not really an explosive comp, but it's way more explosive than the comp on Sundubu Strikers, right? And we're finding some of these dash punches, these Giga Blasts. We're finding a lot of small victories for the Bozo Bunch here, but they can't quite get a set. So can they take this, start the reverse sweep now? It's looking like, you know, better time than ever. If there's any time, it's now, right? That's what I said in the EKC Sad Boys game, rather, excuse me. And it happened. So we'll see if Bozo Bunch can start up this comeback right now. And they're starting off with a great offense on to Shapeshifting here, but not much going to come from it. Both barriers still full.
Yeah, and both brawlers as well on that all-important one prize fighter stack where you haven't lost anything, but you also haven't really gained anything by it. So they were very close to getting a kill here. Dropletto as well, falling very low, but not quite yet. The barrage entirely soaked up by 3Z. A little bit of a flurry from Dropletto there, but doesn't get a ton of damage on this Estelle, who's full HP. almost getting killed is Dropletto, but manages to evade at the last second there. Grimella picking up the goalie orb as well, getting back up to full HP. Dropletto as well getting a heal too. And so we're just going to keep going back and forth here for a little bit, but Dropletto is still just the one to keep an eye on. If he falls and gives 3Z that prize fighter stack, it'll make this set a lot harder for Bozobunch going forward.
Yeah, and Bozobunch actually really happy right now with how the map is laid out. If you can see right here, the dash punch on that bottom side, when there's both barriers on the same side, it actually favors the Julie team a lot more because it's a lot shorter of a distance to clear it to your Juliet that's waiting on the barrier on the opposite side, right? Whereas if it's opposite side barriers, it takes a lot more time for the core to get there, and it takes a lot more time for things to happen. But things are happening right now as Dropletto and I both find the KO onto Grimella, and now it's up to Shapeshifting and 3Z Breezy, who has the flip in the box right now, playing Asher. A little bit of double goalie going on as the flip from the flip from the Kai, putting it in the bottom side. Great shot there away from 3Z Breezy, and Shapeshifting was just not there in time.
Yeah, unfortunate there, and 3Z and Shapeshifting actually lining up a little bit as well, kind of getting on the same level, which can make it a lot easier to get that Giga killing Estelle right off the bat. That missile prop coming in clutch that he picked up earlier. The Ensnare Drums trapping Dropletto near the edge of the map, trying to reset that was prize fighter stacks, but a timely heal will mean that he's basically back up to full HP. The strike shot comes down from Obscure Breads, barrage as well, but it's not enough to get this barrier piercing shot. Not really lining up too much, but does get the core forward. Strike shot, really nice corner hit there, but sets up the dash punch for this Julie in the corner. Crystal Thorn's going to sort of slow down the game a little bit, and that means that bottom barrier is going to fall here for the Bozobunch. Arrow being avoided there by Grimella. 3Z trying to get it around this core flip now, but the core flip is, of course, a very strong ability there, so it will be saved for now. Red coring all over the place, though. Some good synergy there, making sure that the angles stay tight so you can keep up the speed. Really nice play there from the Sundubu Strikers, who get that second barrier. Dropletto very low as well. 3Z stunning up the goalie, and Gret there. They're trying to get it, but it's just not quite. The now heals Gret as well, so he's almost up to full. They get it back in the corner, though. Piercing shot takes Dropletto's HP bar almost to 0. But again, Dropletto has been so good at surviving this entire game. He is doing really well, and the core flip comes out. The counter flip as well. Not going to go into the goal, but will buy a lot of time. The piercing shot comes out, and finally, Dropletto falls to this relentless pressure from the Sundubu Strikers, and that is a prize fighter stack going down. Pass splitter comes out as well. Asher, though, not getting the goal there, but the piercing shot from Grimella will indeed get that.
Yeah, the Estelle finishes the day here. That's kind of been the story of this entire match, right? Is how can we get the Estelle in that prime position to score? But we are seeing Bozobunch fight back a lot, even in that set that was pretty dominated by Sundubu Strikers. It feels like some of the awakenings of last draft kind of helps Bozobunch get a little bit more of that explosiveness. They're getting a little bit more of that damage. I think one thing we didn't talk about before is actually the specialized training on the Kai, right? And you have the missile prop as well. This Giga Blast is going across the map, and it is half-healthing people, right? And we've seen it here, a couple KOs just off of only the Giga Blast, and right now we're seeing actually a barrage KO onto Grimella in their own net. So it is a power play for the Bozobunch. Sundubu need to defend, but they do have both flips to do so.
Yeah, both flips a very powerful set of tools there. The arrow from now going a little bit wide, a little bit too late. And a barrier actually goes down in the power play there. Unfortunate. Piercing shot, though, countered by a core flip. But that's going to be a kill flip from 3Z onto either. A little bit too close to the edge, a little bit too confident in the survivability earlier. Passing back and forth. 3Z gets the recovery drone taken out, though. And that is not a happy place to be in because there is a very deadly map here. The core flip from Dropletto, actually really nice strike war win as well, means it goes forward, but again, not too much done. These teams, again, they're running out of steam right at the last second. The Giga Blast goes a little bit wide as well, not the perfect connection, hits the goalie and the core, but not in the way you want. Great dodge there from Gret, though, means that he will stay alive against the dash punch of 3Z. Crystal Thorns goes out, red coring in overtime, dash punch gets the barrier. We're almost through this, but not quite just yet. 3Z Breezy trying to get this kill onto Gret again after again, but that's so many cooldowns sunk into that.
So many cooldowns sunk in, and keep in mind 3Z Breezy does have 3 stacks on the prize fighter, so it's really, really easy for him to find these knockback KOs if they give it to him. So the Bozobunch need to be careful not to stand too close to the sides as the Bozobunch here trying to get an offense going, protecting their last barrier so they don't need to be too crazy. Sundubu is the one that is in the rush in overtime here, but they also are the ones I think that have the advantage with the Estelle going into overtime. Now, can the Bozobunch get a set back, or will Sundubu Strikers tie it up at 2-2? We're about to find out here.
They are looking to tie it up here, but again, they've got a mountain to climb even if they get this, so they really have to want to make this not even a tie. They really are trying to make this a complete sweep, but now's healing, undoing all of the things that 3Z was doing, but downtown Shapeshifting manages all the way to get the primary into the barrier. Trying to dribble is Threezy. The Giga as well is going to go wide, unfortunately. And Dropletto trying to get the dribble. It's interrupted time and time again. Threezy's dash not perfect. The arrow, the strike shot, everything is used. The barrier beam, the piercing shot, not enough. Pass up to Dropletto, dribble up the top, but it goes back. Strike warp by Grimella, not going to go in though. Proximity mine timely from Breads, not enough to get through. The clear is complete again and again and again. Strike shot forward, but Threezy Breezy intercepts the rebound there. Rose warp into strike, into arrow, into core flip, into proximity drone, into pass splitter here. The Crystal Thorns as well. They're trying to get the finally they get the piercing shot, gets it forward. Threezy Breezy gets the dash into strike. 1 point away from taking game 1 in what would have to be minimum 4 games for the Sundubu Strikers.
Long road ahead for Sundubu, but this is a good first step. But they still need 1 more point. And last point, that was a really, really strong showing for them. They had control pretty much the entire overtime almost, just keeping that core forward in Obscure Bread's face. And as soon as he ran out of abilities, the perfect piercing shot into that Asher dash, just putting it in the back of the net. But this is a great start against Satooth. Both barriers going down for the Bozo Bunch, and that's just going to be it. The Sundubu Strikers clock in game 1, and they're going to start this long journey that we have to go with them ahead.
Long journey here indeed, but looking like it's going to be a bit of a hype one. If Oni Village was that hype and that close and that back and forth, then we're going to get to see a lot of other things up ahead. We have, quite a few maps in store for you here, but it is going to be a whole lot, and they're gonna have to redraft between the bracket reset if that happens. But this is also the Dubu's map. They chose to go on Oni Village. They had the plan. They love this Estelle Asher comp on it. I think they've been trying different goalies here. They had the Mako this time, which seemed to work really well for them. But next time we're going to the Bozos territory, that night market. They might be trying to get the kills on that one, and that's going to be a bit of a brutal one if they can pull it off.
The funny thing though about these two teams is, or at least my thoughts with them have always been that they're kind of just copies of each other in terms of the style they like to play. How they end up doing it is slightly different in terms of their play style, but they love picking the same type of characters. They all love picking Now. They all love picking Estelle, or actually Estelle less so, but Kai, speed characters with these bunker goalies, right? So similar play styles, which means that they kind of like the similar maps. So all 3 of those maps, Oni Village, Night Market, Taiko Temple, I'd say these teams are, at any given day, I would give them like 5 and 5, like 5 wins, 5 wins. Like these teams are as back and forth as you can get on these maps. So it is a night market for Bozo Bunch technically, but at the same time, it's also a really good map for Sundubu, as we've seen, because Sundubu actually, I'm pretty sure, lost to Bozo Bunch on this map literally in the winners finals. So definitely going to be an interesting one here. Night Market is a little bit different though instead of Oni Village, as we do have a little bit more diversity. I don't know how diverse these teams are going to actually end up getting, but we could see some kill. We could see a little bit more explosiveness possibly come up. We could see some more, depending on the Awakenings. I don't know, like maybe a Zentaro from Threezy. I know he loves that. Maybe a couple other things. As we're actually getting into draft right now, it's going to be a cast to last start with a reverb, so not very kill heavy there on the Awakening start. And it's going to be of course, Now and Octavia ban. Get those characters out of here. Let's get a little bit less speed, a little bit more bunker, I guess, as we're coming into this first pick Asher for the Sundubu Strikers. I'm assuming probably just going to be an Asher forward.
Most likely, and that's actually one of the other things with that first pick Asher. If these teams are super even on these maps, then actually picking the map becomes a bad thing, because your other team, you're giving them the side selection, so they get to do something like first pick that Asher if that's what they want.
Exactly.
I always find it a little weird that the top teams aren't really liking the Julie as much. Can you elaborate on that if you know anything about that?
It's always kind of been a hit or miss character. I think Asher is more of, I guess, a guarantee, because it's a lot more consistent of a character. You're not going to die as well. You actually have more knockback than a Juliet, by the way, which is crazy to me that they actually buff that for the Asher. She's much harder to kill. She can keep it in the corner, slow things down a lot more. It's a lot just more consistent of that type of playstyle brawler, whereas Juliet is more of the explosive counter side of that. 2 sides of the same coin. Both you're trying to shove it in. Juliet is more explosive, finding those dash punch timings, finding those creative kind of uses for the ultimate and the strikes, whereas Asher's more kind of cut and dry. Get it to the corner, use your abilities, slowly push it in past the goalie, just straight up through the goalie most of the time. And actually, we're going to be seeing on the side of Bozo Bunch a lot of explosivity here. Amy and Estelle. I'm assuming it's going to be Estelle goalie here for Breads. And then the X. Oh, Dropletto X. So I'm excited to see this. Dropletto X on Night Market with that Cast Last or Reverb start. It's probably going to be Reverb pretty much all the way through here for everybody, except for maybe Rune, which Grimella, that's another wrinkle in here, that Rune is actually in this game as well. So a little bit of like a last patch classic kind of creation comp for the Sundubu Strikers here with that Rune Atlas Asher, but a little bit more of an explosive, damage-heavy kind of looking for a bit of, I guess, flair in their gameplay here on the night market here, coming in from the Bozo bunch, and they're going to need some flair if they want to bring this one back.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. You have to flare and get through Atlas, because you can do all these explosive things and do so much damage, but he presses one button, heals up his team, and if you don't have anything left, then that's kind of unfortunate for you. The other team's just going to run away because you used all your cooldowns. So looking forward to seeing how this one goes, but also some of the Q demons coming out. Dropletto on that X. If you've ever solo queued and run into him on that, I think I had one unfortunate game where I ended up with him in there, and I did not have a good time there. So props to him on this one. Going to be exciting to see it from the third perspective here, not being against that. But I would definitely be terrified if I was in Sundubu Striker's shoes.
Well, we're loading in here on to Night Market. We'll find out the awakenings here very, very shortly, and it will be, let's take a look, reverb for literally everybody, and it's going to be 3Z with the slick kicks, everybody else except for the goalies with those mag souls, and then strike shot on both Obscure Breads and shape shifting. So this is going to be a big tug of war match. Can the Bozo bunch find their ability usage, find kind of these blink plays to get in the mix, or is the Sundubu Strikers, going to use these creations, deny the space, and get the goal that way? We'll have to see, but here we are starting on the Night Market.
Yeah, great denying of space, though, as you're talking about the Astral Projection, the Cosmic Expanse, really nice usage by shapeshifting. The anomalies as well from Grimilla there. Just good usage of abilities from the get-go here, from the Sundubu Strikers, just edging it out a little bit at a time. Not super far ahead, not leaps and bounds, but just consistently, one ability at a time in these sets of interactions, but that's enough to win at this caliber. They're not making mistakes with that extra ability. They are using it to the fullest. But we see here the X Maximus even used, not getting a ton done, but a little bit of damage spread across can go a long way when you're on these teams. Cyber Swipe nearly catching out the 3Z, but again, this intervention from the Atlas, and actually it's going to be a lot of time bought there, and Rune just gets to take a free barrier because of all the abilities that were used. Glitch Pop as well, just going to keep 3Z a little bit warmed up here for the X, but the unfortunate Night Market bounce shapeshifting with, of course, the sad boys there happens to the best of us, as always. That signifies there, but also signifies some high spirits on these teams. They make mistakes, it happens, but you also make some crazy saves like that. Good stuff against these Corphix. You always got to be careful for that, and it's going to go into the corner, but the Bull Rush not going to connect.
Not going to connect, but the goal will. Grimella with the pillar. Surprise, surprise. Obscure Breads was not ready for that one as it gets put in the overtime speed on the bottom side there. Obscure Breads had the flip, but, I mean, no one can really see that coming. Rune, definitely one of those characters that you never really know when a pillar will just show up in your face, and it's not the most fun to play against. Breads now using the flip right away to save that double barrier there, I believe that was. And one thing to be, I'm really curious about is actually Bozo bunch are the ones getting kind of bullied down. I mean, maybe they just don't have the damage yet. It is all reverb, so it's hard kind of for them to get a lot of the damage, and the base damage on the Asher and the Rune are pretty high if you get a Banish with 2 pillars in. But I'm expecting them to scale a lot more, but if Bozo bunch win this set, I think they're in a really, really good place to win. But right now, they're not in a really good place to defend as they're getting banished. They're getting KO'd. They're losing their last bear. 3Z Breezy has the flip, but it does get cleared for now, and the Bozo bunch are a little bit safer now that Dropletto is up.
Yeah, and they're keeping these flips up on Grimella and 3Z. They use them there, though, unfortunately not getting too much with it. But in the end, it's just going to go around. This top corner is Breads' nemesis, his kryptonite on this one. It is so difficult sometimes to see that angle when it's bouncing off that diagonal there. You're not quite sure where it's going to go, and you're kind of prepping for the demon angle because a lot of people at this level hit that. But when it goes that sort of off weird one, you're kind of positioned in the wrong place by positioning in the usual right place.
Yeah, I mean, yet again, this Rune tends to be a menace, and as I say it, Caster Truth there, Caster Prediction, the double banish into strike just hits it right through everybody onto the bottom side. Well done for Sundubu Strikers there, especially on Grimella, for getting those plays, getting those I guess banishes, right, to find these 3 goals. That's exactly what happened last time too. The first set, Grimella got all 3 goals. Grimella gets all 3 goals here. Grimella has come locked in and ready to play. And right now, getting denied too, as the extra special going away. But Rune with Castellas is definitely not going to be too upset. But this is what we've been waiting for here. The stinger now on the Amy, the extra special, and the might. This is all damage. This is all cooldown. This is all for kind of just killing the Sundubu Strikers. But can they get through a Stagger Swagger 3Z Breezy with an Atlas? We'll have to see. I don't think so.
it's going to be tough because you go on that Asher. Asher has that secondary defense on top of the Stagger Swagger now. You go on the Rune, he just banishes you, teleports away. He can do all kinds of fun stuff like that. So it's really hard to get a good target selection here. You maybe just have to go for the Atlas in his goal box when his ult is down. But even then, it's just so difficult. But in the end, one barrier does go down. Good aggression here by the Bozo Bunch. Clear is good, though. On the other side, Glitch Pop fails, but Strike Shot does succeed. Threezy just barely living, dodging, and then the timely ultimate from the Atlas comes through to save the day. But the Atlas ultimate is down. Threezy Breeze is very low, taking 2 barriers, and the goal saves himself by getting that goal there. No more kill pressure when the point has been ended. There are a few rules to Omega Strikers, but among them is not mercy, as we're probably about to see.
Yeah, no mercy for these two teams, both just hunting for this S-tier win. Sundubu Strikers, it has long eluded them, even breaking up as a team too, as well, and have not played with each other for a long time, basically since actually the Phoenix LAN where they got 3rd place. So they're looking for, I mean, they already have an upgrade. They are guaranteed at least 2nd, so you know, not necessarily a bad thing, but I don't think any of these teams came here to get 2nd. They all want to win, and right now, Sundubu Strikers are on pace to do it right now. 1-0 in the 2nd set, and they have both barriers down, and right now they have another goal, 2-0 already in this set, 30 seconds in. I mean, if you're Bozo Bunch here, I'm not really sure what you can do. You're going to need a really good draft coming in soon.
Yeah, there is a chance for that. One of those things, sometimes the drafts are sort of front heavy for one team or the other, so we might see that it just happened to be better for the Sundubu Strikers leading into this. But if you don't come back at least a little before then, sure, they might get 2 sets, but you know, they still, or you might get 2 sets to scale, but then they have 2 sets and they're only 1 away from taking it. And, you know, of course, if the Sundubu Strikers get this, if this is a bracket reset, we go to another 2 games and Sundubu might just walk away with this. Core Flip, though, used from Imi, getting all the way over to the other side. Bull Rush countered by a Core Flip as well. Piercing Shot goes a little bit wide. The Anomaly kind of secure and clear there, but Threezy goes off the map. Power play here for the Bozo Bunch. They're trying to get it done here. They're not able to get it just yet. Piercing Shot goes a little bit wide. Crystal Thorns is in the end able to get the Firewall Sentry, defended by a great Anomaly from Grimella. Good midfielding there. Banished as well onto the exit. Glitch Pop not able to secure the Cyber Swipe, though. Not either. Piercing Shot comes out. So many abilities being used, but Droplet is holding on to this Core Flip throughout all of it. He's got a plan for it. He might use it any second now, but he's going to miss the core with it. Just hits the goalie midfielder there, and there wasn't too much else to follow up with that. We go for another play to the middle here. We have the Sundubu Strikers trying to get it through, but the Bell Ringer is actually going to get a double stun, and then he's able to get it through with that. Grimella and Shapeshifting very low on HP, and Droplet is able to send it in, taking the first goal there for the Bozo Bunch.
Bozo Bunch finally, you know, showing their teeth a little bit. They have some ways to play this game for sure, and they're finally figuring it out. They have to burn this Atlas ult. They need to get this pressure and this damage out, make the Sundubu Strikers uncomfortable, and then let Dropletto, let the X kind of put it straight in after that. But the Banish coming in through here is going to be rough. But actually, it's really, really good for Bozo Bunch. Not only did they get the Atlas ult, but they got the goal too. So they have a really good chance coming into this next point to put on the damage early, and they're not going to be able to heal it up right away. We'll have to see, but it's 2-2 now. They evened them up, and we're going into this 0.5.
Yeah, 0.5 in this, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot more 0.5s as we go throughout this. Awful for the timing, but great for us getting to see all of the good Omega Strikers here today. But Glitch Pop going to hit Threezy Breezy, starting that kill process. It's a bit of a long one here for this team. You have to do a lot of damage generally when you're playing this kind of Imi X comp. Banish is really nice onto Imi there. Buys a lot of time there, but they're not really at the barrier until finally there they do, with barrier being the strike. So much follow-up required on this. Threezy Breezy goes down to the bottom with support from the room, but they're not able to get the barrier there. No one's able to quite finish it out. The Core Flip is nice. The Atlas as well, using that ultimate to save Grimella, keep that from being taken off the map. Of course, you do like your midfielder, even if sometimes you don't. You want to have the ability to banish the X, get him out of your face there. Dropletto very low on HP, even the Astral Projection being used in there. The barrier does fall on this, Core Flip used, but Rose Warp is really good. The Celestial Expansion is really nice too. They just keep going back and forth. Finally, the kill comes out. Strike Shot, though, beautiful counter to that Core Flip from Gret. And the Cyber Swipe, the Piercing Shot, so many abilities used. We're in overtime, so the red cores are going to be coming out so often here, but they're not able to get this final connection on this barrier. They're just not there.
Just not quite there. The Sundubu Strikers cannot get this final barrier. They do get the Banish, and they do slow things down, though. So taking just a minute to relax here, but Dropletto is not giving them any time to relax. That's the whole point of the Bozo Bunch comp. Get that Atlas ult, start putting the damage on. This is their chance now to get some damage on, to get some pressure in, and get the goal, get the top angle. Dropletto puts it in and evens it up 1-1. Bozo Bunch, they came to play.
That they did. And of course, I've been talking about the bracket reset, but if Bozo Bunch take this game and the next and there is no bracket reset, they shut out the Sundubu Strikers, they take that first place. They are technically just a little bit closer than the Sundubu Strikers here from that win. And of course, perfect for Miami. I mean, you hate to see it if you're on the other team, but for the Bozo Bunch, I think that's a pretty big win.
Yeah, Bozo Bunch getting the perfect form, Amy. I mean, really, really good for kickoff, especially because you can put that turret down, get a bunch of hits on it. Immediately, you have about 10 to 15 seconds left on the next turret because of how the perfect form hits do get reduced there. So lots of good things coming here. One thing I'm actually looking at here is how much the missile prop on the Atlas is actually going to make use of, kind of shoving down those lanes, getting those clears to get it up to 3Z Breezy, who is hopefully able to sit on maybe one of the midfielders or, I'm considering Obscure Bread's basically another midfielder. That's kind of the comp they're running with that Estelle goalie, but right now it is actually Dropletto that's going to be getting put down super low, has to run back into his own net to heal up, manages to do so, and it's all kind of going Sundubu's way. They get both the barriers, and now Dropletto, all you can do is just try to stall as long as possible in order to get some room in this game. Flip coming out from I, going to be stalling it for now, and they manage to hold for just the time being.
Yeah, managing to hold, but even better is the hold from the Sundubu Strikers with both their barriers still up. Aimi almost dying, is dying with a 3Z assist on that one. And the Night Market angle, great Rose Warp though from Breads, keeps this point alive for now. 7 seconds though until Aimi's back, and the Anomaly is going to send it through. On the bright side, Aimi is back now, but on the downside, you did lose that point. And that puts Sundubu a little bit closer, but we've seen them up before. We just did last set. So, never count out the Bozo Bunch even when they are a little bit behind.
Yeah, and one thing to note here about the draft, too, that I didn't really talk about is actually the Sundubu Strikers got a lot of KO, potential, right? They got the Dead Eye on the Rune, so if you find a Banish with the double pillar, that's almost one-shotting, if not one-shotting, certain players on the Bozo Bunch's side. And 3Z Breezy, some people might know this, but others it might not seem like it is a big deal, but Super Surge on Asher actually is probably one of the best awakenings in terms of KO potential on the character. The reason being is this percentage on the secondary is so high, which compared to Juliet, the primary is actually what you're using to knock back mainly, and you're just setting it up with the secondary, whereas Asher's different. The primary does a decent amount of knockback, but the secondary is usually actually what's finishing it off. And with Super Surge, that's about 30% better. It's way more damage and way more knockback coming in clutch. And speaking of knockback, we got the Banish, but no pillar coming in clutch here as the core gets sent there to deny it. So Bozo Bunch Dropletto will be living for now, and they will be able to make use of this point, but not if I has a flip like that. Unlucky, unable to find anything there, but still, everything is kind of all right for the Bozo Bunch here.
Yeah, all right for now, and even better when they get that second barrier. Sundubu, though, getting a double barrier on the other side there. Very low Gramel in the midfield, and very odd play there. This Banish, let's see how it plays out at the end, is going to be a successful clear, but that was a little bit of a tenterhooks moment there. Gramella with the Banish, kind of clutch, but also very, very nerve-wracking there. As Shapeshift, he's just trying to wait for that to happen. But 3Z Breezy not able to secure the goal. Dropletto taking a little bit of damage there from the strike shot, I believe, as well, just to keep him tagged, keep him from regenerating. And we have this core bouncing around again. The strike shot from Breads is really nice. Keeps it forward. Astral Protection sends it forward the other way here. Core flip out of Aimi goes around, but this Banish on the X is taking him out of the game for so long, so often. And it's going to be 3Z Breezy with the dash into strike. Primary as well, just in case Breads had something, but there's not a whole lot he can do there.
Not a whole lot you can do, and the Asher calls you out just like that. Getting hit stun, getting strike through. Kind of the Asher specialty there as 3Z Breezy gets a great call out there on the clear. Now we're getting into this next point. And, one thing to note here as well with the comp, at least on paper, is that it should be Bozo Bunch's, having a bit more explosiveness and having a bit better of a time in overtime, but I feel like throughout this game so far, overtime has actually been favoring Sundubu Strikers. They've been able to find these banishes, and they've been able to find so much value from it, but not when Gramella dies, and 3Z Breezy now at 1 HP needs the Atlas ultimate to get healed up. The power play from Bozo Bunch is kind of just going to slow things down for now, nothing too crazy, as both barriers are still up for both teams, and Obscure Bread still has that flip available, but actually makes a mistake and does not pop the flip, loses the barrier, and now Bozo Bunch are in a little bit of trouble.
A little bit of trouble with that open goal. It's so difficult to defend, but of course, if you're on that Estelle, you can keep it a little further afield with this Aimi as well, that sort of double midfield X comp, and that's going to be a kill onto 3Z. Dodge as well away from the Banish. Another barrier going down. Bozo Bunch potentially looking to reverse sweep of this set here, and Gramella playing very close to the edge there, trying to bait out some abilities before teleporting away. Glitch Pop saved by just some good positioning, but with the Atlas ult as well was going to be saved anyways. And just really good play there. Strike shot misses, core flip catches, but goes over to Dropletto, sends it forward, but there's not enough steam behind it to really go through this Atlas, but they're not able to go through the Estelle either. So difficult to get through either of these goalies. Again, we were talking about it earlier with the midfield positioning. They're just so good at making sure that this goal is as annoying as possible to score.
Yeah, making it incredibly annoying, and that's what Dropletto's doing right now with that X Maximus right in Shapeshifting's face. Grimella now incredibly low, might get taken out here very, very soon, but it's actually going to be a shot on the top side, saved just barely by Shapeshifting, and also saving Grimella too. Shapeshifting putting in overtime here on the Atlas in this game. Obscure Bread still has the flip, the Banish coming through now onto I, trying to set up a goal here, and they manage to find it. Grimella actually gets the hit stun onto Obscure Breads there, and 3Z Breezy finishes it right through him onto the top side. No flips used, and soon with Strikers, they really want this reset.
That they do, and they are 3 goals away from getting it. They have a few options here, but what do you think are among the best?
It really just depends. I think for Atlas, Rapid Fire Primetime always is going to be extremely nice. Let me take a look at the Awakenings we have so far. Everybody does have that resilience, or sorry, where that reverberation rather, and 1-2 punch is actually going to be the denial there for them. The spark, right? The Atlas did have that spark of agility earlier on in the game, so the spark of strength would have been a good opportunity as well, but I don't think they want Dropletto to have any more damage in this game. But if you take a look at what they drafted, I mean, Primetime, that's more cooldowns, and then I, with the Stinger, Perfect Form, and now the Prize Fighter. If the Amy can start getting up some kills, and Dropletto, with, obviously with the help of Dropletto, now getting a little bit more power rather with the Mighty Colossus and the Built Different, getting probably around 30 or 40 power there to help out with the KOs. We're already seeing it now, the Atlas ult being needed to use immediately just to heal them up, and they're already back super low, but that means the goal is open, and actually Sunuba Strikers managed to find a barrier out of it, but also Grimella gets taken down.
Yeah. Core is also stalling here on the top side of the map. Dropletto's trying to get there, but of course X is a little bit slower, but does get the X Maximus double hit tech there. Really nice play there by Dropletto to secure that pass splitter, and 3Z Breeze is just dodging and weaving against all these abilities. Gets the second barrier, Banish onto Dropletto with the anomaly as well is going to be a kill. Piercing shot goes and doesn't do too much, but that 3Z Breezy kill is gonna do a whole lot here. The anomaly not quite enough. The strike shot, the astral projection not quite enough either. Grimella whiffing a strike, unfortunately, and teleporting up to the top. A little bit of miscommunication there, not quite passing securely. Core flip is countered by a barrier beam from 3Z Breezy, goes across, but of course, something like that isn't gonna get Breads too easily now. We're not quite that late in the game. The Astral Projection gets it forward. Firewall Sentry putting so much pressure on, but a great Banish onto Zex again. Cyber Swipe not going to get through either. Piercing Shot gets it to the Atlas, but no further than Shapeshifting, who's just been so solid on this defense.
Yeah, and both comps, I feel like they're both kind of almost fully unlocked here with the Awakenings that they've gotten. Both have the opportunity to kill, as we're seeing right here with Dropletto going down low, but Bozabunch do still have that explosiveness. They do still have that damage on the Amy, and they have the turret to save it for now, but 3Z Breezy just stuffs it right back into Breads' face from the flip. It's not gonna matter, and 3Z Breezy feeling great about that goal as they're 2 points away from the bracket reset.
Yeah, and you can see them spinning there in joy, celebrating that they are so close here to first place. I mean, the bracket reset has to happen first, but that is something that does have to happen if they want that. But good Atlas secondary keeps it forward. The piercing shot from the Estelle is really nice to keep it forward. The glitch pop comes out as well. They're trying to get it back and forth here. Both teams just trying to push along, and now with both bears being on the same side, there is a lot of push down this bottom lane. Top lane as well as where the fight is going to be happening right now. For the meantime, almost a kill from 3Z onto I, but not going to get the kill onto them just yet. The core flip out of Asher. The Crystal Thorns, they're doing a little bit of tagging on 3Z Breezy just to make sure that he can't regenerate here. But a good Banish onto the X is going to take him out of the game once again. Grimella teleporting to the top as well. 3Z Breezy very low on HP. Shapeshifting with the core flip ready and locked to get it up to 3Z Breezy if he can get through the gate speed there from that little blue in the middle of the Night Market map. Is just so nice as well for getting core forward. Bit of a weird Night Market angle there as well. I just kind of ricocheted for a second, and in the end, it is going to go forward. Grimella missing the strike after the teleport. The X Maximus comes out as well, but it's immediately banished again. Just poor X not being able to actually punch anybody with that because he just instantly gets countered every time. Core flip comes out, a lot of anomalies, just Grimella on the defense as well, making sure there's no tricky angles. You just have to send it through Shapeshifting. He's not going to lose those so easily.
Shapeshifting not losing those strike wars very easily, but 3Z Breezy losing his life, and it seemed like a blink of an eye as the Amy and the Estelle just put on so much damage in a moment's notice. Drapleto now trying to get this last barrier with the X Maximus. He manages to do so. No banish this time around for him to get denied as the Bozo Bunch are trying to get this last point to even it up, but they manage to hold. Sundubu are still in this point as they manage to get Drapleto incredibly low, and they're actually looking for a KO on their own.
Yeah, they're also looking for a gold there. They're almost there. But in the end, with Gret on the defense as well as Obscure Breads, it's so difficult to actually get through. Shapeshifting has this core flip again. The Bull Rush countered by just an Atlas secondary, so that core flip still stands. Such an important tool to keep alive on that goalie. Just, you have to not greed it either. So we're going to see when that comes out. It's going to be right then with the Banish on X. Good timing by Gormella to secure that clear. But the piercing shot gets it for Astral Projection, not going to quite find the connection, but the Bell Ringer will hit it backwards. And shot up to 3Z Breezy, but not quite enough. The passes are not completely secured here with that Aimi with the perfect form, and core flip up to the top, Drapleto finding the cross shot.
I call that the Drapleto angle. It's not really a special thing, but I feel like he always goes for it, where he pops the flip, especially on Night Market, just right kind of close by the midfield, and then immediately smacks it onto that top side. He loves that top side shot. Well, I guess on his side it would be the bottom side, but either way, to us, it was all the same as two flips now for the Sundubu Strikers. One going to be used, not much going to happen as Bread's stalwart in the net, holding his own, not going to get scared and intimidated by this Asher running at you. But what is intimidating is Drapleto just sprinting at you with the Amy turret, running away with the core. Gormella incredibly low. Drapleto trying to be hunting the kill, but Gormella just running into the Bozo Bunch's own net and needs to be careful. They might just go down here as Drapleto needs to just is getting kind of screened away now from 3Z Breezy, who came back to help his midfielder, and everything is settled now. Sundubu Strikers managed to hold on a little bit.
Yeah, they're holding on. They get the Banish on the X again for another time, and great dodge from Gormella there, using the secondary to teleport out of the line of danger, but 3Z goes into the goal. Gormella able to stall the time a little bit, but they really need to find 7 whole seconds until 3Z Breezy is back on the field. Firewall Sentry not going to find the core flip from the IMU. Cyber Swipe as well, going to finally find the barrier, but 3Z Breezy is back on the field. They have the chance now to try and fight back. The Glitch Pop gets it forward, and overtime red cores abound here as we are so deep into this game. Goes up into the corner, the Astral Projection sends it forward, but it's immediately countered just with strikes alone. Piercing shot goes forward, the core flip as well from Drapleto, but it's not enough. The great anomaly from Gormella there. But up to the top, 3Z Breezy finds the angle to get the barrier. Banish onto the Estelle, they can get it over there, but Drapleto's buying time, going to the top, going to the middle! And he's gonna find the goal there. Was an almost amazing play there from the Sundubu Strikers with the Banish onto Estelle, but if you can't close it out, you just can't close it out.
Yeah, they actually managed to clear it away Bozo Bunch managed to clear it away with the Banish right before it happens, and so they managed to get an offensive possession right when they needed it, and they get that goal. Drapleto coming in clutch with the mind games, with kind of the fancy feet there, getting the dribble into the shot in the middle, and now they lost both their barriers, but they do have an offensive possession here, and they're trying to run away with it. They get the first barrier. Can they get the second one? Can they get the extra credit? No. Sundubu Strikers, it's their turn now. Gormella and 3Z are trying to hunt for this goal, but it looks like everything is going to relax now as the defense for the Bozo Bunch is seeming like it's going to hold the flip from Breads, making sure it does, and just keeping it now. It's Bozo Bunch's turn, and they get the flip and they get the KO. It's now a power play for the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, power play. Let's see if they can make use of it, though. The strike shot, the Crystal Thorns keeps it forward. The core flip, though, from the Atlas is going to buy so much time. Asher is now back on the field. The Banish up to the top, piercing shot. Nominally not enough to secure. Didn't quite have the perfect angle to send it back in, nor deny the rebound fully. Cyberswipe gets it forward as well. A lot of low health bars, though, on the side of the Sundubu Strikers. 3ZB is trying to get it forward, but the piercing shot as well. They've just been so good from Breads this entire game. And that is going to be the goal scored by the entirety of the Sundubu Strikers. You need every single person to get it through, but they only need to do it once more to get that bracket reset.
One more time, but they also can't let Bozo Bunch get one more goal, or else it is going to be the coveted set 5. As we've been seeing so much in these tournaments, so many incredibly close games have come in this tournament. So lots of good film and a great Banish, the triple Banish. It might just give Sundubu Strikers the tool they need in order to win this game, but they managed to clear for now. Bozo Bunch get both barriers as well, and it looks like things are going to settle for now. Which team can actually score first? We'll have to see here. Take it away, AJ.
It's been a little bit of a bait there from that Banish, making shape-shifting play up a little bit, but that's going to be almost the goal. The core flip comes out of Aimi, but it's denied by the anomaly. We have the piercing shot forward. We have so much damage coming on to everybody at this top side of the map. The Banish comes out, but only on the Aimi. Drapleto dodged out of the way, and now Aimi's back on the field. Low health bar, but so is Gormella. Almost dying is the Imi, but also is the Rune. It's just a battle to see which midfielder falls first, and it's not going to be either one just yet. There goes the Rune. Dropletto has the core. Core flip on the hands of Shapeshifting, though, is going to mean that the goal is not denied away from the Bozo Bunch as they catch the rebound. And I sends it in on the I-Me to take them to this 5th set.
I like that one. I like that little one there. That was a good one as we're getting into this draft here. Finishing it off, couple little interesting things that could happen here. Shapeshifting does have that spark of focus he could possibly choose from, but Amy does have the first pick. We'll see where he goes. Wants the twin drive, has, the power, wants more abilities here. That's 2 sparks now. Spark of agility, spark of focus for the Atlas. The Atlas so incredibly strong here in this game, has so many abilities to play with. And with the extra focus cooldown now is going to be able to save his teammates a little bit more. And speaking of saving, that's Stagger from the Big Fish, Stagger from the Spark of Resilience coming in for all of the Sundubu Strikers. They have their game plan. They know what they need to do. They just are trying to get more time and buy more time to execute that game plan. But that's a specialized training on an X. And I'm a little bit scared for Sundubu if Dropletto gets just any time to ult these guys, anyone near close to the edge, right? They're just going to get thrown off of the pitch, and it's going to get a lot harder for Sundubu. But right now, as we're getting into this 5th set, it's actually right now Sundubu who's lost both their goals, and Bozo Bunch are still on a tear.
They are on a tear indeed, but it's kind of being mitigated a little bit there by the Sundubu Strikers. We're going to see that the banish on the Imi is really nice. Grimella, though, very low on HP. The barrier goes down there. Dropletto going to the other side, but it doesn't get anything done. There's no steam behind this play. It's just buying time. Corflip on the Imi, but constantly expands from the Atlas. That is going to be Grimella going down, though. The Atlas ult was just a little bit delayed. Coreflip is available on Dropletto. Let's see what happens when it gets over there, but it's going to be very explosive. As soon as something happens, we are going to see things kind of explode. The Glitch Pop gets it forward. Coreflip out, and the Astral Projection stuns up the X, so he can't counterflip either. The counterflip goes out, dodges the banish too, but the last second on the line save from Shapeshifting means the point will go on.
Point is going on, but maybe not for much longer. An Unstable Anomaly on the top side is going to deny that clear angle. Only the bottom side can be played through as Threezy Breezy now needs some health. He needs an Atlas Ult. I don't think it's there for him, but there it is. He gets fully healed by it. The Sundubu Strikers have another chance, but Amy has that turret kind of coming in and slowing things down here. Dropletto trying to find that bottom side corner, but Shapeshifting is just doing so much work in the goal box to keep it out. But Grimella, it goes down. There's no Atlas Ult to save you there. Threezy Breezy is incredibly low as well. Can Dropletto and I put it in on this power play? Bozo Bunch have everything they need. They just need to get it in, and they get the KO, and they get the goal. Extra credit for Dropletto and I as they put it in, and they put themselves 2 goals closer to even up the set here at 1-1.
That they are so close here, and that would be not necessarily devastating for the Sundubu Strikers, but definitely means the road is going to be a lot harder for them. They do still have opportunities. They would not be down and out just yet, but they would be a whole lot closer. We see a lot of passing play there. Speaking of closeness there, Obscure Bread's unfortunately out of position, but Threezy Breezy a little too close to the edge, out of position in his own right there. But Shapeshifting on this defense, so strong, so low on HP though as well. Dropletto trying his best to kill this Atlas even through the ult. The Cyber Swipe Glitch Pop as well, so much damage onto Atlas, and that's one of the win conditions is just kill the Atlas so he's not there to support, he's not there to defend, and it's so much easier to secure those kills when you have to be hanging back and you don't have that ult behind you. They're not quite able to get it though, and Shapeshifting back at full HP. Now they're switching. They're trying to get Grimella or Threezy, but they don't quite have that full focus to just target one person. Banish on Dropletto takes away half his health bar, but he does still have the core flip. The Bull Rush comes out. A lot of damage though, and a good save on a Grimella too. Shapeshifting is on top of things, but not on top of that. Dropletto gets the kill, but not the barrier. Unfortunately, not getting the perfect angle onto that little tiny pixel he's aiming for in the bottom. And it's going to get past to I, though. Anomaly on the top, though. Just a nice secure away from this Imi. But securing the orb is Gret, making sure that Rune cannot heal. Piercing Shot going to tag him again. Dropletto goes into his own goal, though. The pass splitter as well is going to mean that this is a very forward play. Astral Projection forces out the core flip. Pass down to Threezy, who gets it into the corner, unfortunately. Shapeshifting their own barriers, unfortunately. And we're going to keep going forward here, though. They're going to try and just close it out without that ability there. But they're just not quite able to get it through in the end. Shapeshifting has to use Astral Projection up to the top just to try and keep this tempo forward. The Anomaly, though, is really nice to keep it from going in. Threezy Breeze is taking a lot of damage on the back of this play here. Banish comes out, hits the core and Dropletto, but the core is actually, or the Anomaly is going to be denied from that nice setup that Grimella was going for. Good play there by I. Dropletto misses the strike. The nerves on these players, you start to see it building up just a little bit. The Anomaly is perfect, though even still, Corflip forced out of this Atlas. He's using it to try and get that tempo forward. Once again, the blue blue gate is used by Threezy. The speed is more on the core though, and it goes through in overtime with the dash strike through this Asher, who even tried to evade save, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, the evade save was so close, but Threezy actually hit the core instead of Bread, so the evade was kind of for naught, and Bread's unable to react in time. But these teams, man, you said it before, the nerves are starting to come in here. I'm seeing some whiff strikes, I'm seeing some abilities kind of being wasted here. These players, I can tell they're shaking because I'm starting to shake a little bit. I'm starting to get some nerves here. This is exciting as Bozobunch and, Sundubu Strikers, you can feel the emotion. You can see how much these teams care. You can see how hard they're trying to win this game, and right now Bozobunch are kind of the ones in the lead here, getting this first barrier, and they have so much damage to do it as well. Keep an eye on Eye, right? Keep an eye on the Amy. Has so many cooldowns, has so much damage with the Stinger as well. It's just making it so incredibly hard for the Sundubu Strikers to live, but if they can manage to stay alive, keep the point going as long as they have been so far, they are going to have a good shot at this game. But as I say, that Grimella looking incredibly low, still trying to make a play on the top side. Threezy flipping, but Bread's managing to deny it for now, but loses the barrier in the end anyway, as Grimella, Dropletto, someone might die here, and I feel like that's going to be the thing that opens up the game here, AJ. I'm not really sure what's going to happen, but right now, Bozobunch are working at this KO. They're working at this goal. It's only a matter of time before something happens.
They are working overtime in the KO mines here, trying to get something done, but Grimella there on the core control, trying to make it end. They're shape-shifting the one to get it in the end. Great play in the end there by the Sundubu Strikers, holding on. And again, we're talking about nerves. 1 point from bracket reset. Don't want to jinx them too hard, but definitely be on the lookout here because this is going to be very close.
This is going very close right now. Sundubu Strikers 1 point away from the bracket reset, but they need to get through this Bozobunch squad one more time, possibly 2 more times if Bozobunch ends up scoring here on this point. And it wouldn't be a Sundubu Strikers game if it wasn't a 0.5, a set 5.5. Look, come on, let's get it for the fans, get it for the boys. Come on, Bozobunch, let's see if you can get Sundubu Strikers, get the better of them just one more time, as the damage actually coming in on Dropletto instead here. Threezy managing to survive a little bit longer, but Dropletto, fighting back a little bit, but the Path Splitter's actually going to take out Dropletto, and now Sundubu Strikers on a rare power play.
Yeah, power play and 1 barrier up as well. This is the advantage, but 5 seconds until the X is done. They get the second barrier, but there's not too much steam left. The Anomaly sends it backwards and up to Grimella, who gets the goal. And ladies and gentlemen, we now have a bracket reset on our hands. Sundubu Strikers, they are looking for this first place, and they are hungry for it.
They are absolutely famished right now. They are starving. They want this win. They've been waiting. Actually, I was thinking, I said 1 year before. They've been waiting, I think it's been almost 2 years since they've been playing with each other, if not longer if you're counting beta. Obviously a different goalie this time around in shape-shifting, but the melee goalie heart is still alive and well for the boys in the West Coast, the Sundubu Strikers. Man, look at the stats here. 60k damage on Threezy for what you're supposed to have, not even close to a kill comp. But then you look at the other side of the coin, almost 80k on Eye, 70k on Dropletto, 43k, which is no measly amount here on Obscure Breads. And the redirect amounts, we have 2 players actually both reaching 400 redirects. The Brawlers both sitting nice at 250, and then 370 to 320 for the midfielders. Actually, I just realized I was the one with 400, and Shapeshifting is on 400. So most redirects in the entire game on that Amy, putting in overtime, but they just were not quite able to get enough. Threezy and Grimella managing to find those crucial plays at the end to set them apart and get to this bracket reset that, I think everyone's kind of been waiting for. I can hear the crowd getting a little excited outside. Everyone's getting hype here.
Yeah, hype indeed. When you're, even if you are not a fan as much of the Sundubu Strikers, even if you're rooting for the Bozobunch, getting to see these teams tackle each other for another minimum 2 games is going to be great. Unless you're one of the 2 TOs, we apologize to you for giving you some amazing games here, but it's going to take a little bit longer, and it's going to be a little bit harder. But the nerves on these players, it goes really either way. Sometimes, if you're in Sundubu Strikers' shoes, you're like, we got the bracket reset, we don't have to worry. 1 more best of 3, we've been here 100 times before, don't worry about it. Other times, the players are in those shoes and they're like, oh, we got the bracket reset, we gotta keep going, we gotta keep going, we gotta keep going, we gotta keep going. And sometimes it really just get the best of them. So I hope for the sake of the games we're about to see and for their own hearts, it'll be good to see them just get back to there, take a bit of a break, have a little bit of time just to chillax and just learn and maybe go out the draft differently if you didn't like the way it goes. Like if you're on the side of the Bozo bunch, you maybe had a certain draft plan here in the bracket reset. This is kind of your go-ahead to say, hey, we tried something, didn't work, but that was kind of our throwaway. We weren't really betting on the bracket reset. Maybe we were just using that as our test to see what we really need to draft against them.
Yeah, I mean, keep an eye on this reset. We're going to see very shortly the map bans again. I'm very curious, honestly, the map picks and bans, is it going to be the same? I mean, Bozo Bunch, like I was saying earlier, those are maps that they like. They love Onish Village. They love Night Market. They love Taiko Temple. They love these maps that are more favorable for these speed comps, for these melee goalies, for their kind of play style, right? It's the same thing with Sundubu Strikers. But are they going to throw in maybe a new little wrinkle? Are they going to go with a map? Maybe they've been prepping in the back pocket. Maybe Sundubu Strikers don't really like it as much. We'll have to see, because if it goes how it just did, I mean, I don't know if I'd bet on the Bozo Bunch again, but hey, they got here to the winners finals. They already beat the Sundubu Strikers, so they definitely have the tools to do it. We're just going to have to see if they can manage to pull through, as I think the players might be taking a tiny little break again. They're doing the coin flip. We're trying to figure things out. I think the staff's kind of freaking out right now. I don't think we've literally had a bracket reset in a long time, at least at LAN. I think this is the first LAN bracket reset ever.
That does sound just about right. At the very least, it's been a while, but definitely hyped to see, though, and it's going to be nice to see how these teams go forward, but it is a little bit of one of those weird ones where you just don't really know exactly what to do, I didn't think I'd get this far, but it is, again, really nice to see. It's good to see everyone in the chat and everyone out there as well. I mean, again, like you were saying, we could hear people on the other side of a thick, soundproofed wall there through 2 doors, and we could still hear some of the hype, so I hope that y'all keep that going in the future, because it's always great to hear. It keeps us going as well. That energy just keeps going back and forth, so we really do appreciate y'all on that too.
Yeah, we can see the crowd behind us right now. Take a look behind us. We can say hi. There's someone putting bunny ears over us beforehand a little bit earlier. But yeah, hey, there we are on the TVs back there too. But yeah, the crowd gathering all kind of towards the back of the room on the TVs there, leaving the players be. Which honestly, compared to the other lands, I think that's the biggest thing, is we have a lot more space. The New York land we had some space too, but for example, the Phoenix land, we had like almost zero space because of how the venue was. So all the players were just packed, or all the spectators rather, were just packed behind the players. You couldn't even breathe if you were sitting in those chairs. I remember it was absolutely insane and a crazy little, I guess, thing to be a part of. But we got a little bit more space. The players have some room to breathe. They have some room to relax here. That's why I think we're going to be seeing a little bit of a mental reset from the Bozo Bunch here, hopefully. As we're getting into map bans right now, as we get the link here, I believe the players are readied up, and we should be seeing this first map ban soon. I'm assuming it's going to be like an Inkies ban, maybe an Atlas Lab ban, something like that, where they're trying to get rid of, at least for the Sundubu Strikers, get rid of this explosivity. Actually, they're going to get rid of Clarion, and they're going to get rid of Gates of Obscura, which I guess is kind of the same thing, where the maps change, the portals change around with Clarion, the maps literally change every single point. They want as little, I guess, randomness as possible, as little RNG as possible. They want to keep their game plan. They want to keep everything consistent. They want to force Bozo Bunch into positions they don't want to be in. And Bozo Bunch need to find a way to get out of that hole.
Mm-hmm. But on the other side, it is banning away CTC and Gates of Obscura. And if it was my pick, the bracket reset would be predetermined. Like, it would be Inkies, it would be Gates of Obscura, it would be CTC. Just take them to
some
those
new maps. Yeah, see some new maps. Or like it plays all the leftover ones or something. That'd be fun.
Would be pretty sick to see, but in the end, we are going to go to Taiko Temple starting off, Oni Village second, and then Atlab. I mean, how poetic would it be if we go Game 3 bracket reset, go to Atlab, where it all began, sort of I mean, I'm not a top player, but I would say it's one of the top maps. It's kind of been
one of
the
big
standard.
Three. The big three for sure. Oni Village, one of the previous big three, kind of faded out of the meta for a little while. Not really many people played it. It was out of the map pool for a long time. But Sundubu Strikers, Sundubu Village, they're going to be bringing us right back there for Game 2, as always, feeling very, very comfortable on that. But first of all, we're going to this Game 1 Taiko Temple, which was supposed to be the Game 3 last time. It was a little bit denied from the Bozo Bunch, so they want to bring us there. They want to show us why they wanted to get to Taiko Temple, because they have something prepared. Sundubu banning away the Octavia. They do not want I to have that comfort, especially with the stacks on stacks with the reverb, which are going to be the Awakening starting up for us here. And I'm expecting Bozo Bunch to ban, I mean, maybe even the Atlas, maybe the Asher. Yep, the Asher ban, paying respect to 3Z Breezy, who has just been absolutely on fire with that pick the last 2 games.
Yeah, put some respect on 3Z's name. I mean, say what you want about him. I don't think I've ever heard anything bad, but even if you did have anything bad to say about him, you gotta respect the Asher at a bare minimum, because that was absolutely demonic in these last games. The other thing as well, I definitely agree with fearing the Octavia, because we just saw I put 407 redirects on an IME, let alone an Octavia. And so I think that's one of the new records I've seen for redirects in a game, let alone a game of these stakes. And so always amazing to see games that are that back and forth. We're going to see the Estelle pick up here by Sundubu Strikers. They're going back to that. Grimella, of course, has been talking about that. I heard there was even a strategy board involved at some point with that. But we also have the Now X, potentially a Mako for that final pick if it's not denied away.
Yeah, they have the Mako here, shapeshifting. Gonna love that one. I mean, it's kind of between the Mako or the Atlas, and when you lock in an X and rather a Now, you're not really gonna need the Atlas there. I feel like you're not going for damage. You're gonna go for that explosiveness. You're gonna go with the help for the Rasmus. Getting that size is the Mako gonna be helping out Breezy Breezy there, and then Estelle on Grimella, who's playing incredible on that pick in the first game on Oni Village. So we'll see how it plays away. And oh, okay. Tycho is getting a little spicy now, ladies and gentlemen. We have Obscure Breads playing one of his patented picks, I believe, unless it's like a weird midfield thing, but I doubt it. I think Breads is going to be on the Finny. They have a little bit of damage, actually, now. X and Now, both pretty high damage characters, now kind of forgotten about and in terms of the damage. Actually does a lot of damage, and if they can get like heavy impact or if they can get any sort of power, those mines are going to start to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, a ton of damage. There's so many things to factor in there, but the bare minimum, the factor you need to be worried about is that damage. So, but on the other side, of course, Restel is been one of the best forward duos throughout the entirety of this game. Back to basics, back to classics, as we were talking about. They even have the poster buff because we had the Rasmus and the Estelle posters for San Francisco. Bestian Slot, if you want to get one. But it's going to be fun to see them here in the flesh, so to speak, here. And I don't know, it's going to be a lot of fun.
A lot of fun. Let's see the Awakenings coming in here. It's going to be on the side of Sundubu Strikers, all Reverberation. They want that stagger. They want to live. They want to play the game as long as possible. And Breads and I are going to be taking away the stacks on stacks. And Dropletto actually running the Siphoning Wand this time. Big fan of that. Big Siphoning Wand kind of guy with the Reverberation. He's going to start trying to do some chip damage, start bringing down the Sundubu Strikers as low as possible for these KOs to start coming in. But I have a feeling that won't be happening too much, as both barriers now down for the Sundubu Strikers early on in this first set. Soon now bet by a counter, almost going to be getting both, but one for now will do for the Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, one for now, but then it's two immediately found there, and this potentially goal to follow here, but the setup denied. Not quite perfect there. Dropletto X Maximus not going to find too much. Grimella standing against the drum just to survive there. Really nicely done, but the bell ringer from Dropletto. And that is an X taking the first goal, and that is not a good sign. Because, of course, X, I mean, it's been kind of the thing for a while, but he's a scaling character. And sometimes there's the memes, you know, you drop an awful game, you get swept 3-0, and it's like, don't worry, we scale. But on X, he really does.
Yeah, I actually really do like the Siphoning Wand pick rather, as well for the X here. The reason being is that on Taiko Temple, the ball's kind of going wherever it wants to go, right? The Slicks, you're not going to get in the ball that much. The Slicks aren't really that useful. The Mag Soul's not really what you want on the Brawler on this map anyway, and the whole goal for this X is to chip people down, is to start getting that pressure piled up, and just that little bit of damage, that little bit of healing from the Siphoning Wand is going to be helping that much more, as a great flip from I, teleporting back onto Bread's face to save him there and to keep their goal alive. Coming right back around, getting that first barrier. It's now a game, folks, as we're seeing Grimella looking incredibly low here, but still posturing for that goal. True Estelle player, trying to always look for a goal here, but Dropletto beating up Breezy Breezy. They're starting to get super low. The Sundubu Strikers are just getting absolutely blasted here, but they still have a barrier to hold, and they still have time.
They do have time for now, but, I mean, how much time is there left when 3Z and Grimella are solo on HP? But the ultimate pendulum swing, forcing out the Corplet from the obscure Breads there. Almost went back to old habits and called them Obscure Beads like I did the first time I ever cast it. But, you know, what a throwback there. But here we are now, and they are almost about to clear it. There they go. Finally goes across there. Shapeshifting, able to get a fantastic clear with the primary into strike. Dribble off the drum into the goal. 3Z Breezy putting in the work and saying, doesn't matter how much you beat me up, I'm still alive. I have 1 HP. That's all I need.
It's kind of the Sundubu motto there. I mean, they love taking stagger. They love taking as much survivability as they can because they don't care about killing you. They don't care about all that type of stuff. They just want to play the game as long as possible because as long as they're alive anything can happen. And as we see right there, Threezy Breezy kind of playing with his food a little bit with that extra dribble on Obscure Breads, puts it in on the bottom side, and just gives them that one goal that they need to even things up here, 1-1 in this first set on Taiko Temple.
What inspirational words. As long as you're alive, anything can happen. And absolutely the motto here, but not the motto for Grimella, and therefore you are not alive. You cannot defend that one. And that is the motto of the Bozo Bunch here. The absolute haters of this one right now, just deciding, doesn't matter, we didn't kill you yet, but that's a yet. We will do it, we will get through. And the Bell Ringer will send it backwards, but the barrier is not claimed. The Pendulum Swing almost takes Dropletto off the map. The Ensnare Drums keeps it forward as well. One barrier down, but the rebound isn't perfect. It goes a little bit to the midfield. Big Finish comes out, but not through either. The drums here in the corner are so useful. Piercing Shot finds 2. A lot of damage coming out, but again, a lot of healing from this now too. Gret, though, very low on HP, even after the healing. A lot of damage coming out there. Primary from Shapeshifting goes forward too. Dribble off the drum. Threezy Breezy going down. Just had the read on Gret there, but wasn't super fast there. So it took a couple of seconds for it to get through. Wasn't a perfect rebound catch. And it's just going to go for another cycle here. But for now, one barrier still standing here for the Sundubu Strikers. They kept both alive for so long that when they lost that, they only lost the one barrier. They were able to keep this going. So it's just tied up, but they're still behind in the score. And this is, again, bracket reset. So they're kind of restored here. 0 games to 0 games effectively. Threezy Breezy, though, finding the second barrier, going up to Grimella, but the Bull Rush from Dropletto was able to get through. The Piercing Shot finds 2, but no core. The card is also flying from all the way downtown, but no goal scored just yet.
No goal scored just yet. Almost just there, though, but the now with the flip going to be helping there. 2 KOs actually coming in. I believe the Estelle took out the goalie there on the side of Bozo Bunch, and with no goalie, it means that anything can happen, and Shapeshifting finds that primary hit onto the top side. Taiko Temple, ladies and gentlemen, this is why we love this map. This is why we love how random it can be. I don't love playing it, but I love casting it.
What words to live by as well. So many maps are like that where they're just so much fun to watch when you're playing. Sometimes you don't like the randomness, sometimes you don't like the drums, especially if you're Dropletto and you have an Estelle that's standing near a drum so she can't die. Maybe you don't love that one, but it's amazing just the mechanics that these players can bring out of these drums. So of course, the tools are only as good as the people using them, and well, these drums are tools that are absolutely used by the masters of this game, and this one, undisputedly, some of the best teams in the world right now with just this LAN. I mean, we also had the EU versus NA show match earlier to prove, once and for all, of course, that NA is superior, and there's absolutely no argument there whatsoever, and no bias either. But we have here the dribble off the drum in the middle, the Big Finish, not fully countered, but is able to not, they are able to make it not shoot directly at the barrier. And Grimella trying to build up this core flip, trying to get it out in any way, keeps it away from the now arrow as well. So nicely done. Threezy Breezy, a little bit of a world tour that on that one, and is going to go off the map. Power play here for the Bozo Bunch, and they are going to try and get this barrier.
Going around the world is Threezy Breezy, now dead for 3 more seconds. Shapeshifting now almost dead, but managing to survive for now. Dropletto going to be hunting that KO, but the cage is going to be locking him up just enough time for him to get an orb, and Shapeshifting, no, does not heal back up in time and gets put into the back of his own net. Dropletto has a chip on his shoulder from getting stuffed so many times. Both little striker whiffs into the Sad Boys emote. Dropletto finally getting that barrier and going to be putting it in after the bell ringer to stun Grimella. Perfect play there for Dropletto. Well done, young man, as Bozo Bunch are going to be starting us off with the first set.
Yeah, first set on their map, again with that caveat, but like you were saying earlier, these teams are so good at playing these maps, and I mean, I'm afraid if you are Sundubu Strikers, you're using the Sad Boy emote when there's that Monumental. Never mind, it's the Spark of Focus on that now. Wants that cooldown instead of the Monumentalist. I'm not sure about that one, but there's probably some big brain play that I am just too small brain to see, but that Stinger Siphoning 1 combo is definitely fierce too.
I think the idea is the now is kind of, I guess, meant to hold the comp together. You're not doing a ton of damage with the now. You're not really meant to be doing so much. You're meant to just kind of keep the X alive, try to deny them as much as possible. And with that Spark Deny, it allows that Spark of Resilience later on from being too powerful if someone on the Sundubu Strikers wanted to go for those sparks, right? So another big thing actually with that draft real quick is Dropletto obviously getting that Stinger, more damage coming in, and Breads as well getting the Twin Drive, more damage debuffs going to be coming out for the Bozo Bunch, making their job a whole lot easier. But Threezy Breezy did start getting size. He got the recovery drone, which will make it a little bit easier for him. Getting popped right there, actually, so he won't have that for the rest of the set, and he might even go down here if Dropletto decides to kill him, but no, he's going to go for the goal instead, and Grimella and Shapeshifting just cannot hold in time, and Threezy Breezy now get down, and Bozo Bunch on a power play, not even going to need the flip. Pretty short one there, as Dropletto puts it in the top side.
you say a short one, but it was still 36 seconds on that goal. The fact that that's the short one is...
well, the short power play, rather.
The short power play.
yeah.
But short goal as well. It did feel short just because we've had some very long overtimes, so it was the short point too. Dropletto, though, finding the double there. Corp with a little bit of a whiff, but it does stun up the goalie and the midfield there as well. But great primer from Shapeshifting stops the core flip from Obscure Breads. Breezy trying to crawl towards this orb in the corner, trying to stay alive. And you were talking about earlier, there's so much damage. The core flip drum kill style points on Gret there as they put it right through there and into the drums. Threezy, though, finding the one, maybe the double, but misses the pendulum swing there. Not the perfect setup, and dies for it as well. Does not have the style to continue living, it seems, as that appears to be the rules we're going for on this one. The card and the bell ringer, the X Maximus through. In the end, it is going to be Bozo Bunch taking the lead.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can do when the Bozo Bunch are basically just on a permanent power play that entire time, just getting one kill after another. Bozo Bunch finally have the damage to get it done. Sundubu Strikers, I'm a bit worried for them this set. I think regardless on how this one goes, they're going to need to get a little bit more survivability, a little bit more ways to stay alive if they want any hope in getting this game here, this Taiko Temple map. Either that, or they just play better, win more, right? Play a little bit better, get these barriers down, get these interactions won, because then if you win fast enough, you're not going to die in time, right? But as I say that, both barriers down and possibly the kill. No, denied here for Shape-Shifting. Going to keep them alive a little bit longer, but he's staggered in the back, and I think he could die at a moment's notice if Dropletto decides to turn his head over to that side. But one barrier to none here, and Dropletto, doesn't even matter, puts it in the top corner. That's going to be 2 sets to the Bozo Bunch. We can see now why they wanted to go to Taiko so bad.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine why they would ever want to go to Taiko Temple. I mean, they obviously had no plan and didn't think about this at all. But they definitely did. There's a lot of drafting going on between the bracket reset, I'm sure. And, of course, the X is scaled now. He was already really strong at the beginning. He's winning the early game. So it is going to be so difficult here for the Sundubu Strikers to go up ahead in this. But the Stagger Swagger Deny as well is massive.
Yeah, this is actually huge. So there was a kind of a Spark bait here. You could have just gone Spark of Agility if you were the Now and keep that scaling. But your job as Now is not to scale. Your job as Now is just to keep everything together. Like I said, Now is the glue. Now is just denying, making sure the Sundubu Strikers can't do anything. And the Stagger Swagger is going to make sure that Breezy and Grimella are just not allowed to live in this game no matter what. And also with the speed's nice too, right? But one thing that will help the Sundubu Strikers, Dropletto, or rather, Grimella getting that, actually now that I think about it, there pretty much is nothing helping the Sundubu Strikers here. They had a pretty lopsided draft there. Dropletto getting the size, I getting the Stagger Swagger, Obscure Breads getting the Glass Cannon. I mean, this is just all Bozo Bunch. We're going to need some heroics and a miracle out of Sundubu Strikers to win this map.
But maybe it's a miracle. We might see it happen. We have seen stranger things before. I mean, shout out earlier to the upset Woe Chills versus, I believe it was Demon's Raw, that upset.
Yeah, interesting game.
Seed 15 versus Seed 1.
16 versus 1.
16 versus 1 even. Really good to see there. And we are seeing a bit of a miracle happen as we see 2 barriers go down. And Dropletto taking a little bit of damage, but not nearly as much as Threezy and Grimella. If they can secure the goal, then they'll be fine. But that is a bit of an ask here when you're up against Breads and Gret, who we've just been seeing all day so strong in that defense.
Yeah, so incredibly strong. Bozo Bunch actually losing both barriers now. So bit of a, a little bit of Sundubu comeback here possibly. But as I say that, of course, Caster Curse, classic for me in the casting booth. Going to be back away on the Bozo Bunch side. Grimella now incredibly low. Dropletto rather, trying to kill Grimella, but not able to find it in time. But now Sundubu have an attack. They have a chance to do something here, but no, it just keeps going back forward. But Breads is just an unbreakable wall so far in this game, and Dropletto wants to put it in. Grimella almost dead now, staggered, has to make a play now with this flip. No, does not make anything happen. He gets put away into the top side, and now it's going to be a Bozo Bunch power play.
Bozo Bunch power play, they're going for it, but the arrow is backwards. Decay's thankfully right in time. Corplet built up on this now. Breezy low on HP, and the top shot from Gret is gonna be putting it through. You're expecting the pass. Oh, it's a midfielder. Obviously, that means they pass their forward. That's how it's supposed to happen. But no, at this level, midfield forward, it's kind of a bit of a blurred line there. They do what they need to do, and they get it done regardless of who they are, where they are, and what character they're playing.
The goal in Omega Strikers is to score. Killing helps with the scoring, but at the end of the day, The core flip goes in the top side, and the Now feels really good about it. Now Grimella not feeling very good. Same with Breezy Breezy, but Dropletto feeling amazing with the double. Finds the angle with the goal too. Bozo Bunch have all might as well have just taken this map. Sundubu Strikers need to start a comeback now, or they're going to have to come back on this Oni Village map next game.
Yeah, I mean, they have the option to come back. We've seen them on Oni Village before, but definitely not where you want to be, and definitely where you want to be if you are on the Bozo Bunch or one of their fans. But here we go, a lot of aggression here in the top side. The first barrier going down, the second not to follow there. Triple take as well, stacking up on top of that just to make sure that nothing happens. Pass up to the corner into the drum is really nice, but doesn't get too much of a clear there. Not the high speed we've been expecting from all these overtime plays. Piercing shot doesn't get it all the way through. Gret was able to escape and recover from the stun in time. Shapeshifting, though, does have that core flip available and will likely have to use it very soon in the face of this Dropletto combo that we've been seeing with Gret. But long shot barrier sacrifices the HP bar, but sets it up for the piercing shot from Grimella, sends it right in, and I mean, what's more hype than a reverse sweep?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing is more hype than a reverse sweep, unless it's like a super reverse sweep where like you're down if like a best of 5 or something, 0-2 in sets as well, and then you bring everything back. That'd be pretty hype.
I mean,
that is just a reverse sweep though. So I mean, still same thing. Nothing more hype than a reverse sweep. But Sundubu coming back here, actually almost taking out the Now, but an almost is still an almost, needs to happen and just is not quite able to make work. Dropletto trying to get Grimella off the pitch here yet again for probably the 15th time, as it is incredibly hard to play the Estelle in this game. Looking super low is the Finny using the secondary now on Grimella. Breezy Breezy looking low as well. This might just be the final nail in the Sundubu coffin, but Bozo Bunch need to get this last barrier first as Breezy Breezy pops the recovery drone, almost gets the goal. Breads with the flip saves it for now, but Bozo Bunch finally have an attack ready and they're about to perform it. But as I say that, the Sundubu Strikers come in with the flip and Breezy Breezy manages to find the goal. They even it up at 2-2. The reverse sweep, it could be happening right now, AJ.
Yeah, and I mean, reverse sweep from the bracket reset, that's about as reverse sweepy as you get, so they're doing pretty darn well for themselves on this one, and they're kind of making it look a little bit easy even. These last 2 sets have been absolutely brutal, and you want to cover your eyes almost if you're a Sundubu's fan with just the absolute war crimes that Dropletto and Gret have been perpetrating here. But we have just seen a resurgence here, a second wind here, the 2-set comfort zone from the Sundubu Strikers, seemingly really in full swing here as we see just amazing play there. One barrier going down, one barrier being kept alive on their side as well, and that's a Now going off the side of the field. And I mean, one of these comps is supposed to be a kill comp, and they lost a player. Power play goes the other way, but great defense from Breads there against Breezy Breezy. Breezy Breezy had almost the full kit there and used so many abilities, but timely strikes, the hook away, finally going to secure that barrier. But Shapeshifting might lose his own on the other side of the field, unfortunately, just a little bit too far forward. But Grimella's now far forward, got set into place, and the Crystal Thorns, kind of an assist there from Gret trying to get the kill, but just sets Estelle up for that rebound. And that is a set over to the Sundubu Strikers, and I mean, it might not be that long of a game, or that long of a match if they're starting to come back in this one.
And take a look here in this draft. Spark of Resilience, and Breezy Breezy does have the Spark of Strength as well. He's going to get a whole lot more tanky if he decides to take it. He does take it away. And now Breezy Breezy with the 2 sparks is going to be feeling extremely comfortable in the stagger department. But that doesn't mean that Grimella is any more safe, rather. So Breezy Breezy probably going to be having to take kind of the brunt of the pressure on this game. Shapeshifting last to pick here. Going to be going for the Adrenaline Rush. Might as well just get the 1 second shorter cooldown. It's definitely not a bad thing, but keep in mind, we did see a 1-2 punch on the Now. We did see an extra special, I believe, on the X, and the Among Titans as well on the Finny to just give the X even more power. So the Bozo Bunch kind of got more of what they wanted. It's not going to get any easier for the Sundubu Strikers here, and we're going to need to see them put in an overtime.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of overtime on this one. We were talking about the KO mines earlier, but the core control mines as well, core control farms we'll call it, also has its own set of rules here. They're trying their best to get the clears, but they're almost getting the kills. I mean, I is very low on HP now all of a sudden, and that's a potential kill angle. Piercing shot and the pendulum, sorry, the death touch, excuse me, gets 2 barriers in the end of that play. Rebound does mean that 1 barrier will fall. Dropletto securing that, but needs to use the X Maximus just for that. Breezy Breezy takes a lot of damage, but he has the recovery drone that's going to get popped there by the core flip from I. Core flip, unfortunate angle there from Shapeshifting, not the perfect, but does get around, buys a little bit of time. Grimella just winning every interaction on the bottom side of the field there. Greedy kill flip from Dropletto doesn't quite secure it onto the Estelle and ends up just wasting that ability kind of. Breezy hooking the Now out of the way, but doesn't get the core. I think that's what he might have wanted on that one, actually. Pendulum Swing goes forward, and we are in overtime. Red core is all over the place. Core flip forced out. Grimella goes to the bottom. Piercing shot goes wide, but it's not quite in just yet. The Rose Warp as well, backed over shapeshifting, and the Dropletto angle is just not found, unfortunately for him. Triple Take keeps it forward, but it's not in just yet.
Not in just yet, but it can happen at any point. And just as you say that, Caster Curse, the piercing shot, puts it in. But I think it was going in anyway from the 3Z Breezy angle there on the top side. Well done to the Sundubu Strikers, who feels like they found a second wind, right? They put it into fourth gear, trying to play as fast as possible. I think they all kind of looked at each other and they just said, new strat. Use your abilities on the Now, play through the Now, make sure the Now is extremely uncomfortable because we're not going to be able to stop Dropletto. Might as well just try to get the core away from him as long as possible. But the core is going right to him right now as they're funneling it straight to the X Maximus, who gets one barrier but is unable to get the second. But they're all grouped up now. They're all taking so much damage. But as I say that, so is the Now. So anything could happen here. But as I say that, both now, Grimella almost getting taken off the pitch and the barrier getting taken off now. Grimella is setting up the Sundubu power play by getting taken out here, and both flips on Bozo Bunch means that it's surely going to be a goal here unless there's some heroic, some shape-shifting, and no Iron Wall 33, 3Z Breezy going to be stopping it for now, but they're getting put so low. Dropletto, all he has to do is just spin to win one time, two times, 2 KOs, and now Grimella left alone cannot stop it. Dropletto puts it in to tie it up at 1-1.
Tying it up 1-1, but having to use both of the core flips that were available, so they don't have that energy advantage anymore except on Obscure Breads. So a potential resurgence here as well for Sundubu Strikers. Great save there into the corner from shape-shifting, but a kill onto 3Z off rip from Dropletto, and the power play cycle starts once again. We've seen it before, we just saw it. And it's going to be brutal for the Sundubu Strikers unless they can find a way to break this absolutely vicious cycle. But 2 barriers going down, and 3Z Breezy running all the way across, but can they do anything about it?
Can they do anything about it? Bozo Bunch have the open goal. They have basically all the tools that they want. The only thing is they don't have the damage racked up. So Sundubu do have some time to play and maybe get these 2 goal awakenings, or sorry, goal barriers, but it's not going to matter when Dropletto just pops the X Maximus right in your face. No energy to do anything about it. And now I'm extremely worried. A little bit of BM there. Dropletto to Grimella. He's getting hyped in the corner over there. I can just tell that the tensions are a little high between these 2 teams right now.
Just a little bit, but also, I mean, we've seen the Sundubu Strikers down 2 points before, so could just be a 2-point comfort zone angle. Obscure Bread's kind of letting that barrier go down, unfortunately. Maybe miscommunication or something, but 1 barrier going down, now very low on HP. X Maximus pop, core flip as well. Not too many abilities left in this play, so it's about to flip over, but the big finish is enough for the big finish as the bell ringer with the support puts it through. And that is game 1 of the bracket reset. Over to the Bozo Bunch, potentially shutting down this play from the Sundubu Strikers.
Let's not get too hasty now. It is going to be Oni Village next time, which last set was a 3-0 against. It felt like a long series because it was, Oni Village, and the games just feel long. The points feel incredibly long, but it is going to be the Sundubu Oni Village coming in for the next map. So still hard for the Bozo Bunch. They still are going to need to put in the extra time, the overwork, to try to get through them on their home comfort map. Sundubu, I don't think, are too worried right now, but definitely the nerves are starting to get a little bit higher. Let's take a look at the stats here. We're seeing I putting in overtime right now, 279 redirects. The closest next one was 65 away, with Grimella being at 214. So well played to I for that kind of midfield performance there. Although 41 saves on Grimella, so I guess if you count that, they're pretty even. And then Obscure Breads and Shapeshifting actually have pretty even amount of strikes and, redirects and saves. 3Z Breezy and Dropletto, both putting in a lot of work, but Dropletto with the 9 gills, I mean, hard to beat that.
Mm-hmm. And obviously, you skipped over the most important stat, Obscure Breads with 27 orbs. Obviously, the most important thing.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, the most important is probably the damage in the KOs. 7 KOs on Dropletto with 55,000 damage in a Taiko Temple game, which is not normal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't say any of this is normal, though. We're in the middle of a bracket reset at a LAN.
That's true.
That is
in the West Coast.
Kind of going a little bit insane here, but definitely in a good way, as these teams are really pulling out everything they have. And the Strikers here, the Dubu Strikers, I should specify, they are going to Oni Village. We've just seen them, and it's kind of their realm, Sundubu Village, as it were. And it's going to be pretty exciting going into that. We're going to start with the draft here. Not the best start with that specialized training chrono boost, but that definitely is about to be an Octavia ban in approximately 5 seconds.
I was about to say just that. That is going to be an Octavia ban. against the Bozo Bunch at any point here. Since especially they have the first pick too. So it's not even like Sundubu can deny it away from them. Bozo Bunch actually banning the Kazan here with the specialized training start. So a little bit interesting. We haven't seen the Kazan being played at all for 3Z Breezy, I'm pretty sure, this entire tournament. Maybe he played it once, and I don't remember, in like pools or something. But he's pretty much just been spamming Rasmus and Julie and those, and Asher as well. Those kind of picks. And there it is, the Octavia ban going away. I mean, you can't let I have Octavia right now. There's no way. Not with these stakes.
Actually, I have insight on the Kazan ban, actually.
Okay.
I listened in to a lot of discussion from a lot of teams, and the consensus seems to be that Kazan is really, really good against Obscure Bread's goalie pool.
I actually agree with that. As someone who plays Kazan, and when Obscure Breads was playing, I played a lot of Kazan into him all the time. I really enjoyed playing that pick into that kind of goalie pool, the ranged goalies who tend to favor one side of the map, and if they try to clear it away from you, you can just hook it right back. Then, especially if it's in overtime, just red cord in the bottom side or something. It's definitely a good matchup, as we see pretty much kind of the same things, except there's a difference here. The Bozo Bunch are going to be picking away the Estelle here. A little bit different. Definitely can play it, but it's not known for their Estelle whatsoever, and it's going to be the Rasmus and the Kai with Chrono Boost starting away right now for the Sundubu Strikers. I mean, no Estelle, but Grimel is definitely still more than capable on the Kai.
Oh yeah, I'd honestly go out on a limb here and say that any of these players are just about more than capable on any character, even the ones they really haven't played at all. They have enough just fundamental game knowledge that if you just set them on a character that has nothing but move and strike, they can probably still beat most of us.
Yeah, probably. Well, hey.
At least me.
Hey.
You're different.
You're talking to
Borg
a
is
top
built
6
different.
finisher here.
Built different, but I am not built different, unfortunately. So I am a mere mortal here among the gods themselves. But definitely going to be exciting to see this going forward. But again, we see that drop Leto on the Julie with the Now as well. So we might be seeing a very similar comp to the first run around here, which is a bit of an interesting one because normally, well, then again, you did say they did steal away the Estelle, so maybe they thought the Estelle was the linchpin of the whole thing, so if they steal that away, they can run the same for the most of the rest of it.
I'm pretty sure it's actually just the same thing as the last Oni Village, except they swap midfielders. I'm pretty sure that's actually exactly what's going on here. The Brawlers are the same, Drepletto on the Julie, Breezy Breezy on... Yep, it's exactly the same with the Now goalie as well. So, difference being here is it actually is going to be a Chrono Boost start, so the Kai is going to be a lot stronger right off the bat, which is something that I was lacking in the game for them on the Oni Village here, and Grimel is going to be very happy to pick that one up. The Spec Flash training on the Julie and the Rasmus here, actually Rasmus is probably going to take the Chrono Boost, but on the Julie here especially is actually something to take advantage of. If someone is playing on the wall, that spec training ult is going to absolutely annihilate them, and as we're seeing right here, it's Chrono Boost for absolutely everybody, except for Drepletto, who, as we were just talking about, has that specialized training. So here we go, 5 seconds in on to Oni Village, map 2 on the bracket reset. Can the Bozo Bunch clinch their victory right now, or Sundubu Striker is going to take it to a game 3 on the bracket reset? We'll have to find out.
We will find out, but the other thing is that 3Z Breezy might not be used to playing on the Rasmus here because he was on the Asher last time. He was on the Rasmus in this last game.
Oh, was he? Okay.
But that tankiness from the Asher and the size as well is just a bit of a different play style from the Rasmus. Similar, but crucially different in some ways. And so Drepletto, they're going to be getting the punch there to get that second barrier. And, I mean, you're just talking about it. Juliet's ultimate is pretty darn good. You have the extra damage. Wasn't necessarily there, but just having it up and using it in that perfect position to get it right through. But high spirits there. We saw shape-shifting with the Blobbo cheers, Blobbo happy there. I mean, at this point in time, they are playing for first. They're playing for the prize. Kill flip from the Now as well. I was going to start taking, some nice happy things. They're just playing to have fun. The prizes are cool, but fun is also cool. But never mind. It's blood. No fun allowed. Just kill each other.
Just kill each other, but the power play not really going to amount to much here as the Sundubu Strikers, especially 3Z Breezy, just controlling the core the entire time and getting some extra credit barrier at the end of it. Has a flip here, looking for an opportunity to use it, but not going to waste it quite yet. As I say that, a little bit of Caster Curse gets hit away by one of the many projectiles that Obscure Breads is going to be throwing at that core at all times of the game. And that's something to talk about too, is that actually, I take back what I said before. This is not even close to basically a mirror with swap midfielders. As you said, obviously the Asher, 3Z Breezy was on that. I just remember seeing 3Z on the Rasmus before. But it's actually Obscure Breads not on the Now. It's on the Estelle, which is similar to the Now in playstyle, how you're kind of trying to zone off things with your abilities, but has a lot more range. And so it's going to be really, really hard for 3Z and Grimella to mount an attack when you just have a piercing shot into a Rose Warp, into a Crystal Thorns, just on and on and on, while there's a Juliet and a Now on top of you, just being incredibly annoying. So this is definitely a better go-around here, I'd say, for the Bozo Bunch on their Oni Village comp, and I think they have a much better chance to win it as, ooh, the barrier just barely almost goes down, but not quite, as Breads loses it in the end, but has the flip, so not too worried about his eye. Drops the flip and gets denied by Grimella. Grimella now looking for the play here on his own, but no, going to be denied by the flip on Obscure Breads, but Grimella has the flip in the goal box. Will he use it? No, Dropletto gets denied away, and Grimella gets killed by the dash punch from Dropletto, and now it's a Bozo Bunch power play.
Power play they're going for. They're trying to get the goal here, but it's diffused. 3Z Breezy playing all offense, saying, pedal to the metal, I don't care. We're either going to lose this or we're going to win in style. But now Grimella's back on the field. The time bought by that aggression was amazing. 3Z Breezy with the game knowledge to let that happen. Amazing on his part there. Strike shot whiffs, but that doesn't go in the end. 3Z Breezy trying to set up the angle with this core flip, trying to hook them out of the way or do some fancy plays with the core, and actually completely psychs them out. Sees the now teleport to the top, and you know, as you're thinking, oh, you know, I don't need to defend here. I'm going up there to prevent them from going there. He's not going to send it here. But again, bell curve. We're talking about it all day. Shoot it at the goalie. It's just going to work.
Hey, shoot it in that top side. A little bit of patience there from 3Z Breezy. He's definitely known for those flip shots. He's very, very good at it, very patient at it. He's also very good at this Rasmus character, getting both barriers immediately, shapeshifting, having to use the flip to secure his second one for the long term. And Sundubu now sitting pretty against the Bozo Bunch here, who been on a bit of a tear, but Sundubu, known for this Oni Village, as we've been talking about again and again. Can they calm things down? Can they bring it back? And 3Z Breezy is going to start it off with an amazing death touch into a shot on the bottom side. 3Z Breezy does not want to lose. He wants to win his map pick here, rather, and go to a Game 3 onto the Atlas Lab.
Yeah, I mean, it was an amazing checkmate there from 3Z. You're trying to clear it into the corner as that Estelle, keep it away from them, but he put the hook there ahead of time, saying, you either really have to push it through me or find some really weird angle, but if you want to clear it the way you're used to clearing it, it's not going to work out. You're not going to be able to ego check me on this one. 3Z Breezy, the one to checkmate and ego check you instead. Hook as well denied that time by Gret, who is aware of that hook this time. Not going to be able to get the same trick twice in a row. These players a little too good for that most of the time, although we've seen some nerves here and there, some missed core flips, some things like that. The Giga Blast as well going a little bit wide. And as well, Dropletto trying to beat up Oki, the goalie there. Ooh, nice stall there. The dash into core flip into strike just to stall it out so that the goalie wastes strike. But Grimella trying to push it with the barrage, misses unfortunately there, but Grimella does have the core flip if Grimella can get across the field there. Dribbling down the bottom, Rose Warp up, pass up to 3Z, who uses the hook, tries to get it forward, pendulum swing, and it's going to go in. And the Sundubu Strikers on their map, of course, no surprise, takes set one. But it's going to be an interesting thing seeing how the teams scale and what awakenings are actually picked up here.
And it seemed a little bit closer this time, I think. Bozo Bunch, you know, the points definitely a lot quicker, but I think Bozo Bunch getting the barriers quicker. It's a lot more explosive this time around. Bozo Bunch have a lot more tools in the toolkit in order to kind of get these goals, get these barriers. And I think that point could have gone on for a lot longer if Breads kind of forestall that pendulum swing and use the flip earlier, but sometimes that's just not what happens as the Among Titans getting taken now for Obscure Bread, which I think is going to be huge in terms of getting your Juliet on the right track. And another thing on the right track, we're going to have size on both sides for the Brawlers, but the Spark for Grimella going to be starting early, gets the first win, which means you have a lot more time to scale in this game. You only need to win 2, Bozo Bunch need to win 3, so you have a lot of time to be gathering these sparks, to be getting this speed, and just stay in the play, basically, as the Kai, which is all really your job is.
Yeah, and I mean, you're talking about the speed. It is that spark of agility, so it's probably, arguably, one of the best ones to pick up on this map on Kai. You can make an argument for just about any of them, but I would say it's probably the speed. But we're going for some more cycles around the map here. That secondary from shapeshifting, is going to mean that there's a lot of speed and size on the team there. But Rose Warp from Breads playing a little bit of forward there, dabbling in it, and actually managed to get that second barrier, making it not a lockout here. But a bit of an awkward pendulum swing there, but it sets it up for a great downtown primary from Shapeshifting. Dash punch as well from Dropletto, not perfect. Grimella and 3Z trying to spread out a little bit, and Snare Drums goes a little wide. The pendulum swing just kind of passes it over to the Estelle. The strike shot from Shapeshifting is enough. Piercing shot, arrow, dribbles it up at the top. Grimella and 3Z Breeze are standing on top of each other a little bit, unfortunately. Don't have the pass angles that they might be looking for. Pass not intercepted. Dash punch, though, countered by a great core flip out of Shapeshifting. Gret being countered by the barrage after countering the Death's Touch there. Just counter after counter. These players are in each other's heads playing chess, not Omega Strikers here. And they're just trying to counter what the other one is doing. They know what the optimum play is, so sometimes you have to do some funky stuff to get it through. The primaries from downtown, not perfect at this time. Again, they're aware of it. You can't do the same trick more than twice in a row, excuse me. But they're trying to pass it back and forth. Goes up 3Z in the corner, but the arrow is going to shut down that play.
Yeah, shutting down the plays for now, but there's so many plays going on as Obscure Breads with the flip going to be denying the goal, and Dropletto playing screen here, just blocking, shape-shifting out from his own net. Breads just found the shot as well. What a great awareness play, I guess, from Obscure Breads and Dropletto. And I mean, that's so brave of Dropletto as a Julie to just say, hey, I believe in my midfielder, my goalie to defend this insane push with the core flip from Grimella as well that he could have used later on in that push. Dropletto said, nah, screw it. I'm just going to hit shape-shifting, make sure he can't give them speed, make sure that I can box him out if the core comes back to me, and get this goal, which comes right back to him. But sadly for the Bozo Bunch, they lose both their barriers immediately, basically in this point, getting one back for sure. But that's kind of the freebie, as shape-shifting is guarding the top one with his life, and pretty healthy life, I would say, instead. Full health, full energy, has that core flip as well. It's going to be incredibly hard, but Dropletto has that core flip as well, but does not want to use it. Shape-shifting pops it first to just defend that barrier for now, and Sundubu Strikers are just playing so careful. They don't want to throw away anything right now.
Yeah, but it's also one of those things, sometimes the playing careful is not what you need. Sometimes you need a burst to get through, and the core flip is going to do it. Even with the arrow stun, he just struck the core to send it in. The arrow hit him because he broke the evasion there. But doesn't matter, the goal is already in. Again, kill me all you want, you can't unscore the goal, and I'm right back in the next round.
Right back in the next round, he is 3Z Breezy rather, and Grimella, both level 6, kind of chilling, both playing with the core just as much. Something different here is Dropletto's actually level 4 right now, has not touched the core very much. It's pretty much just been all Breads and I doing the heavy lifting here. Dropletto just coming in clutch in the end for certain plays, and maybe he can come in clutch here with this flip here, and the dash punch not got quite do it. The ultimate gonna almost be killing shapeshifting with that specialized training, and now with the flip here, gonna be getting the barrier. No, denied. I don't know by who, but one of the 3 members of the Sundubu Strikers who, in sync, all come back to help out their goalie, who is just getting absolutely beat up right now, but can't help him enough as he gets taken out by the dash punch on Dropletto. And now, no dash punch for the goal here, but they do have core control. They do have the power play, but 3Z Breezy doing God's work and just clearing it for now to buy time for shapeshifting to come back again and ruining the Bozo Bunch power play without actually managing to pretty much get anything.
Yeah, and I mean, 3Z Breezy also picks up the orb on the back of that, so the health crisis is a little bit averted there. We do have the pass, the dribble down from Gret there, the piercing shot as well. 3Z Breezy not quite lining up the pendulum swing, a little bit too small for that one. Doesn't have all the size awakenings that you might want to get. But we do see a lot more passing play back and forth and interceptions as well on both sides. Grimella almost dying on the bottom of this map, but it's not quite going to be a death just yet. But Gret does have the core flip, gonna use it immediately. Arrow into the Kai, not getting killed. Back pass to Breads, forward pass back, just buying a little bit of time. Rose Warp forced out there. If that's going to be Kai finally dying to Dropletto there while they're buying that time. Strike shot from shapeshifting. Ooh. Kill combo with the flip from Dropletto, letting it in. And you're talking earlier about Dropletto is just so good about setting up these plays by just focusing on the goalie, the kind of Oki strat there, but kind of more surgical even than the Oki, where instead of only focusing on the goalie, you a lot of the time save the abilities, or maybe it's just luck, but having those abilities at the end to just, when it's necessary, send everything in on the goalie, get it done. Don't worry about the meantime, just focus on that one single moment when you need to come in and come through for your team.
Remember when I said when Dropletto was level 4? Well, after that one point, he is now level 7 after getting 2 KOs, both barriers, I believe, or at least one of the barriers, and the goal. So, hey, that's Omega Strikers for you folks. Welcome to the XP in this game. So, Dropletto's sitting pretty now at the level 7, I on the level 9, pretty much outperforming almost everybody in this game right now, doing so much legwork. I'm curious to see the redirects at the end of this game. But first, they need to win the first set. We're not even in the third set. We're in the second one still, as these points are going so incredibly long, and there's so much happening in them. 3Z Breezy now 1-on-1 against Obscure Breads, his old teammate, going to be going through and winning that one for now. And Grimella now with the flip, trying to find this bottom corner shot. Maybe no, wasting it away as a great defense from the Bozo Bunch, going to be denying them for now. And now it's Bozo Bunch's turn. They're trying to get a KO onto 3Z Breezy, but he has the evades, he has the time, and he has the orbs to stay healthy. Shapeshifting now in the backside of his own net, pass it to Grimella, who's trying to set up an offense against this Obscure Breads, who has been playing so incredibly well on this Estelle on offense and on defense. But right now, he's just getting so much pressure from the Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, so much pressure here. We even have the Rose Whoop forced out. The Death Touch comes through up to the top. The Pendulum Swing isn't perfect here. These plays are so close to perfection, but they're off by just a millimeter at the end. You have to switch over to metric units, use that scientific stuff because it is such a narrow margin here. But in the end, that margin comes through with the cooldowns, just having the positioning, having the cooldowns available to put it through. But when it's a lot of these plays that are just so back and forth where everyone's grouped up, you really have to have the perfect setup, Death Touch into Pendulum Swing, not a single degree off on the angle, not a single miscalculation on the size you have, because these players are just too good to fall for the simple stuff in 99% of the time.
The player's just too good, and the play's just too good, as the defense from the Sundubu Strikers is almost clinical. Seems like they've done this before, defending that last barrier with everything that they got and getting the extra top barrier as well, which doesn't really matter too much for the Bozo Bunch here. Now Bozo Bunch still on the attack over and over again. The Estelle keeping it forward for as long as possible. Sundubu Strikers need to actually get a clear. They can defend for forever, but they're not going to be able to do anything unless they can get it out on to the opposite side of the pitch. And here we go. 3Z Breezy and Grimella trying to do something with it, but Dropletto has that Juliet ultimate to keep them in check for now. The Mine with the flip, going to be holding things for now. 3Z Breezy with the flip, trying to do something with it, but no, gets dash punched by Dropletto away. And now the Barrage on the bottom side trying to get it, but no, the defense from Bozo Bunch back at it on the other side is also insane. Both teams are dialed in right now.
They are dialed in, they are locked in, they are doing everything they can. With the core flip comes out, we are now in overtime. And by the way, this is a 0.5, so whoever gets this gets the set. Gret going down to the bottom, dash punch, Shaolin kick from the side comes through. 3Z Breezy with the dribble into the goal! And that's another 5th point going the way of the Sundubu Strikers on this very long journey into the potential first place slot. One more set and they are one game away, tying it up 1-1 on the bracket reset, but they do have to get this final thing through, and that is not what you want to see, because that is all of the sparks available, so you're not going to get any in the later drafts if there are later ones. But if you win it here, not too bad. Spark of Focus being available, of course, with that Spark of Agility, one of the best combos on Kai.
One of the best combos on Kai for sure, and probably the 2 sparks that really only matter on this Oni Village map. Not too many kills going through unless, you know, someone makes a pretty big mistake on the edge. It's actually going to be shape-shifting. Just, you know, might as well just get a little bit of that Spark of Strength here at the end. But the biggest thing here for me is actually Dropletto getting that Stagger Swagger. Dropletto getting just that little bit more speed to get involved a little easier, because I feel like Dropletto has had a hard time getting involved when the core isn't just escorted to him. And with the speed now and the cooldown from Grimella, and now 3Z Breezy getting a little bit more unlocked with that rapid fire as well, it's going to be a lot harder for Dropletto to get involved if he, you know, didn't get that Stagger Swagger. So we'll see how much this gets into play here first. Sundubu kind of starting us off with those double barriers, but Bozo Bunch definitely still have a lot of room to play, as the offense from 3Z Breezy and Grimella going to be superior. They have so much speed with the Mako speed in the back, boosting them up, and 3Z Breezy puts it in on the bottom side on a 28-second point. I mean, they want to end this now.
28 seconds might be one of the fastest we've had all series, which is ridiculous to say, but sometimes it just goes that way. These teams are very evenly matched here, and I mean, that's what you want to see from the grand finals. You want to see the best teams going at it in the best way, and I mean, it's kind of tragic that so many other teams had to fall for that to happen, but I am glad that we got these teams in this final to see them really duke it out, because again, like you were saying, these are some of the best teams that have some very similar pools that they're playing with, so we really get to see some of the best teams, not just them at a sort of middling, counter-picked band, but at their absolute best, going for cycles around Oni Village, trying to just checkmate the opponents and out-mind game them in so many cases. 3Z Breezy going to whiff the hook there, unfortunately not getting too much of a connection there. Gigablast goes through, and going to be the secondary from Rasmus to get it through as well, not using the core flip there to try and secure the goal, just going to opt to save it for a little bit longer, goes for trying to strike it up to the top, but they're just not committed to using this core flip, and it might bite them in the back here as a lot of damage goes onto 3Z, and he might have to use the core flip purely defensively and just kind of waste it.
Might need to use it defensively, might need to stay alive, but 3Z Breezy with his movement is doing a really good job so far. Uses the core flip, tries to get the shot, but not going to find it so far, but still gets the orb, still going to be safe for now. Shapeshifting and Grimella looking pretty good in the back court with that one barrier still up. It's going to be a lot of work for Dropletto and I to get this last barrier through this Mako with the flip, but 3Z Breezy going down is going to make that a whole lot easier, as the Bozo Bunch are now on a power play.
but this red core speed is doing so many favors here for the strikers as they are just able to send the core to dead space so easily. Counterflip, though, does mean the barrier goes down, but it took them the entire power play just to get the one barrier, so it really only evened up the score. The Giga Blast countered by Crystal Thorns as well, so a bit more evening of the cooldowns there. Pass, though, intercepted at the end by Shapeshifting, who's just so rock solid in this defense, aware of all the angles that the Bozo Bunch are trying to go for and trying to get through, but the pendulum swings are just not perfect there. But the secondary is 3Z Breezy putting it in and taking them 1 goal away from game 3.
That just shows you how fast these characters are on the side of the Sundubu Strikers, with Mako speeding you up, and with Chrono Boost, 3Z Breezy on the Rasmus just speeding so fast in front of everybody in order to get to the position where they're getting that goal. Just basically putting Obscure off guard. That's why he didn't flip there. He didn't think that 3Z would reach there in time. He tried to throw out the Crystal Thorns instead, but got caught in the animation. But one thing is going to happen right now is that Dropletto catching Sundubu Strikers off guard, getting both those barriers early on, but uses the flip for nothing as 3Z Breezy and Grimella now are on the offense, and they're trying to end this game right now, but not if Bros a bunch of anything to say about it. They have a barrier left, they have an offense, they're trying to run something, but I now is actually the one in trouble, pops the flip, trying to go for something to drop. Leto dash punch, actually putting Grimella in the back of his own net, opening up the angle for the shot for I and Dropletto to put that one in, and oh, are we having another reverse sweep? I can't take another reverse sweep.
We might get another one. It might be the beginning. If it is, it starts here. It has to start here for them. But this would be a victory overall if they do reverse sweep this game. Otherwise, it's back to game 3, or really game 5, as it were. But we're going to trade another barrier for another barrier. It's back to Oni Village shenanigans here. At least no 20-second point there. It's going to go a little bit longer. Grimella going up to drop Leto there. Not quite finding the perfect cut angle back to the goalie on that one. Secondary from Rasmus into a dribble, but gets caught by the Now. But we have another flurry from the Juliet and the arrow from the Now. 3Z Breezy as well, taking a ton of damage off the back of that. Going to retreat for the goalie orb and core flip as well with that in addition to the health. So that's a really nice pickup there too. Dash punch doesn't go all the way through, just through Grimella, but shape-shifting is there. One barrier goes down to the core flip. 3Z trying to find the second with pendulum swing, but it's core flipped, countered by Breads as well on the other side of the map. Really good there, but the Giga from Grimella able to find Gret on the bottom of the map. They're a little bit too close to the edge, but can they do anything with power play? Core flip forced out of Grimella, goes all the way around. They just cannot get this angle, and now Gret is back on the field, not even getting the barrier out of that, and that is so unfortunate for the Sundubu Strikers, who might have to play a lot more game here if the Bozo Bunch can lock this out.
Yeah, as long as you have a barrier up, even on a power play, or getting power played on, if that makes sense, you lost your member, you still have a good shot at staying calm and staying relaxed. Those barriers are so hard to take, but 3Z Breezy showing us how it's done with the pendulum swing on that top side, taking the barrier, now winning the strike war against Dropletto, trying to find a death touch here and a pendulum swing, but no, Obscure Breads is going to deny it away, and now the offense for the Bozo Bunch coming in here. Shapeshifting still has the flip, so it's going to be hard to break through it. Can they do it? It's going to be slow for now, as I almost has the flip as well. This is going to get explosive at any point here, AJ, as the point with the flip going in for the Now, the pass up to there, but no, nothing's happening. Breads staying far back, does not want to get scored on at any time soon. Shapeshifting now does not have the flip, so both teams have the play to do something, but the Rose Warp going to save it for now. Grimella is incredibly low. They can find the KO maybe, but no, they're missing the punch. They can't get anything as the nerves are running high. The tensions are going high. The save from Obscure Breads, who now has the flip yet again, has to pop it. Dropletto gets the KO. Shapeshifting with the Mako Cage, holding it for now. 3Z Breezy with the heroic flip in the bottom corner. Gonna secure it and tie us up 1-1 in the series. We're going to a game 3 on the bracket reset. I can't believe this.
That we are. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a saying in the community, I believe it was brawlers get it done.
Hey,
and I think they're getting it done.
The guy who says brawlers get it done just got it done, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to a game 3, 3-0 on Oni Village. I mean, Sundubu showing us why they picked the map 2 times in a row, just absolutely popping off.
3Z Breezy showing it what a breeze it is to go to the threes. That third game in the set, and I mean, what a game. I mean, I don't think we've seen a single person with double-digit redirects, even a brawler, in any of these games today, so it's been pretty insane.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly long games. I mean, that's kind of how these teams work, though. They play that long con. They play these long games. They try to look like you were talking about earlier, these little gains, right? The inches matter. Just that 1 second where you have a cooldown up and they just are a second off their cooldown where you can make a play. And both these teams love this style. And when you see this style clash head-to-head, we're going to be getting these incredibly tense, incredibly hype sets. as we see now the stats of this game. 312 redirects on I there on the Now, who is putting in a lot of work, but it sadly was just not enough for the Bozo bunch, as Dropletto kind of evening things out with only 155 redirects, and 3ZBreezy and Grimella pretty similar with around 250 each apiece. But 3ZBreezy actually getting 9 goals, doing not everything himself, but in terms of the offense, pretty much everything himself.
Yeah, and kind of a flip as well. Earlier we were talking about, Grimella at the very least at the beginning taking those early leads, but, moving from the Estelle to the Kai, playing a lot more supportively and a lot more on the setup side of things than the securing side of the things. We see that switch instantly flipped, and Grimella was able to switch that playstyle, which is not something a lot of people can do, and it is something that is really amazing to see. And amazing to see as well, we're going to see... Can you guess what the first ban was against the Bozo bunch?
I mean, it's cast to last start. We keep getting these Octavia starts, so you might as well just keep banning it, right? And one thing that I'm curious, though, it is Atlas Lab this time, and I don't think we're going to see it this time since Bozo's banning the Asher now, but, I mean, Sundubu loves... At least 3ZBreezy loves the Luna. I don't think we'll be seeing it, at least with this start. I don't think we'll be seeing it, but maybe we'll be getting like a Zentaro or a Kazan or something a little bit more explosive, as it is the Atlas Lab, as, a little bit more damage heavy, a little bit more, I guess, faster paced, rather. And we're going to be seeing the Now first pick for the Sundubu Strikers. Bozo bunch taking their time with the 2-3 here. Not really sure what we're going to be seeing, but probably similar things. It's going to be the Estelle, actually, again, probably for Obscure Breads here in the goal box. And, yeah, I mean, I think we're probably going to be seeing probably similar stuff. Maybe, like, I don't know, an Amy at the very most is, like, the craziest thing I'm thinking of, but I can't think of anything else that'd be crazy that we're seeing for the Bozo bunch here.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to go about it, and, I mean, it's one of those things where whether win or lose... Whichever team wins or loses, this is the last game. We've been through the bracket reset. We've played out 2 games of the best of 3. This is it. Whoever wins this game is going to be the LAN champion for the crown. And until the next S-tier tournament, the undisputed best team. And so you might see a lot of safety coming out, but you also might see the teams err on the side of a little bit of recklessness to just go through that, and it can really go either way. But we do see the sort of Estelle Julie coming out. We see the Rasmus Atlas coming out. We see the Kai coming out. So rather than being that explosive Zentaro or Luna that you were maybe talking about, we see the tried, we see the true, we see what works, which means that we're going to see a game that probably goes to a lot more .5s and a lot more overtimes, which I'm here for. TOs might be in shambles. Again, apologize to them, but it is at the very least going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, these players are trying to get us kicked out of the venue. We're going so late now. I mean, hey, we'll have to see. Maybe the lights will turn off mid-game, but it's not that late going in on the West Coast here. I think it's, like 7:30 or something. So we still got plenty of time for Omega Strikers, plenty of time for this last game. Everybody is itching for it as the comps are fully revealed now. It's pretty much going to be the same kind of thing as usual. We're going to be seeing the Kai midfield with the Estelle goalie and the Julie forward, kind of just similar style to the Bozo bunch on how they like to play. Sticking to their guns, sticking to their basics, nothing crazy going in here for the Bozo bunch. And same thing on the Sundubu Strikers, that Now Atlas going to be providing the whole backbone for 3ZBreezy to cook like he did last game on this Rasmus. Let's get into the game here, AJ.
Yeah. I mean, we saw for a second there in the Champ Select, every time 3ZBreezy, he has the Luna as his hover pick, and I see that Luna, I'm just like, yes! And I'm like, wait, no. We're not going to go for the absolutely insane Luna. I'm a fan of the Luna forward because I like the off-meta weird stuff. It's becoming a little bit more meta, but it's definitely a lot more glass cannon-y, which sometimes we've been seeing, and we've been seeing a lot of the times 3ZBreezy in these sort of cornered positions just goes on the offense, lashing out, saying that it doesn't matter what happens, I will be the one to carry this, I will keep the aggression going, and it's paid off dividends so many times over and over again. Dash punt, though, missing from Dropletto there. One barrier, the first going down, the second, though, soon to follow. Again, these teams are even. They are going tit for tat. They are going absolutely dead even there. One barrier, though, going for the side. A slight lead for now, but let's see how the play flips on the backside of the play.
Yeah, we'll see how any counter offense, rather, for the Bozo bunch can come in here, but no counter offense when you have a 3ZBreezy Rasmus in your face doing absolutely everything. And I have a feeling, based on the map here on Atlas Lab, we're going to be seeing similar gameplay, but way faster for us here, AJ. Way faster.
Might be just a little bit faster than Oni Village here, especially with that black hole in the middle to accelerate things around. and of course the reverberation as well for those cooldowns is going to be accelerating the game again and again and again. 3Z Breezy trying to get it through the bottom in the corner here. Arrow kind of pointed a little bit backwards there, but did just go around, so it ended up being, ends up fizzling out without doing too much there. Droplet a little close to the edge there, almost getting pendulum swing, but knows his distance pretty darn well. Isn't going to get caught out by just that. Might even just be baiting 3Z a little bit with it. But shape-shifting, strike shot, astral projection, counters the piercing shot, gets it forward, but Grimella not using the core flip there in the midfield, just going to opt to lose that first barrier. And honestly, not a bad trade, because that first barrier, sometimes it just makes it even harder to defend against the double barrier.
100%. There's a lot of situations where, especially if the brawler on the other team, or the forwards rather on the other team, can get it in the middle of the two barriers, it's a lot harder to defend because you don't have that entire side to play with, right? So just actually one strat that I used to do with my team is we take our own first barrier sometimes, just so we could play it like a lot easier on the defensive side later, and easier. Grimella's making it look with that core flip on the top side. Breads got completely caught off guard with the angle that was heading, just sends it right through him. 2-0 for Sundubu quickly into this first game, not even seeing an overtime yet.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely threading the needle there, a little red laser beam straight towards the enemy goal, and just right in there. No airing there, nothing at all. Unfortunate shapeshifting doesn't quite get the angle there. Gets the core flip though to make things happen. Piercing shot keeps the rebound from being caught by 3Z Breezy. The Rose Warp also goes to the bottom. The astral projection comes out. The flurry from Juliet, not quite enough there. Black Hole's coming up, gonna maybe do a little bit of damage, but they get away from it. A little bit of friendly fire there. Grimella into 3Z Breezy using the Black Hole there, unfortunately. But does clear it out, gets the Black Hole out of the way for some of the aggressive plays that they're looking for here. Very low on HP, but not going to be killed just yet. We see this corner play from the Rasmus, well known for sort of stuffing from these corners, but not able to get the connection just yet with Gret running this interference.
Gret just making sure nothing can happen here. The Kai very, very useful on the defense as well, and offense trying to be useful, but the Barrage not going to be doing too much of shape-shifting, feeling comfy in that bottom side on the Atlas here with that reverberation cooldown. So Obscure Breads now on the chopping block, needs to defend this barrier and is doing well so far as the bottom side of Grimella here. Not quite able to find too many real attempts as 3Z Breezy just trying to heal up. But the great job from Breads. The Crystal Thorns from the opposite side going to be getting that last barrier, and the Black Hole in the middle going to be taking out 3Z Breezy. This is Bozabunch's chance to get a point in this set and to start the road of evening this one up and the long road of winning this game. And that's what they're going to do. Dropletto with the power play and the dash punch, getting it right through shape-shifting. The dribbles were perfect to bait out the abilities, and well done to Dropletto for keeping them in this game.
Yeah, well done indeed there. Taking the first goal is such a mental boon there, especially when you've been going so even, you've been playing for so long. It just sort of resets you and says, you know what, it is possible. This isn't insurmountable. We can do this. Even if sometimes it doesn't look like it, you can reflect on that score. But great Giga from Gret. Again, I've been saying that all day long, but he is absolutely killer with these. And so it's just really good to see them on that pick. Shapeshifting gets the core flip from that little corner dribble. Not going to use it just yet, but might have to use it soon depending on how this goes. Black Hole going to get popped by 3Z, taking a ton of damage off of Gret and Julie both. 3Z Breezy going up with the secondary, not going to find it. Grimella not on the rebound either. Astral Projection gets it forward. Core flip out of Gret, down to the bottom. Strike shot from Shapeshifting gets it forward, but not too far forward because Dropletto gets the rebound, trying to strike war. 3Z here uses the flurry and not quite into the goal. They're trying to set it up. Core flip used by Shapeshifting. Black Hole dribble as well from Gret. Arrow from Grimella. Strike shot from Obscure Breads. The hook from 3Z, not quite enough to get it.
Not quite enough to get it, but we're still in play here. Dropletto has that core flip, and he has the core on offense right now. Can he do something with it? Not quite, as it gets hit away from him, and the Kai now has to take charge here, who getting a little bit of energy on his own, about halfway there to the flip. But right now, just all eyes on Dropletto for me. Can he use this flip to score? He's in the corner now. He gets the shot on the top side, but a great secondary on the Atlas on Shapeshifting to keep it away for now. Back to basics. We got to figure out an offense here for Bozobunch because 3Z Breezy and Grimella are looking incredibly scary with these flips. First one going down, saved by Obscure Breads. The Kai comes back to help out, and now 3Z Breezy has a flip. He's on the goal line. Can he do something with it? Yes, he can. He finds the angle on the top side. 3-1 is the first set going the way of the Sundubu Strikers.
Going their way like the bracket reset has been going. They started again. Remember, this was started with a 2-0 sweep in the beginning before the bracket reset to lead to the reset itself. And there are so many good things in this draft. Perfect form even going the way of Atlas. I'm personally a big fan of that ability. Twin Drive also not too bad. They're going to be picked up. And, I mean, stacks on stacks going the way of the Kai. Not too bad, but if you can kill him, that can be a bit of a liability as well.
Yeah, definitely going to be a point of focus possibly for this game. Not quite sure if the Kai is going to be that killable in general, unless, I say this now, unless the Juliet takes prize fighter, Dropletto, trying to get some power this game, trying to show everyone who's boss, and put some focus on this game, right? So now we have the Kai running around, and Dropletto going to be trying to run interference with the dash punches, but on the same page, kind of, Breezy gets more cooldown, right? He has that prime time, he has that reverberation, he has a lot of tools to play with, and he's been doing so well with those tools thus far. So all eyes kind of on the brawlers for me this game, if they can start to get it done.
Yeah, if they can, and even finish getting it done, rather, at this point, with just how insane this series has been. One of the series of the ages, surely one to watch later if you miss it or if you didn't catch the entire thing. But it's going to go down to this bottom corner again. Threezy with Pendulum Swing, just kind of a feint there, a bit of a mind game, and actually Gramello winning a crucial strike ward to get the second barrier too, healing Threezy as well. And like you were saying, it is the backbone for Threezy here. They're trying to keep Threezy on this goal line where he can do things like that with the Pendulum Swing. And Threezy is happy. He's just there sitting in Brawler Town, enemy goalie box, chilling. He's got everything he needs to. He's got his little Super Surge can of soda. He's got the Now to heal him whenever he needs it. He's got the Atlas to back him up if he ever goes down. So he is just chilling and looking for those plays.
This whole Sundubu comp is literally let Threezy cook, let the Brawler do his thing. Gramello and Shapeshifting providing such a strong backbone to the Sundubu Strikers roster, rather, in this game, but it's not strong enough to stop Dropletto's dash punch from getting through into that barrier. Now, Bozo Bunch have the advantage here, rather. They have an extra barrier, they have the time to play with. Getting that orb, rather, to heal up for now. Breads with that flip as well, but Threezy, Breezy, and Gramello both have flip, and they're both in the goal box of Bozo Bunch. The hook comes out, but no, the strike war is going to be lost by Gramello. Death Touch not going to be doing too much here, as it looks like the Sundubu Strikers, all three with flip. They're going to be trying to do something here with it very soon, and that is going to be both flips popped and nothing gotten. The Bozo Bunch are managing to hold for now.
Unfortunate double flip there. You hate to see it, but sometimes, I mean, again, these players have been playing for a while. The nerves are building up in both teams. These mistakes will start stacking, and so we'll see these teams capitalizing on those mistakes of the opponents. But it is not easy. Even then, with the nerves, these players are still playing very well, making far fewer mistakes than a lot of us would make. Dropletto on the bottom, they're trying to go for a dash punch angle, but not having enough steam to really follow through, so it goes to empty space for a second. And we're seeing a lot of empty space here. Astral Projection gets it forward, but not quite enough to get it through. Once again, 3ZB trying to go for the pass to Gramello, but it's through Dropletto, who has this core flip in the bottom corner. Gonna use the flip to send it back, but the barrage did not connect. Unfortunately, it was a great option on the play, but just not the range, not the positioning from Gret. Great goal gate dribble from Threezy Breezy, sending it through, and Gramello as well, just sending it same spot as well, where Threezy dribbled off the goal gate there, got the barrier, and then Gramello sends it right back there 10 seconds later when it is open, and just gets that second point for the Sundubu Strikers, who really are beginning to run away with this a little. They have a set and 2 points, and I don't want to jinx them too hard, but they are playing quite well in this game. They do lose a barrier on the bottom, though. Now is there with the secondary as well. Bit of an awkward thing there, the whiffed core flip from Shapeshifting, and I do apologize for that caster curse. Immediate on that one. I say they're playing well, and then some weird interactions and a little bit of nerves crop up there. But in the end of the day, Gramello is there to heal Threezy. Giga comes out, but the goal does not get scored. Shapeshifting still on top of things. Threezy with the hook onto Gret. Tried to go for the pendulum swing, but was a little too far away to actually get the connection on there, unfortunately for him. But the goal barriers will still stand. The goal barrier singular will still stand, because there's only one left here on the entire map. There's an open goal for the Sundubu Strikers.
Open goal for Sundubu, but Shapeshifting has been holding. He's been looking pretty cozy in that open net for now, but we'll see how long that lasts. And a great death touch into the flip for Threezy Breezy to take out Dropletto, and now get a power play for the Sundubu Strikers, who opened up that goal barrier. Obscure Breads has that flip to defend, and has that flip to stall for the next few seconds, but no, the perfect death touch. I feel like I've seen this before. Obscure Breads just does not pop that flip in time, and Threezy Breezy punishes his former teammate and takes the second set. They're one set away from this entire tournament.
That they are, and what a run it's been. I mean, that is Erasmus with a few options there. Has the option to pick up that 1-2 punch, the Glass Cannon, the Super Surge, Spark of Strength. They're all good on this one. Even Monumentalist at the kind of noise the now. But it's going to be the 1-2 punch, and I think it's a very good pickup there. More just aggressive core speed. You can try and strike Pendulum Swing on that just to send it straight forward, strike into secondary. He just has so many ways to proc it so well. And of course, you can never forget about the Death Touch into strike combo too. So 3 different not necessarily very easy ways to do it, but fairly straightforward ways to proc that. And of course, I mean, Monumentalist now was the scourge of everyone that played about a year ago. So seeing that picked up still gives me nightmares, even if it's not quite as good as it used to be.
Not quite as good as it used to be, but definitely still very, very useful, especially in the midfield for Grimella here, and also the aerials for the Kai going to be helping both midfielders getting exactly what they want this draft. It's going to come down to who can boss up, right? Who can play a bit better? And this is why I love Lands and Sad Boys a little bit. Sad Boys, there you go. See 3 of them there. Love to see it out of the players. Everyone's still in high spirits, even with all these nerves. But this is what I was saying, is this is why I love Lands. Everybody's on the same ping, so there's no excuses, right, on, oh, I'm lagging, blah, blah, blah. There's no excuses on anything. Everyone has the same crowd, same chairs, same PCs. Everyone just needs to put in the work in which team and which people, I guess, can hold out the longest, can keep their nerves, can keep their cool, and keep their consistency. And right now, both Sundubu Strikers are keeping consistent on this defense. Bozo Bunch just did nothing with that power play.
Yeah, you always hate to see that when you play that kind of comp. You need to make use of those. Otherwise, you know, it's sort of like a points build, right? You spec into the points, into the KO points, but that means you lose out on the core control. So you need to get those power plays and make use of them, or you just kind of wasted your points on something you're not really using. Dropletto as well, very low on the back of this, running all the way back to get a goalie orb, and he will live, but that's so out of position. It's going to take a while for him to get back to the front. The Death Touch goes a little bit wide, though, and the core flip from Obscure Breads gets it forward. Gret has the flip as well. There are 2 flips in the goal gauge, but it's going to be the one from Grimella that gets it forward. 2 flips still available here for the Bozo Bunch, but they're not going to use them just yet. They're really trying to hold on to these. Kill flip failed from Dropletto, unfortunately, and Gret to use the core flip as well. 2 flips again down, and it's just the pressure getting to these players. They're not getting the connections they want to. 3Z Breezy finding the connection he wants to as he gets that barrier in the bottom pass back from Atlas forward. Pendulum Swing not going to miss, but not going to connect, but neither will the dash punch there. But they're just trying to get it through. The Rose Warp is great. They're keeping the point alive. They're trying their best, and they are getting the clears, but the Death Touch won't connect, and it is good for now.
Good for now, but 3Z Breezy still has that core flip. He still has that energy burst to do with what he pleases, and so does Shapeshifting. So Sundubu definitely looking a little bit healthier in this point and in this game in general with the 2-set lead. But Bozo Bunch are still in it. They still have the tools to win this game. They just need to show that they can do it. Dropletto with the ultimate going to be stopping 3Z Breezy in his tracks. Now it's the Kai playing on this top side, but no, Sundubu just feels like they have everything locked down. They have everything handled, and the Giga Blast isn't even going to phase him as 3Z Breezy takes it to the bottom side. Now he's looking for an angle to do something, but no, nothing's going to happen as both sides, both goalies are playing so incredibly well at keeping it away from their nets. It's so hard for the forwards to do anything on either side.
Yeah, you really have to have a concerted team effort of almost the entire team, including the goalie, to get through these goalies because they are just rock solid. And with the midfielders running so much interference, setting that play up is almost impossible. But there we go. The Quangle kind of combo, comboed up with Gret there to get the kill onto now is an option for the power play, but they still have to get that last barrier down. And 3Z Breezy, we were talking about earlier, he likes to go on the aggression in these situations by so much time that the barrier doesn't even fall. The goal almost scored, forces out the core flip, and I mean, in the power play, you don't want to be losing your core flip off the back of it. You want to be getting everything that you want, but they just weren't able to get it done. Bozo Bunch not even getting that with another Sad Boys angle there. Kind of a good clear there from Shapeshifting, and just so difficult to contend with when you have so many angles to clear, so many angles to interrupt and to intercept these plays before they even begin. Piercing Shot tries to get it forward, but it's countered. The Death Touch not going to connect there, but it is going to get forced through with the barrage. The Giga as well. 3Z Breezy taking a lot of damage, but there's an Atlas. There's even a Now as well. He's back up at full HP 3 seconds later. Dropletto, on the other hand, very low HP and not really many healing options aside from this orb that gets stolen by 3Z Breezy. There is just nothing that Dropletto can do as he gets taken off the pitch by 3Z Breezy, who sends it to the top. And the first goal in what is potentially the final set of this insane 5-game series has been scored by 3Z Breezy there, with so much help from the team there. He's the one to get it in the end, but it is really such a massive effort. You cannot understate the team play that is happening here.
The team play is absolutely insane. Sundubu Strikers, all of them are putting in the work, and I want to highlight Shapeshifting here for just a minute. I don't know if people know this, but he probably has maybe a third of the hours of his teammates, Threezy Breezy and Grimel. Like, he has played the game a lot, and he's a pretty newer top player, I'd say. He's definitely breaking into the scene a little bit newer compared to these kind of timeless players in Grimel and Threezy Breezy, who's been around since beta. But he's putting on one of the best goalie performances, that I've seen in a long time. This is like Barcode-esque LAN type of performance here on the Atlas, holding everything, sending everything, rotating his abilities perfectly, and is getting just enough help from Grimella too to allow him to do it. But as I say, that caster curse, Dropletto's putting an end to it, showing why experience matters and why being a top player for a long time matters. And he's gonna score right past him on the bottom side. Dropletto showing him what's up, and it's all him. It's all Bozo Bunch right now as they're looking to reverse sweep finally in this game.
Oh no, I can almost hear all of the TOs saying, no, please, stop caster cursing the Sundubu Strikers, just let them win. But unfortunately, we want to see some good games, and the Bozo Bunch are delivering with another double barrier. Threezy Breezy's low on health at the end of the kill, not quite yet. He gets one barrier, but it's only one for now. The Astral Protection gets it forward. Grimella whiffs the strike. Unfortunately, the secondary from Threezy is enough, but not quite with the core flip from Obscure Breads. There we go, the Cosmic Expanse from Shapeshifting. Almost another barrier there, but Obscure Breads is just so solid on this defense. He's not letting it happen. He will not go quietly into the night here. And night is what it's about to be with how late we're staying up on this one. But again, I am all here for it. Piercing shot goes a little bit wide. Dribble in the corner from Gret with the core flip as well. Barrage whiffs a little bit, but in the end gets a strike through Threezy. But it goes right back to Threezy and use the mine as well. Last second core flip there, amazingly done. But the barrier just will not fall. They are keeping it alive for so long. Grimella going up with the flip as well, trying to get into this corner to pack it with Threezy and just shove it right through brute force style, saying we can't get it around, we can't do something, we have to try and do anything we can do. But even then, last second on practically the line of the barrier, it gets saved once again. Gret might be dying here for this one, but it's not going to be just yet. Finally, the barrier goes down. The Rose Whip was a little bit delayed from Breads, but can you blame him? It's been such an amazing defense up to this point. Dropletto not going to send it in. Scares the core flip right out of Shapeshifting, though. Bit of a preemptive one, but again, you can't blame these players. It is so terrifying. There we go. Finally gets cleared. It's forward with the black hole as well. It might be through here for the Sundubu Strikers, but it goes back across the field yet again.
Yet again, and Bread's putting up an insane performance right now. And Sundubu now on, a little bit of a stressful situation, but Threezy Breezy finds the core flip, and uses the barrage a little bit too late in the wrong direction. Threezy Breezy finds the angle on the top side, and we're on tournament point right now, AJ. Sundubu Strikers are looking to take the first S-tier win in history.
They are looking. Again, I said they were hungry earlier. It has only grown in hunger there. They are not yet satisfied. They take another barrier, but they trade one back. One barrier for one barrier. It's the first one, so it's not too bad just yet. But there is a core flip on Grimella available. Not going to use it just yet. Going to keep the core flip up. Not going to use it for tempo just yet. Great save there from Shapeshifting. A little bit weird with Cosmic Expanse, but got it to go sideways, which actually builds up a little bit of energy and a little bit of time as well. And that's a kill flip from Grimella. Out-brawling Dropletto on that with just that core flip ability. Dropletto getting a little too close to the edge, a little too comfy around this now. And pass up to Grimella, intercepted by the Rose Orb. Obscure Breads buying so much time. Again, the power play is diffused. They're not able to get through. It takes so much time to set up these plays that it's almost not enough with these players that... Oh no! The backwards proximity mine! Unfortunate from Grimella, sends it into the own barrier. And that is just unfortunate to see. But the Death Touch, not enough either. Timely core flip from Obscure Breads. Threezy Breezy in the corner, just trying to live. Manages to get out, manages to survive the dash punch. Atlas Ult comes out as well. The Astral Protection gets it forward, but keeps it in the corner. Giga Blast comes out. Dropletto going to the bottom, but it's not quite enough. Threezy Breezy, and oh, never mind. It's going to be Eyes sending it through with the barrage straight through Grimella. Core flip from Shapeshifting, just a little bit too far away. And that is 2 points on the Bozo Bunch. It might be a reverse sweep angle if they get this next one.
Say it ain't so, but I mean, it would kind of be insane if it happened. Bozo Bunch tying it up at 2-2. The Sundubu Strikers starting to show a little bit of cracks, I think, in their armor on the defensive side. I talked up Shapeshifting earlier, and he's still playing incredibly well, but I feel like the offense from the Bozo Bunch is finally managing to actually find some success here in this Game 3. 2-2 now, the offense from the Bozo Bunch staying consistent for now, and the great dash from Dropletto going to be stopping the core flip, and now he has a flip, and he's not going to do too much with it, but the core flip now from Kai stalling, just trying to get a lot of time, and Breads has all the time and all the space in the world with both of his barriers up. Bozo Bunch are looking to end this now.
They are looking, but they're not finding just yet. Strike Roar won by 3Z. Pendulum Swing as well. Crystal Thorns goes wide. The secondary comes out. The black hole is exploded. One barrier falling at the bottom. Almost two at the top, but again, it's defended. Breads and Gret on this so well. Grimella winning the Strike Roar to get the barrier, but it's on the other side. The offense has switched sides. Gret's up at the top. Can he do something with this? Lethuri comes out from Dropletto, but it's not quite enough just yet. Pass to the enemy goalie there. Unfortunately, the strike shot comes out. Corflip on Grimella. Be looking at that. The Giga Blast has also been used. So few abilities left on the field. The black hole is used as well. Dreezy Breezy low on health, but looking to try and get it up, set up with Grimella as well on this other side of the map. Pendulum Swing and the core flip used, but not secured. We have the overtime. We have the red cores coming out as well. We have the corner dribbles here from Shapeshifting. The dash punch has been dissolved. That's 20 seconds until it's back online. Pendulum Swing up to the top. Not enough. The Pearson shot, the Rose Warp. Everything is being used. The strike shot from Shapeshifting is almost enough. It is enough to clear it in the end. We have another cycle around the field. The Pearson shot counters. The Pendulum Swing goes up to Grimella again at the top. The Death Touch onto the goalie, hooks him out of position, but he's fine for now. Corflip on Gret, going to be used right here in front of the Cosmic Expanse. Down to Dropletto, who sends it in! And we have another set over to the Bozo Bunch, and we might be having a bit of a reverse sweep angle in this final game of the night.
And I wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, to keep us in this room all night at this point, my heart is beating. I feel like I'm more nervous than the players right now. Like, this is why I love these situations, these grand finals of these S tiers. There's so many stakes. There's so much happening. And now Chrono Boost on Lakai means that I is going to have such an easier time in this game running around and keeping that core forward. Now, let's take it easy, take a breath real quick in this draft. Everyone relax. The heavy impact is being denied by Shapeshifting. Stagger Swagger now going over from Breads. So the goalie's kind of doing their fair share, getting some denials in, but two things to note here is I feel like we got a pretty even draft, slightly more for Bozo Bunch because that Kai gets the Chrono Boost, but both brawlers getting size, both brawlers feeling pretty comfortable. Which team can kind of calm down like we're trying to do right now and get their composure to finish this game, or can Bozo Bunch continue this game and get us to a 5th set?
Yeah, it is one of those things where if you are in the shoes of the Sundubu Strikers, you have come so far, you're losing 2 barriers, it might be the end, you don't want to fall into that trap, and you're not just yet. 1 barrier goes down for him, Gret's very low on HP as well. Can they do anything about it though? The Crystal Thorns gets it right around 3Z, who's trying to set this up, loses that last crucial strike where to secure the barrier, does not have enough support right there, gets the kill on a Dropletto at the beginning of the power play. 10 seconds until Julie are on the clock. But those 10 seconds are being bought really well with a barrage from Kai. Dribbles over to 3Z in the corner, gets it through with the Pendulum Swing. The secondary is out, the barrier is gone, but the power play is dissolved. The Pendulum Swing does not connect as 3Z wanted to. The Astral Protection and the Strike Shot both used. Core Flip out of Gret, not countered by Core Flip from Grimella. Just a standard strike there. Good patience, good resolve, and good nerves from Grimella on that one. The Arrow, the Strike Wars, just absolutely immaculate here from this now, even so late into the game. Good denial on the proximity drone, though. Straight shot to the top, countered by a Rose Warp, though. 3Z almost with the core flip, but not quite just yet. Gret up at the top, looking very low on HP, but not enough. Shapeshifting almost able to get it through. Is able to get clear with Cosmic Expanse. Very close on tenterhooks here. Pendulum Swing gets it through, and once again, 3Z taking point 1. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here before. We've even seen the Sundubu Strikers with those 2 goals. So hold on to your horses here. There might still be a lot more game left.
Hey, everybody hold, right? Everybody hold. This has just happened before last set. The Bozo Bunch had an incredibly strong showing in that last point as well. Everything is incredibly close, but who can keep their composure better? 3Z Breezy looks like he's taking the lead here, getting both barriers already. Obscure Breads has the flip, so he's not too worried, but they need to start getting something going now. They need to start doing some offense, some sort of move, some sort of strategy to get Shapeshifting in, you know, a little bit of discomfort, as he's just been sitting pretty in the back on this Atlas, has the flip, sitting in midfield, kind of just keeping it forward to 3Z Breezy, who wants to end this now. He wants his S tier win, and he's gonna get it. 2 goals. He needs 1 more. The Sundubu Strikers are on tournament point yet again.
Tournament point, everybody. Again, gotta hold. Gotta not be too much about it, because there's always a chance we do not want to count out the Bozo Bunch. They have been in that 2.2 set 2-game comfort zone before, and you can never count them out. But it is looking mighty close here for the Sundubu Strikers. They get one barrier trade, another on the other side, though, and that is a core flip for a barrier trade. You don't really love to see that. Dropletto almost dying to the pendulum swing. The secondary as well comes out. That whiplash from Rasmus doing a lot of damage. Shapeshifting forward as well, has the core flip available. Black Hole gets a lot of damage onto Threezy, but there's a lot of healing behind him as well. Dropletto, half HP, starting to regenerate slowly. Barriers, though, on either side not falling. They are standing alive so long, so far. I don't want to jinx it just yet. Core flip out of Gret. Counter flip failed from shifting, and that's another barrier down. And it might be the Bozo Bunch coming back again. They are trying to do a barrier, intercepted though by Grimella. Core flip from Dropletto, countered by the Astral Projection. Whiplash doing a lot of damage as well. They're trying to pass around, and they are getting it forward. But the Sundubu Strikers have not gotten the clear just yet. The Astral Projection gets it forward as well. The arrow is there as well. The teleport too, but it's not quite enough. Pass down to Dropletto, who almost gets it in. Does not get it because Grimella is there on the defense, and Threezy Breezy with the core speed is not enough either. Breads is just on top of this and just not letting it go through.
Not letting it go through, and neither is Shapeshifting with a great save on the goal line there against the Kai, who has it in their half over and over again. Sundubu Strikers are trying to find a way to break into the offense here against Obscure Breads, but he has the flip and he has the barrier. He's sitting pretty, but as I say that, the offense from Sundubu is looking a little bit scary for the Bozo Bunch. Can the Sundubu Strikers find this offense here? No, not quite there as Obscure Breads uses that flip, but no, he loses the barrier, and now Sundubu Strikers are on the tournament point. They have the offense. Can they get it done?
They're trying to. They're lining it up, but they've used so many abilities. Dropletto countered by a strike shot there. Crystal Thorns also use so many abilities being used. There's not much left in the tank. Strike shot comes out. Pendulum swing whiffs. Piercing shot too. So many things. The punch is out. The core flip from Gret down to the bottom, countered by a great ability usage there from the Sundubu Strikers. The core flip on Shapeshifting might have used. Gret goes down. This could be it. They're trying to get it lined up. The Rose Orb goes to the Pendulum swing, countered by a core flip, goes straight through. But Shapeshifting not going to fall for that. Dribble off the Black Hole. Astral Projection sends it forward. Piercing shot misses. The whiplash from Threezy Breezy trying to get it up to the top, but it's not going to go through just yet. The arrow comes out. The dash comes Breads out of the way, and Grimella puts it in. Sundubu Strikers are your For the Crown champions in a 5-game series bracket reset. They brought it back from the brink. They had the losers bracket run, but they have done it. Congratulations to Shapeshifting. Congratulations to Threezy Breezy. Congratulations to Grimella. What a game.
And I hear the crowd chanting, Sundubu, Sundubu, Sundubu. They finally do it. They've been hunting this win for so long. They even stopped teaming with each other, and they finally come back after their personal growth. They both, Grimella and Threezy Breezy, have gotten so much better. They both evolved over the course of this last season, and now bringing in Shapeshifting, who, I mean, to be honest, a little bit of a question mark, right? The only time Shapeshifting's played was in Lob City, and they went 0-10. They did not do great, so Shapeshifting coming up, bossing up, filling in that spot that they needed in the goalie spot to finally get their S-tier win. And what an end of an era for the Sundubu Strikers. Will we see him again? Honestly, I kind of hope not. This is kind of the perfect ending to a book. I think this is literally all you can ask for the Sundubu Strikers. Congratulations, you've finally done it.
Congratulations indeed. We have an interview coming up for you with the winners. I mean, you knew it was coming, but geez, this has been a game. This has been a match. And, you know, we've been glazing on the winners, of course, but there is no shade to the losers either to get second place. Some people consider it the first person to be last, but on the other end of the equation, the Bozo Bunch, they did the high road. They were in the winners' grand final. They were the ones with the bracket set advantage. They were playing well all throughout the day. They were locked in to be the favorites here. We were coming in, you know, we're pretty sure that the Sundubu Strikers, they're going to take one game because they're pretty good. But Bozo Bunch is just so informed today. We think it's going to be a 2-1. But going into this, I was not expecting it to be a 4-1 bracket reset. And absolutely what a game it is. You see, again, Gret basically hitting high scores with the redirects every single game, the 407 redirects. But in the end, it really is just a match that has to be played all together. Gret was an absolute team player there. I don't want to say he's hogging or anything. Those 407 redirects, every single one of them was a team play. Every single one of them helped out so much. He was where he needed to be. So I'm not trying to glaze with that, but like the number of redirects in this game is insane. The high score being on Gret is insane to see so consistently. These players, Breads on the defense, drop Leto on the KOs. There is no way to say this other than every single player in this game is one of the best players of the game, period.
And we are, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. We're not over yet. We're going to be getting an interview with the entire Sundubu Strikers team. No break. So we're going to be kind of doing a little shifting around here, getting some chairs in. I think, are we going to shift some chairs in here?
We're here, stack it, we have stand.
The good thing is that we're professional yappers over here. We're just going to keep on yapping. We're going to keep it going. We're going to move what we need to move. Get the set up for you. Bring it over here. All right, we got this chair going this way.
We're just going to have them stand. We got the space. We just need to have them in here, and I'm seeing them start piling, shape-shifting with their forwards, Threezy, Breezy, and Gramella in the other room. We'll be getting them in here just in a second. Coming on in now, and here they are, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause in chat for the boys, the Sundubu Strikers, the end, possibly end of an era, and ends with a bang, baby. Ends with this storybook ending. Here they are, Gramella, shape-shifting, and Threezy, Breezy, pile on in. Get in the camera, everybody. Tell us how you're feeling.
Breezy? I'm feeling like a Sundubu Striker.
Amen.
There's only
There's only one
way to be feeling right now. I don't know. It doesn't feel real. To win an S tier with Josh, and then Ryan. I mean, I've known this guy IRL for the better part of like a year. Josh, this guy's my roommate. This guy's my best friend. One of my best friends. I've known him for like 4 or 5 years. To win an S tier with him is so special. So this is crazy.
Yeah. Any particular shout outs as well for anyone else?
Hey, shout out
The other guys
PPL.
speak,
They
yeah.
prepped us hella.
Oh yes,
They
shout
prepped us
out
hella.
PPL. Now they were in the mines. We gave them the same team comp like 20 games in a row. It was the most mind-numbing, just awful experience for them. But they were absolutely willing to sit down and help us prep. I have 1 billion shout outs.
Yeah.
I'm not.
I'm ready to list the whole community for all different reasons.
There's just no way that I can list everyone.
Well, I'll start with some.
Yeah, go.
Keep on going, Jeff. Keep on going.
Top 3. All right, Vaughn. That guy's like, I don't know. Feels like he's just been my mentor for a long time. Look up to him in a lot of ways. And we go back and forth on certain things. Helped me become a better player, better person. And I feel like I've done the same for him. So shout out to Vaughn. Bells. That guy was my original inspiration as a OS player. I was a little lobster, and I looked at Bells and I was like, wait, I could be like that guy. Shout out to my mom, W Mom. She always watches my games. So shout out to my mom. Shout out to everybody in Westcord, literally everyone. I don't know. I love the whole community. I could shout literally grillions of people out. Shout out to all the Westies that came out.
Yeah. And well, I got a little thing for you guys here. Step into the camera. First place, little small little pin here, little keychain. You can add on to here. We have a couple little tradition of having those the tournament ones. First place, and then I believe we also have an MVP that has been decided. Mr. Threezy Breezy, after his evolution, comes back for the Sundubu Strikers and takes away the MVP and the first place. Come here, bring it in. You earned it, buddy.
Brother.
You absolutely
Shout out
earned
to the
it.
casters, by the way. There's not a lot of people I'd rather have cast my grandfather's bastard Borg. Every time it's a Borg cast, I would listen. So this guy gets his glaze because he's the GOAT.
Well, last bit, any other shout out Shape? I know you haven't talked
Let
too
these
much.
guys
So
talk.
let these talk a little bit. We got to wrap up here a little bit, so definitely get your shout outs in and we'll finish out.
Yeah, first and foremost, hey, the boys know, got to shout out Kayla, my girlfriend back at home. She's been going through it because I've been screaming 5 times a week for the past month. Second shout out, Sad Boys. They let me sub in. They kind of brought me back to the game. So, yeah, they were great to play with. And then last, the Sundubu boys. Finally got one for Sundubu City.
That's facts.
Any other words, Josh?
Yeah, I gotta give a shout out to Huss.
Shout out Huss.
Him
Yeah,
and I,
real.
I don't know if there are 2 people that are bigger fans of each other than Huss and I. We love each other, and I was so happy for him when he got his wins, and I know he's happy for me when I get my win. So shout out Huss. Like these guys said, Vaughn and all the people in the boys server. There's just so many people. Shout out all the Grablers. Those are the number 1 people. Shout out all the Grablers. But yeah, I'm going to be talking to a lot of people tonight and giving them their flowers for how influential they were on me and how important they were. for me to get here, and I don't have the words for it right now, but I will later.
Yeah, well, I mean, the crowd outside had a lot of words for y'all. We heard, again, through soundproof walls and 2 doors, the sheer eruption of cheers for y'all. Very well-deserved here. Just amazing play from y'all and well-deserved. Great shout-outs as well. I love to see this community.
I got one more, too. Shout out to
All right.
Breads. Bozo Bunch in general, but shout out to Breads. All the Westies played so well. Cakes played well. Zay on his team with the injured players played well. All the Westies played so well, especially Breads. This
Shout
was
out
for
Breads.
him. He's one of the OG Sundubu boys, so that's the Breads. But yeah, back to you.
I love to see the humility in this community. Being able to respectfully honor your opponents is just one of the big things that we love to see. But anyway, so all right. Sorry, I'm getting taken aside by the TOs. Like I said, we're in shambles.
We gotta go.
I'm about to get taken out back with these guys. We won't be seeing each other again because the TOs are going to do something. But we do have to outro pretty quickly. So, any last closing words? You got like 10 seconds. Go.
Shout out Bestie and Slot. Subscribe to their YouTube channel.
Shout out
Love
Bestie and
everyone
Slot.
there.
Shout out EU. All my
Shout
EU
out to you.
boys.
All right. These are your victors, the Sundubu Strikers. One last round of applause everywhere across the world for these guys. But we have to go. We have overstayed. So thank you all very much for an amazing weekend of Omega Strikers. And thank you very much for being an amazing community. See y'all.